I request SGCCI office bearers to take the dignitaries on the stage.
Good morning. Yes. Good morning.
All the dignitaries on the stage. એવું કહેવાય છે કે તાળીઓ પાડવાથી બધી ઇન્દ્રિયો સતેજ થાય છે અને વધારે તાળીઓ પાડવાથી જોશથી એનર્જી આવે છે. So let us bring the energy in the room. Thank you. ये सिर्फ एक कॉन्क्लेव नहीं, सोच का संकल्प है, जहां एचआर अब सपोर्ट नहीं, बिजनेस का सबसे बड़ा बल है, जहां लोग सिर्फ काम नहीं करते, विजन जीते हैं. वेलकम है आप सबका SGCCI 9th National HR Conclave में. Good morning Surat. This is Vishal along with Gunjan again welcoming you all to the 9th National HR Conclave 2025 organized by the HR and Training Committee of SGCCI. Today's theme is 4 P's: people, profit, planet and purpose. In short, HR की फेवरेट चैलेंज है. थोड़ा हंसिएगा अगर समझ में आए तो. पीपल खुश रहे, प्रॉफिट बढ़े, प्लानेट सुरक्षित रहे, पर्पस साफ हो और हाँ HR वालों, at the end of the day report submit करना जरूरी है.
That was a good word, Vishal. Very warm morning and a warm welcome to from Gunjan. This conclave is not about ideal HR frameworks. It's about real stuff, real decision, real trade-offs and real accountability. क्योंकि आज HR is just no longer a support function. It's a business risk manager. Yes, I said and you heard it right. It's a business risk manager.
एक ज़रूरी सूचना, आपकी जो हार्ट बीट्स है उसको बंद कर दीजिएगा, यानी मोबाइल को साइलेंट मोड पे या वाइब्रेट मोड पे ले लीजिएगा ताकि आप कॉन्क्लेव का मज़ा ले सके, आप पूरा नॉलेज ले सके शांति से.
May I now request everybody to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जगधि तरंगा. तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे. गाहे तव जय गाथा. जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
भारत माता की जय.
Thank you and please be seated.
To formally commence the conclave, we now invite our respected dignitaries for the lightening of the lamp, a symbol of knowledge, clarity and purpose.
Leadership defines the destination. Strategy determines the spirit. May I now invite Shri Nikhil Madrasi, President SGCCI, to deliver the welcome note.
Good morning everyone. जब मोहब्बत जवान होती है, हर अदा एक जवान होती है. आप जहां प्यार से कदम रख लो, वो जमीन आसमान होती है. आप सब के आगमन से ये पुलकित भूमि पर दी सदन गुजरात चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री की ओर से आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता होती है. मैडम, सर, आप जिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में आए हैं, सबसे पहले मैं इनका परिचय देना पसंद करूंगा. 1940 में 16 उद्योगपतियों को एक सोच आई कि हमें संगठित होना है और उन्होंने ये चैम्बर की स्थापना की. तब से लेकर आज तक 2025 में हम लोग 13,500 सदस्य, 150 से ज़्यादा एसोसिएशंस एंड फ्रॉम भरूच टू उमरगाम करीबन 2 लाख ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्री के लोगों के साथ हम जुड़े हुए हैं। चैम्बर की लेगेसी में दिस इज द 86 ईयर इज गोइंग ऑन एंड आई एम द 79th प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ दिस ऑगस्ट चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड दिस इज द बिगेस्ट एंड द रिचेस्ट चैम्बर ऑफ द एंटायर कंट्री। मैं विषय के बारे में बात इसलिए नहीं करूंगा क्योंकि मैं विषय के बारे में बात करूंगा तो हमारे वक्ता क्या बात करेंगे, इसलिए आई वोंट वांट टू टच दैट सब्जेक्ट, द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ सब्जेक्ट। लेकिन मैं चैम्बर की बात ही आगे बढ़ाता हूं और जो 5 क्षेत्र में हम काम करते हैं, 300 से ज़्यादा कार्यक्रम हम एक साल में करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारा दक्षिण गुजरात का कोई भी उद्योगपति किसी भी प्रकार के ज्ञान से वंचित न रह जाए। हमारा दूसरा काम है एग्जीबिशन, वी आर द मास्टर्स इन एग्जीबिशंस। हम 15 एग्जीबिशन से ज़्यादा एग्जीबिशंस करते हैं, 6 से ज़्यादा टेक्सटाइल के, और आने वाले मार्च महीने में द बिगेस्ट ऑटो एक्सपो वेस्टर्न इंडिया वी आर गोइंग टू ऑर्गेनाइज। एग्जीबिशन और एक्टिविटी के अलावा द रिप्रेजेंटेशन टू द गवर्नमेंट, टू द लोकल गवर्नमेंट, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। धंधा होगा तो समस्या होगी और समस्या होगी तो समाधान होगा, तो इस समस्या का समाधान ढूंढने की हम कोशिश करते हैं, हमें सुनते भी हैं और इसी प्रकार से हम इंडस्ट्री की बड़ी सेवा करते हैं। कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व, नेचुरली कोई भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होगा उसका CSR तो होता ही है, ताकि कुछ भी कुदरती आपत्ति आ जाती है तो हम उनमें मदद कर सके, समाज के साथ रह सके। और इस साल से लेकर करीबन लास्ट 3 साल से हमने इंटरनेशनल एक्टिविटी को ज़्यादा टारगेट किया है। रामचंदानी जी, आपको बताते हुए मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि 15, 16 और 17वीं सदी यानी 15, 16, 17th सेंचुरी, वी आर राइट नाउ वी आर इन द 21st सेंचुरी। उस जमाने में हमारे सूरत को 84 बंदर से कनेक्शन था। हमारा पुराना सिटी है, वहाँ पर एक फोर्ट है, किला है, और वो किला से हम पूरे विश्व में विदाउट कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम बिजनेस करते थे। ये हमारी लेगेसी थी और इस लेगेसी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमने 3 साल पहले रमेश भाई वगासा के नेतृत्व में मिशन 84 शुरू किया, क्योंकि हमारा भी 84 साल था। हमारा जो तालुका है उसका नंबर भी 84 है, यानी 84 तालुका और 84 बंदर के साथ हमारी कनेक्टिविटी है। वो 84 का एक सुबह संजोग और समन्वय था। 85th ईयर में विजय भाई मेवावा ने वो लेगेसी आगे बढ़ाई और 86 ईयर में मैं खाली 10 कंट्री को फोकस कर रहा हूँ ताकि हमारी एक्टिविटी को ज़्यादा बढ़ावा बने। और मुझे बड़ी खुशी होती है कहने में, तो वी हैव बीन टू चाइना, वी हैव बीन टू वियतनाम, वी हैव बीन टू इंडोनेशिया एंड रिसेंट पास्ट वी हैव बीन टू बोत्सवाना। So South Africa we are actually covering. Outcome of this international activity, I am very happy to announce कि हमारा सूरत के एक KP ग्रुप है, सोलार का ग्रुप है, और मैं उनको लेकर बोत्सवाना गया था 18 लोगों के साथ, प्रतिनिधि मंडल के साथ, वगैरह हमारे उद्योगपतियों के साथ। और वहाँ आकर उन्होंने यहाँ पर बोत्सवाना सरकार के ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्री माइनिंग मिनिस्टर की उपस्थिति में 5 साल के लिए 36,000 करोड़ का MOU उनके साथ किया, यानी कि सूरत का उद्योगपति बोत्सवाना में सोलार लगाएगा और वही एंट्री टू द एंटायर साउथ अफ्रीका। हमारे टेक्सटाइल के लोग साथ में थे। हमारे एक उद्योगपति इज गोइंग टू डू MOU विद बोत्सवाना गवर्नमेंट इन रियली रिसेंट फ्यूचर। और उपलब्धि यह है कि बोत्सवाना के राष्ट्रपति कोई एक चैम्बर के इन्विटेशन से कोई देश का राष्ट्रपति आ रहा है, ऐसी एक घटना होने जा रही है। और 22, 23, 24, 25 जनवरी को बोत्सवाना के राष्ट्रपति खुद सूरत आ रहे हैं। सूरत की जो डायमंड कंपनी है, खास करके नीरव भाई की कंपनी SR के, हरे कृष्णा एक्सपोर्ट, वीनस, ऐसी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां ये बोत्सवाना के डेलीगेशन में हमारे साथ थी। तो ये है 5 एक्टिविटी चैम्बर की। चैम्बर के बारे में मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बताऊंगा, लेकिन जो हॉल में आप बैठे हैं वो स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट 7 स्टार फैसिलिटी हॉल है, 1200 की कैपेसिटी है। इसके राइट साइड में जो 7 मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग है, हमारा एसोसिएशन बिल्डिंग है। अगर लेफ्ट में जाएंगे तो हमारा 1,16,000 स्क्वायर फीट का पिलरलेस एयर कंडीशन डोम है। वो अपने आप में पूरे देश में एक ही डोम है और वो नवरात्रि के लिए हॉट डेस्टिनेशन है। और पूरी जो हमारी प्रीमाइसिस है वो 1,10,000 स्क्वायर मीटर जगह है। तो ये है चैम्बर की लेगेसी। इस चैम्बर की लेगेसी को हम कॉन्क्लेव के जरिए आगे बढ़ाते हैं। ये 12वां कॉन्क्लेव 6 महीने में होने जा रहा है और HR कॉन्क्लेव इस रियल में बोलूँ तो ये सबसे टॉप पर है, क्योंकि हम आज यहाँ डिस्कस करने जो जा रहे हैं वो ह्यूमन टच है, लोगों की बातें हैं, लोगों को साथ में रखना है। सूरत की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियाँ, चाहे वो SRK हो, HK हो, विनस हो, किरण जेम्स हो, जिनमें करीबन 8,000 से लेकर 15,000 तक कर्मचारी एक साथ काम करते हैं, उन पूरे कर्मचारियों को एक दिशा में उद्योग की प्रगति के लिए अपनी कंपनी के जो भी कुछ टारगेट्स डिसाइड किए उसकी परिपूर्णता के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, आज हम उन लोगों को ये बताएंगे। और ये हमारी आपसे उम्मीद है कि आप इस बारे में ग्राउंड लेवल मार्गदर्शन देंगे, ताकि आप लोग तो 15-15 हज़ार, 25-25 हज़ार, 1-1 लाख कर्मचारियों को हैंडल करते हैं, लेकिन हमारा जो MSME उद्योग खास करके है, यहाँ पर सिर्फ स्मॉल, माइक्रो एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस, दे आर नॉट दैट बिग, बट अगर उनको बिग बनना है तो कुछ ना कुछ यहाँ से लेकर जाएंगे तब तो बिग बनेंगे। तो ये आप हमारी उम्मीद है आप लोगों से। मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा हमारी पूरी HR कमेटी का, जितने भी HR कमेटी के हमारे दोस्त हैं, ऑफिस में खड़े हो जाइए ताकि हम आपका अभिवादन कर सके। नीरव भाई, विजल, मृणाल, अतुल, नीतीश भाई, अनिल भाई और यहाँ पर बैठे ये विजय भाई, ये सभी दोस्तों ने एक जबरदस्त मेहनत करके इसका एक स्तर बनाया और आज इस स्तर को हम इसी तरह से आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच ऑल ऑफ यू फॉर योर ग्रेट कंट्रीब्यूशन टू चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स। दोस्तों, मैं ये अतिथियों का विशेष रूप से आभारी भी हूँ और स्वागत करना चाहता हूँ। हमारे चारों अतिथि यहाँ पर है, आप सब 1 मिनट के लिए अगर खड़े हो सकते हो तो मैं आपके लिए कुछ बोलना चाहता हूँ। ये जो 3 पर्सनालिटी है दोस्तों, ये कौन है, उनका परिचय तो देंगे, लेकिन जीवन में 5 ईश्वरदत्त वस्तु होती हैं। इसमें से पहली ईश्वरदत्त वस्तु होती है वो है सरस्वती, जो सबके पास है, क्योंकि अगर ज्ञान है, भाषा है तो वो डिलीवर कर पाएंगे। जीवन में दूसरी ईश्वरदत्त वस्तु होती है लक्ष्मी। लक्ष्मी जी तो खुद ऊपर है, लेकिन लक्ष्मी का मतलब अगर पैसा किया जाए तो ये तीनों लक्ष्मी का वरदान उनके पास है। तीसरी ईश्वरदत्त वस्तु है हेल्थ, आरोग्य। हम बूढ़े होकर यात्रा जाएंगे ऐसा बोलेंगे, लेकिन जब बूढ़े होंगे तब यात्रा जाने के लिए भी ताकत चाहिए ना। एक चौथी ईश्वरदत्त वस्तु होती है नेम एंड फेम, जो सबको नहीं मिलती है, भगवान बहुत कम लोगों को देता है। और 5वीं ईश्वरदत्त वस्तु होती है सत्ता, पावर। लेकिन सरस्वती, लक्ष्मी, आरोग्य, नेम एंड फेम और पावर, ये पांचों का कोई अद्भुत संगम है तो ये 3 स्पीकर है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप बैठिए। तो बस ये हो गया उनका परिचय। मेरे ख्याल से मैंने जो बात बताई उन्हीं में उनका परिचय आ गया है, तो मैं ज़्यादा उनके लिए भी बोलना पसंद नहीं करूँगा, लेकिन एक लास्ट में सिर्फ 2 मिनट में सूरत के लिए बोलना पसंद करूँगा, क्योंकि जो आप शहर में पधारे हैं इस सिटी की आपको विशिष्टताएं जानने मिलेगी। हम नाश्ते पर बैठे तब हमने सिर्फ खाने की बात की, लेकिन सूरत की बात हमने नहीं की। मैडम, सूरत इस सिटी जो फिनिक्स पंखी की माफक खड़ा होता है। मेरे जन्म के पहले की बात करूं तो 1959 में एक फ्लड आई थी, 1998 और 2006 3 फ्लड ऐसी आई जिन्होंने सूरत को करीबन 10-10 साल पीछे धकेल दिया। 92 और 2002 में कम्युनल राइट्स हुए, 2001 में धरतीकंप हुआ, भारत पाकिस्तान लड़ाई हुई, भारत चाइना लड़ाई हुई, लेकिन 94 में सो कॉल्ड प्लेग आया, 95 में डिमोलिशन हुआ, ऐसा डिमोलिशन जो आपको जगत में कहीं पे भी नहीं मिलेगा, और बाद में कोरोना आया। लेकिन इस तमाम तकलीफों के बावजूद भी अगर आज हमारा सूरत फिनिक्स पंखी की माफक टॉर्च पर खड़े होकर इन 1994 सो कॉल्ड प्लेग की वजह से द डर्टीएस्ट सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड इन 2025 द क्लीनेस्ट सिटी ऑफ द होल कंट्री एंड दैट इज सूरत। तो आपका सभी का सूरत में हार्दिक स्वागत है। मंच पर उपस्थित सभी महानुभावों का स्वागत है। यहाँ पर फर्स्ट रो में जितने भी तो हमारे महानुभाव अलग अलग कंपनियों से, आपका भी हार्दिक स्वागत है। चैम्बर के सदस्य, पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट, मैनेजिंग कमेटी सदस्य, शहर में से आए हुए हमारे विद्यार्थी दोस्तों, अलग अलग कंपनियों से आए सभी महानुभावों का चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स से और से सबसे फिर से एक बार हार्दिक स्वागत। धन्यवाद।
Very well expressed and thank you so much, sir. A clear vision always makes execution easier. not only just for HR but for business too. Every successful HR initiative starts with intent and not just the policy. May I now invite Dr. Nirav Mandir, Chairman HRI Training Committee, SGCCI, to share the vision behind this conclave. Nirav sir.
Namaste to all of you. SGCCI President Nikhil Bhai Madrasi ji, all the leadership of SGCCI, today's guest of honor Lakshmi ji, Pushkaraj ji, Arun ji, and all the dignitaries sitting off the dais. I must compliment Nikhil Bhai for setting up a stage with such a fascinating and energetic speech which we require in the morning. I'm here not to deliberate, not to give speech, but just to mention for those who are attending this conclave for the first time. We initiated this and going down this thought in 2016 along with my friend philosopher guide Naval Shukla ji and of course the leadership support of JCCI by then to start one of its kind of a national level HR conclave in 2016. As Nikhil Bhai rightly mentioned, we keep on saying about the big companies, listed companies, large conglomerates, but in Surat where the representation of MSME sector belongs to more than 85%. It's the need of an hour where we talk about the best practices, what the large players, the global conglomerates are practicing and how those practices would be beneficial in the interest of the MSME sector prevailing in Surat. So with that intention, we started this conclave. And with the support of all the delegates, all the entrepreneurs, all the guests of honor, all the CXOs from Pan India, that we have been able to deliver and continuing the journey with this 9th edition continuously as a benefit to the city of Surat. When we were just thinking to coin down the theme for this year, we were thinking what to be discussed, what to be deliberated upon. And then we finally nailed down a choice that how the quadruple bottom line, the people, profit, planet and purpose, the core of tomorrow's HR is impacting the current times. So if I take few moments to correlate all the 4 P's with the core, and if you consider core not as a word but the acronym, and if I may correlate and do the synergy between the first P, which is people, and compare it with the core of C. Being HR practitioner, being the entrepreneurs, we keep on comparing and discussing the C, which is all about the competencies and capabilities of the human potential, human capital, human resources within the organization. But now is a time where we truly focus that how we may turn down that C also into the courteous mode and the compassionate mode for the existing human resources, what we call the employees within the organization. We keep on saying, and for the extremistic so-called social activists keep on arguing, keep on deliberating that earning profit is not good, that's all about the second P. I argue on that. Why we are doing business, for those who are the entrepreneurs present in this room, the ultimate intention or one of the core intention of doing business is to earn profit. Imagine a world where you are not earning profit within the business, how you are going to take care about your people? And that's the question. So earning profit is not bad. It's not taboo. We have to keep on earning profit. At the same time, when we are talking, especially in the context of India, where the average lifespan is, of course, the 70 to 75 year with the advanced medical technologies available. But unfortunately, the average lifespan of the companies prevailing, whether it's India or globally, average is less than 20 years. So we are there to do a business within a kind of that particular moment. And within that moment, how we are linking those profit to the ultimate benefits of our people, our own employees. And that is all about the second P. The third P, which I want to narrate about, is the planet part. And if I were to coin down the planet, with the R of the core. The plant is not a rat bag where we dump our waste, we dump our polluted waters, we dump our n number of utilized resources. How we are nurturing the planet, being more and more responsibly. So that is all about the third P, and I'll mention about the last P, which is the purpose. Why we are doing what we are doing. What is the ultimate goal? What is the ultimate objective of doing business? Or if you are in profession, you are working somewhere, what is the ultimate objective by getting yourself associated with respective organizations? And that is not very difficult. We keep on having that enigma that it's really difficult to define the purpose of what you are doing. It's not really, and there is no need to make it more complex. It's rather how we can be more enthralled about defining those purpose of our life, of our nature of operations, our a job, and how we are making it more and more enthralled, more and more the joyous about what we are doing. So this is all about the quadruple bottom line, and we are having the very profound scholarly and the very learned speakers today who will be discussing more about the micro level nuances, how this quadruple bottom line is impacting the trade and industry. So I just conclude my remarks by saying that the future of the organization lies where the people are driving the profit. Of course, responsibility with the sheer nurturement of the Mother Nature. Thank you very much for having me, and looking forward to have a wonderful deliberation. Thank you.
And that's 4 P's put effectively and straightforwardly. That was wonderful, Dr. Neerav Mandir. And this clarity is exactly why this conclave has national relevance. This isn't an HR event. It's a leadership reset. Leadership reset. And let's reset it without delaying it further. Taking it ahead, speed. Speed is celebrated, but values are remembered. Introducing a leader who has balanced both at scale. May I now invite Shri Munal Shukla to introduce Madam Lakshmi C, Senior Manager Director and CHRO, Accenture India.
Good morning, everybody. Hello. Dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries over this platinum hall. Amazing. 9th National HR Conclave. Look at the consistency of 8 conclaves of SGCCI. This is the only conclave which has consistency of 9 conclave, Nikhil Bhai. Under your leadership, SGCCI is conducting this 9th National HR Conclave. The thing is changed, almost everything is the same. Enthusiasm on this part is the same, enthusiasm on this part. Hello, I am asking about you, I am talking about you. Enthusiasm over there is also similar. हमने ये पिछले 8 साल से ये महसूस किया है, जो डिग्निटरीज यहाँ पे हैं, आज तक में ये 8 कॉन्क्लेव और ये 9th कॉन्क्लेव में वो स्टैंडर्ड भी हमारा हमेशा उच्चतर रहा है। नीरव जी ने मेरे बारे में बहुत कुछ कहा, अच्छा कहा, लेकिन शुरू वहां से होता है। आज मैं जिनको इंट्रोड्यूस करने जा रहा हूँ, डैश पे एकमात्र सरस्वती जी है, लेडी है, लक्ष्मी जी है, उनको इंट्रोड्यूस मैं कर रहा हूँ। वेरी डायनेमिक लेडी, लक्ष्मी सी, सीनियर मार्केटिंग डायरेक्टर एंड CHRO फॉर एक्सेंचर इन इंडिया। Lakshmi C is Senior Managing Director and Chief Human Resource Officer for Accenture in India. In this role, Lakshmi is responsible for leading the human capital strategy for Accenture in India. Now, गौर फरमाइएगा फिगर के ऊपर। She is focusing on enabling 3.5 lakhs people in India and globally. A lady who is taking care of 3.5 lakhs all over India and figure all over the world at globe is 8 lakhs. Great. Lakshmi joined Accenture in 2003 and has held numerous HR leadership positions, supporting different Accenture businesses both locally and globally. Prior to joining Accenture, she has worked with iGate and Nestle. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Economics from Presidency University of Kolkata and an MBA in Human Resource from XLRI Jamshedpur. Lakshmi is a strong advocate of enabling equal and empowering cultures and enjoys mentoring young people, especially young women from diverse socio-economic backgrounds and at their early career stages. She is a Melvin Jones Fellow of Lions Club International, MJF. Many Lions are visiting over here. MJF is known to them. International, and supports activities that enables persons with disabilities. Lakshmi chairs the FICCI HR committee and is a charter member of NASCOM Talent Council. She is also on advisory board of XLRI's Center for Gender Equality and Inclusive Leadership. She is regularly featured in Business World's People's List of Most Influential Women in HR and is recognized among ETHR World's Top HR Thought Leaders in India. And People Matters People Leaders of the Year. She enjoys traveling. She has come from all the way from Bengaluru, so she likes traveling. She enjoys traveling, in particular discovering local cultures. Did you have our pork and you must have enjoyed. You will be enjoying undi also. So we will be adding some flavors to you today. She enjoys traveling, in particular discovering local cultures, foods and languages, and can speak 5 languages fluently. I requested her to speak in Gujarati as a 6th language today. So before you, सरस्वती का जो वरदान है, ऐसी लक्ष्मी जी हमारे साथ है आज। आपकी तालियों की गूंज के साथ मैं प्रेजेंट करना चाहूँगा लक्ष्मी जी को। Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I was joking with my peer on the stage that my introduction seems longer than my speech. Very hard to follow that act. There is a common theme I'm seeing from the chamber members. Passion, lots of energy, and a great sense of humor. So thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me here today. Nirav, you invited me, I think, in November, and he said the audience will largely comprise of MSME organizations, and I said absolutely would be an honor to come and speak here, because it's one of my biggest commitments is to really kind of contribute to India's growth, and the next decade, or we call it decade in Accenture, is for India to kind of really grow and become the third largest country in the whole world. So I'm delighted to be here, and also equally inspired by the topic that was asked of me to speak about. The topic here is around values over velocity, which sounds like a simple idea, but I think it has profound implications to how we lead, how we grow, how we take India through the next decade in this world. And we live in a world that thrives on speed. Individually, all of us are looking at, I want to have this food, can I get it in 8 minutes? Everything is just a phone tab away. You blink it for about 8 minutes, or a Zomato, where I come, in Bangalore, Zomato is very popular, any food delivered to your home within minutes. Organizations are equally focused on speed and velocity. How can I get that ROI this quarter? It's a quarter-on-quarter focus for many, many organizations. But and I'm in the state of Gujarat for the first time, and as we know from Mahatma Gandhi ji, that speed is irrelevant if you're going in the wrong direction. Speed is irrelevant if you're going in the wrong direction. And our challenge, therefore, is ensuring that even as we accelerate, we do that in a way that we don't lose our moral compass in the right way. Yet, time and again, we see many organizations hitting a sort of wall when they go after short-term gains. Either the wall is lack of trust from their people, lack of trust from their shareholders, lack of trust from their consumers and customers. And when that happens, growth gets actually limited and you don't grow at the pace that you want to grow. And as the CHR for Accenture in India, and to give you a little more information about the organization that I'm part of, Accenture in India is a little over, like you heard, 350,000 people. Globally, we are close to about 780 to 800,000 people. And I've had the privilege of seeing Accenture go through not just phenomenal growth, but through all of the changes that we've seen over the last 5 years. I took over as a CHR of India in 2019, just 3 months before the COVID lockdown. So we've seen what it takes to grow an organization despite all of the challenges that external factors put on you. And this is like the 17th time that Accenture has been recognized by Ethisphere as the most ethical organization, one of the most ethical organizations in the world, 17 times in a row. So I can absolutely tell you with confidence that values do not come in the way of velocity. In fact, they actually enable even greater velocity for organizations. And I'm saying this from my experience of working at Accenture for the last little over 22, 23 years. And as you look around you today, you see disruption in almost every sphere. You see economic disparity. You see threats because of the tariff regime change. You see disruption geopolitically. You see disruption, of course, from a technology standpoint. All of you are familiar with how AI is really forcing us to reimagine everything that we do at work. But what you heard from from Madrasi ji a little while ago, he said, and I will not say it as well as he did in Hindi, but in every challenge or in every disruption, har challenge ka samadhan is what you said. But every challenge actually presents an opportunity. Not just a samadhan, but it's actually an opportunity. Let's look at the disruption that AI has brought about, yeah? Let me share a sense of a data point with you. According to Stanford's 2025 AI Index, 78% of organizations from around the world were using AI in 2024, 78% globally. That number in the year 2023 was only 55%. Think about that for a moment, yeah? In 1 year, AI became more mainstream to businesses in just 1 year. And that has a lot to do with how consumers have adopted generative AI. Individuals like you and I have adopted in our day-to-day lives. That has led to organizations adopting AI at scale in just 1 year. That also presents an opportunity. This change presents opportunity in terms of increased efficiencies, new opportunities, new business models, new efficiencies from a cost perspective, but also increased pressure on all organizations to deliver faster than competition. How do I do more with less? If I take you back a few more years, not related to AI, but all of us are probably familiar with the Boeing 737 MAX failure. The speed at which they went from design to actually having a plane to take off did perhaps require some additional detailing, which I don't want to spend time in, but that's a good lesson around how, when you do not invest in using the same values, you can cause harm to your brand's reputation. You can result in financial losses for your organization. Neerav talked about profitability, and one of the themes of today's conference is also profit. How do you grow profitable businesses while remaining anchored to your values, a sense of purpose and a sense of identity that defines you as an organization, is one of the key imperatives that all of us leaders, including in particular, I think, HR leaders, need to think about. And values, focusing on values is just not a good, it's not just a good thing to do or a right thing to do or the moral way to lead. It's actually smart business strategy. Let me give you an equation. Values, 3 words, values, trust, speed. There is an equal sign almost between the 3. With values comes trust. With trust comes velocity and speed, speed of growth, speed of innovation, speed of profitability, everything that you want to accomplish. And it might sound a little counterintuitive, so let me share some research behind this. One study by Bain & Company highlights that a culture that is built on trust is a massive accelerator. A company built on trust, a culture built on trust is a massive accelerator because it enables fast decision making. In other words, when people trust each other in an organization, they don't waste time second guessing कि वो क्या करने वाले, ये क्या करने वाले, मेरे पीछे कौन खड़ा है या नहीं खड़ा है, who has my back, who does not have my back. When they do not have to do that, they march forward with confidence, they move forward, they innovate. Let me give you another data point. As per Great Place to Work research, during the COVID-19 market crash, high trust companies rebounded much faster than competitors, outperforming the market by 16.5%. During the 2008 financial crisis, again these are global data, companies with strong trust cultures grew by 14.4% while others fell. So trust and speed therefore actually go hand in hand. They're not kind of opposing forces, they go hand in hand. When people trust each other, they share information more easily, they collaborate much better, they innovate without fear. That's very, very important. And if you look at your customers want to buy products from organizations that are responsible, from organizations that create products and are transparent. Your employees want, especially your Gen Zs and millennials, they want to work for organizations that have a sense of purpose, that have strong value systems. That's how you will help them. They want to find their sense of purpose in a way that's aligned with your organization's sense of purpose. So if you're a small organization looking to become a medium organization, or a medium organization looking to become a large enterprise, start defining with clarity, communicate with consistency, what is your purpose, what are your values, because that's how you will find people in your organization willing to give that extra, giving to contribute and go that extra mile towards your organizational profit margins. And no discussion in 2025 or beyond is going to be complete without referring to AI and the disruption caused by AI. If you have, I've been married now for 27, 28 years, I think, and after 27, 28 years, my husband has discovered romance again, thanks to this AI application called Suno, and he is making songs and writing poems, and after a point it's kind of borderline unromantic, but I haven't told him that yet. But if you have been using AI for yourself or generative AI for yourself, the same with organizations. I'm sure a lot of you in your organization are evaluating how can Copilot help you create documents or reports or PowerPoints, etc. in a way that's much, much faster. Imagine, the future of course is an agentic. Agents are really autonomous and they can take decisions by themselves, leveraging AI and data and insights. Imagine from when demand is raised to production planning, to allocation of that demand to the right factory, to triggering off the supply distribution to the different markets from which the demand has come in. Imagine no human in the loop. Everything is done by agents. This is not the future, this is the present. At Accenture, we're already doing this. We are a people business. The 350,000 people who either do system integration work for our clients, or outsourcing finance and accounting or HR processes for our clients, or actually do software engineering, etc. This is real. From when a demand is raised, technology for me identifies where people to do that job are available. Or in 6 months down the line, what skills do they need? So I can actually make my training and skilling investments based on demand that is 6 months down the line. I can identify people in advance, put them to the training that they need to put in and get deployed as well. For me, that is my product, isn't it? My people. Imagine the same situation in any manufacturing setup. Leveraging autonomous, you can actually grow even faster. You can empower your people to do even more with the power of agentic AI transformation. But the velocity of adoption of this brings a new set of ethical questions and ethical risks. Already we've heard of a few organizations that used AI to do recruiting, interview, screening, and they had to quickly withdraw that. Why? Because the technology was not weeding out some of the biases. The women were getting rejected much more than the men, because it was using past hiring data, and in the past they had been hiring more men than women. And so the machine is only as intelligent as the data that you feed in. So you've got to be very thoughtful about the ethics of using AI as a part of your core processes within your organization. But it is here. You just have to be more thoughtful about how to use it. And so what we've done at Accenture, because we work with some of the top 5,000 Fortune 500 organizations, we now have within Accenture a responsible AI framework, a program. We have a chief responsible AI officer who is formally appointed, and every technology that we introduce, both for ourselves as well as for our clients, goes through a responsible AI review before it's even implemented. And all of our 780,000 people go through an ethics training every year. It's mandatory in our organization. And we've actually now introduced elements to say, when you use AI, these are the risks, and that is part of our ethics training as well. And so as HR professionals, I think you have a very, very important role to play as you balance out values and the need for speed, because no way am I saying you do not need speed, you need more speed, but you need that to do it in a way that's aligned with your values. So as stewards of organizational values, as HR professionals and HR leaders, here are the three things that I suggest you think about. One, how do you shape your policies and practices in a way that integrates values and speed? Don't look at this as competing forces. How do you integrate values and speed? For example, if you're using AI for screening resumes, if you're using AI chatbots to respond to people, how are you ensuring it's fair? How are you ensuring it's unbiased? How are you ensuring that the candidates know that they're not talking to a human, but they're talking to a technology? Transparency, everything. That is all very critical to designing, keeping people in the center while you're leveraging AI to do so. Second, be very, very conscious in building a speaking up culture with psychological safety. As you go through rapid change, it's very important that you listen to what your people are telling you. Make sure you're actively listening, giving them a safe space to raise concerns before they become large disputes within your organization. And the third thing, I'm sure you've heard this, what gets measured gets managed, and what gets rewarded gets repeated. So think about your recognition programs. Think about what are you valuing, recognizing people for. Are you recognizing them for the behaviors that are aligned with the values of your organization? Is integrity one of your values? Are you recognizing them for that? Is teamwork or collaboration one of your values? Are you recognizing for that? So those are three things I'd ask that you focus on as HR leaders as you look to balance value and speed. Because remember, it is in times of crisis that leadership is really, really tested. We're not in crisis yet, but we're going through significant disruption. And how your leaders and how your organization respond at this time is absolutely critical. When we were going through COVID, a number of organizations, startups even, actually laid off several hundreds and thousands of people, sometimes over a Zoom call. Why? Other organizations were investing in skilling people, building their skills, making them relevant in the new world. What kind of organization do you want to be? How will you respond in times of crisis? I think that's an important role that in HR you play. Those are three things that I ask you to kind of really focus on. Build ethical guardrails for speed. Moving fast does not mean anything sab chalta hai. No, that is not true. Put in place clear policies, put in place clear guidelines, ensure your leadership is walking the talk. Empower your people and encourage them to speak up when they see something wrong. Encourage them to speak up. Whistleblowing is very, very critical in this day and age, so that people can highlight for you where the issues are and you can actually take samadhan for the challenges. I just love that expression. 3, invest in ethics and education of your people. For the last 23 years that I've been at Accenture, every year I have been asked to mandatorily undergo an ethics training. It's mandatory. There is absolutely no dilemma. If I don't take the training, my bonus, NDR bonus, is actually impacted negatively. I kid you not, it's tracked. Every single one of our 780,000 people, it is tracked. Have you completed your ethics training or not? This is important. It doesn't matter just because we are a large organization. It is important that every person in your organization, whether you're small, medium, large, needs to follow your organization's values and principles. So educating your people on what the ethics are for your firm is going to be very, very critical. So if you do these 3 things, I think you'll be on your journey to kind of balance values with velocity. Remember, it's not an either or choice, it's an and. Values with velocity. And the world is really not just only watching what business you conduct, but how you conduct it as well. Thank you so much for listening, for your warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, and that was a great, insightful reminder that culture is not what's written on walls, it's practiced. Thank you, ma'am, once again.
दो मिनट का शॉर्ट ब्रेक है, किसी को खड़े नहीं होना है, हम जब बताएंगे तब बिल्कुल खड़े होइएगा। The person who is coming, उनके लिए स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन जरूरी है। थैंक यू फॉर मेंटेनिंग द डिसिप्लिन एंड साइलेंस। बस ये साइलेंस 2 मिनट के लिए। ओके, प्लीज स्टैंड अप। थोड़ा पग छूटा થઈ જશે અને સ્ટાર્ટિંગના ઇવેન્ટમાં કીધેલું એવી રીતે ઇન્દ્રિયોને સતેજ કરવાની છે થોડા વખતમાં અને એક મોટો એનર્જી રાઉન્ડ થઈ જશે કારણ કે જે પર્સન આવી રહી છે Admiral Dinesh K, Chief of Naval Staff, Indian Navy. It's an honor to welcome you, sir. Welcome to Surat. Welcome to SGCCI.
of you here.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. To formally commence the conclave, we now invite our respected dignitaries for the lighting of the lamp, a symbol of knowledge, clarity, purpose. We now proceed with floral felicitation and presentation of mementos to our esteemed guest. May I request the SGCCI team to kindly assist. I would like to invite Shri Nikhil Madrasi for the flower and memento presentation.
Before that, I would like to welcome esteemed Admiral Dinesh Tripathi ji. Admiral Tripathi ji, sir, we are privileged to have you here today. Your illustrious career in leadership in the Indian Navy have been an inspiration to many. We are thrilled to have you share your insight with us today. And friends, in his introduction, Mr. Vijay Beva definitely said something about him, but the only the main objective of his life and the achievement is Operation Sindhu. He played a pivotal role in Operation Sindhu and it showcased the Indian Navy's maritime strength and deterrence capabilities. Sir, we welcome on behalf of the Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry and its 13,500 members and 150 associations. Thank you very much.
તાળીઓનો ગડગડાટ ઓછો સંભળાય છે. Now I request this gift was from Indian Navy to Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Now I request Shri Vijay Mewala ji to felicitate Shri Arun Ramchandani, Senior VP and Head L&T Precision Engineering and Systems. તાળીઓ કન્ટિન્યુઅસ પાડશો એટલે કીધું એ પ્રમાણમાં ઇન્દ્રિયો સતેજ રહેશે. Now I would like to invite Shri Bijal Jariwala to felicitate Shri Pushkaraj Bidwai, CEO People Matters. I would like to invite CA Mitesh Modi to felicitate Miss Lakshmi C, Senior MD and CHRO, Accenture India. With this, we recognize the presence of the panelists, Shri Manish Gaur, Vice President, Human Resource and Organizational Excellence, L&T Heavy Engineering IC, Shri Vishnu Ram Agarwal, Director Khazana Group, Ms. Tara Upadhyay Yadav, Director HR and BO, ISP Global Consulting Private Limited, Dr. Parag Sangani, Provost and Executive Dean, PP Savani University, Shri Hemant Patel, Head HR Acquitous Limited, Shri Sohil Savani, Labour Law Advisor and Panel Member of Law Institute, New Delhi, and of course our own moderator, Shri Munal Shukla and Shri Chirag Desai.
HR talks a lot about leadership pipelines. Why? The Navy builds them under storms. May I now invite our immediate past President, Shri Vijay Mewala, to introduce our Chief Guest, Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, sir, Chief of the Naval Staff, Indian Navy.
Good morning. दोस्तों, मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मुझे इनका इंट्रोडक्शन करने में प्रेसिडेंट साहब ने इनवाइट किया, तो मुझे इस बात का गर्व है. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, respected speaker, industry's leader, HR professional and esteemed participant. It is indeed a moment of the great pride of the honor for the Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industries to host the leader whose life and the career epitomize the discipline, integrity, purpose and the national building leadership. At this ninth National HR Conclave 2025, where we deliberate on the people, profit, planet, and the purpose. We are privileged to welcome a personality who has lived this principle not just as a concept but as a lifelong commitment to service. It's given me immense honor to introduce our chief guest, Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, PVSM, AVSM, NM, Chief of the Naval Staff, Indian Navy. Admiral Tripathi ji is the 26th Chief of the Naval Staff, having assumed this the prestigious responsibility on 38th April 2024 after an illustrious career spanning the nearly 4 decades of the exemplary service to the nation. An alumnus of the Sainik School, Rewa, the National Defence Academy, Pune, and the Indian Naval Academy, Azimala. Admiral Tripathi's academic and the professional journey reflect excellence at every stage. He further distinguishes himself at the Defence Services Staff College, Wellington, where he was awarded the prestigious Thimaiya Medal, and at the Naval War College, USA, where he received the Robert E. Bateman International Prize. Commissioning into the Indian Navy in 1985, Admiral Tripathi ji is a specialist in the communication and the electronic warfare. Over the year, he has commanded some of the Navy's most formidable frontline warships, including INS Vinas, INS Creech, INS Trishul, and he held several key strategic and operational appointments such as the Director General Naval Operation, Chief of the Personnel, and the Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Western Naval Command. His leadership has been recognized with some of the nation's highest military honors, including the Param Visishta Seva Medal, Ati Visishta Seva Medal, and Nausena Medal, reflecting his outstanding contribution to national security, organizational leadership, and the human capital development within the armed force. Today, as he said his thoughts on anchoring purpose, leadership lesson from the Indian Navy, we are confident that his insights will inspire us to reimagine leadership, strengthen organizational culture, and align the human capital strategies with the long-term national and societal goals. On behalf of the Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industries, our HR and the training committees, and the entire HR fraternity present here, I extend a warm and respectful welcome to Admiral Dinesh Tripathi ji with a huge round of applause. Please, sir, we are deeply honored by your presence and look forward to your inspiring address. Thank you very much. Bharat Mata ki Jai Jai.
Sir, we are honored to invite you to address us on anchoring purpose. Leadership lessons from the Indian Navy. Tripathi, sir.
Please be seated. Thank you, Vijay ji, for that generous introduction. Mr. Nikhil Madrasi, the President of SGCCI, distinguished dignitaries on the stage. Each one of them are achievers in their own sense, and I think they would each require a biography if I were to talk about them. So that is left for some other day. Esteemed leaders from the industry, the HR professionals, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, કેમ છો? શુભ સવાર. મને અહીં આવવાનો આનંદ છે. Good morning to all of you. It is an absolute pleasure and honor to be standing here and participating in the 9th edition of the HR Conclave of the SGCCI. Aptly titled People, Profit, Planet and Purpose, the core of tomorrow's HR. At the outset, I would like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Nikhil Madrasi for firstly inviting me along with the stalwarts, professionals and industry leaders, and then of course extending such a warm welcome. I am grateful to all of you ladies and gentlemen for being present here in such large numbers. The spirit of enterprise that defines this region is reflected in the institution like the SGCCI, with a legacy of nearly 85 years. The Chamber has consistently championed entrepreneurship and economic growth across southern Gujarat. So the regional strength finds its most visual expression in this very city, Surat, a city known by many names, as you would know, the Silk City, the Diamond City, and the Green City, and of course the Clean City. Surat doesn't believe in being one thing at a time. It prefers to do everything and do it well. So, round of applause to the city of Surat. In that sense, there could be no more fitting venue for an HR conclave, because the city exemplifies how people can transform raw potential into everlasting and ever-shining value, just like a diamond. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of my talk today has already been told to you. I would carry out in two parts, since it is about the leadership lessons from the Indian Navy. I would take a few minutes to acquaint you of the Navy, the maritime domain, what we do. I'm sure some of you are already aware, but for the benefit of the younger audience, if you are not aware, I think it is my duty as the Chief of Naval Staff to tell you how important the maritime domain is for the country and the country's progress. And thereafter I will share some of the leadership and life lessons, largely based out or born of my own experiences of being in uniform for 40 years plus in whites, and if we add my training and Sainik school, which was also a uniform, it adds to almost 52 years. So that's a lot of uniform. So first part, as I said, I would like to talk about the maritime domain, maritime heritage. India, as you all know, is, and especially the city of Gujarat, the state of Gujarat certainly should know that India is quintessentially a maritime nation. It was, it is, and it will always be a maritime nation, largely because of the geography that we possess. Blessed with, like I said, an excellent geography in this part of the world. The peninsular India juts almost 2,000 kilometers into the Indian Ocean. And as you would know, to the north of us, there is impervious Himalayas, from where you can go nothing except climb the Himalayas. We have some friendly neighbors to our west, and not so friendly atmosphere to our east. And therefore, seas on three sides of our country are the only means to enhance commerce, connectivity, and even extend our strategic influence, people to people connect with the larger part of the world. And therefore, the Indian Ocean region, what we call Indian Ocean region, is high on the, I would say, lens of the government. And here I would like to quote what our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, had said. And I would just want to quote him word by word. He says that since the days of Indus Valley civilization, India has maintained an extreme network of maritime links. The Indian Ocean region, therefore, is one of my foremost policy priorities, unquote. So that is the importance with the government of India and the apex leadership of the country holds. You would also know that Indian maritime heritage is as old as our civilization itself. And when we speak of maritime India, Gujarat holds a special place. I'm sure anybody who has read, and I'm talking of people who are beyond Gujarat, if they go through the maritime history of our country, they will obviously have to walk through Gujarat. This is the land of Lothal, the oldest known dock, the land of Banstham or Arrow Pillar at Somnath, which is aligned precisely towards the South Pole, as also, of course, Dholavira and Dwarka, the flourishing maritime trading ports of ancient India. It is widely believed that a Gujarati merchant navigator played a crucial role in guiding Vasco da Gama across the Arabian Sea to the to the Malabar coast. We know the name, of course. I mean, it is still, some people say it was an Arabic navigator, but there is also a belief that it was a Gujarati navigator. So against this larger maritime canvas, this city, Surat's identity has long been inseparable from the sea. And it is therefore not a surprise that the Indian Navy decided to name a ship and commission a ship, the latest stealth destroyer, the pride of our country, INS Surat, on 15 January by no less than our Honorable Prime Minister at Mumbai. If you go back in history, by the 17th century, Surat had emerged as the chief port of Western India and a major shipbuilding center. Many people would not know. This year, 2025, also marks 1,000 years of the Chola maritime expeditions to Southeast Asia. It was exactly in 1025, which is a testament to India's early mastery of the sea power, commerce, and along with that, diplomacy. So if the past stands as a testimony to India's deep and enduring maritime connect, the present and indeed the future only reinforces that reality, and I will tell you why. The seas today remain India's most vital strategic and economic enablers, linking aspirations with opportunity and ambition with outcomes. Gentlemen, India's economy is increasingly export-driven. To place this in perspective in numbers, between 2024 and 2025, India's total exports rose from approximately $64 billion to $74 billion, registering a growth of 15% in 1 year. That is the growth. I'm talking only of the export. Taken together with the imports, India's total trade is about $155 billion. Of this, 68% by value, that is about $105 billion, moved across the maritime domain from the seas and from the oceans. So that is the role which the oceans play in the nation's economy and therefore GDP and therefore the well-being of the people, etc., etc. You can draw your conclusions. But if you talk only in terms of volume, then it becomes 95% of India's trade moves through the seas. And even the 68%, the balance 32%, some of it is obviously software driven and it moves through the what we call global internet highways, through the submerged cables which run through length and breadth of the oceans of the world. So that part also adds to that 68 plus, and therefore even by value, it is much more than that. So that is the importance. At one, I think, level, I am preaching to the converted, because I expect that people in Gujarat would certainly understand the importance of the seas. You and your ancestors have been, you have mastered that, you have understood this, you have flourished because of the seas. So I have no doubt that you understand the value of the seas. When I go to hinterland, there are more, wide eye and wow moments when I tell all this. Is it? ऐसा है क्या? So, but I'm sure गुजरात में ऐसा नहीं होगा. गुजरात में सबको पहले से पता है. But I thought some of the young people, maybe they're not aware, so it was for their benefit. And therefore, whatever I have said, because of that, it is absolutely clear, I think, that an export-driven economy will be a prime mover in achieving the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Viksit Bharat by 2047. Now, it is no more a slogan. It is no more only one person's vision. Wherever I interact with any age group, any diaspora, any society, India or abroad, I think बच्चे से लेके जिसको समझ में आता है, to wiser people, elder people, they all have started believing that India can become a developed nation by 2047, and that is the vision which I think all of us carry in our hearts, and SGCCI is only contributing actively towards that vision of India becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Let me share some indicators which may interest the business leaders, especially seated here. You must have heard of Vijinjam, which is in Kerala. India's first deep water international transshipment hub has been made operational and has received the world's largest container vessels, reducing dependence on foreign ports and improving supply chain efficiency in our country. This has happened just last year. India today supplies nearly 12% of the world's seafarers, and we want to obviously do more because we are too many, we have got a lot of talent, but presently it is 12%. Government is making efforts to make it more, placing us amongst the top 3 nations globally. So in practical terms, 1 in every 8 person who is at sea, and I'm not talking of the naval personnel, I'm talking of the merchant navy, is an Indian, irrespective of the flag which that ship is flying. So that is huge number. Coming to the port performance, in the last financial year, India's port ports handle approximately 855 million tons of cargo, the highest ever recorded. What I want to tell you is that it is all growing, everything is growing, going north. And therefore the dependence on the oceans and the seas is going to go up, whether we like it or not. The medium is like that, and the earlier every Indian understands, I think the mindsets will also change, and then willingly all of us will contribute, will understand and then contribute in our own way, sometimes without going to sea. The regulatory environment today is also changing. The government is making all efforts to do that. Over a century-old shipping laws have been replaced with modern, globally aligned legislation, bringing clarity and predictability and making this sector easier to invest in, aligned with the international standards. So taken together, these developments reflect a structural shift, as you would appreciate, from maritime potential to maritime performance. And India is witnessing an industrial renaissance of a sort, from land-enabled growth to sea-anchored growth. And that is where the Navy comes in, because the Indian Navy is the prime manifestation of India's maritime power. We have been entrusted with ensuring peace and tranquility at sea, ensuring maritime security, coastal security, along with other agencies of the Government of India, but Indian Navy is the lead in that. And we ensure and enable that maritime security across our seas and oceans, and especially in our areas of maritime interest, that is wherever they are, because oceans are vast. As you would all know, the oceans cover almost 71% of the planet's surface. So it is not possible, neither easy for any one navy to be everywhere all the time. But wherever national maritime interests are India's maritime interests, we have taken upon ourselves that we will safeguard them. And I have added a tagline: anytime, anywhere, anyhow. Our Honorable Raksha Mantri put more pressure on us some months back, and when he said that, and I just quote him, just like the oceans have no boundaries, there is no limit to Indian Navy's roles and responsibilities. तो ये हमारे ऊपर और प्रेशर आ गया, but like we say, it's like an opportunity as well. We have taken it in that manner. That is the thinking of the senior leadership of the country about our Navy. And when I say our Navy, it is your Navy as well. You must have heard me saying Indian Navy is every Indian's Navy. And we are only less than 1 lakh. Our population, Indian Navy's total strength is less than the population strength of the Delhi Police, for your information. But we have been entrusted by people of India, by the Government of India, to run your Navy. On your behalf, we are running the Indian Navy, and we are very proud of what we are doing and what we will do in future. It is a big responsibility, but like I said, we take it as an opportunity to do something for the country. Just to put some things in perspective, you must have read, obviously now it is going on for some time, when the Houthis disrupted the Red Sea, and the consequences of those are very, very clear. I think, I'm sure some of you may have also suffered. This didn't remain only a regional confrontation. People said they are attacking only the ships which are connected with the US or the Israel or some of the other countries. But it sent tremors across global shipping corridors, threatening energy supplies and trade flows critical to the world economy, including us. You are aware crude oil prices rose, markets reacted, but India acted. And since 2023, for your information, the Indian Navy has maintained a high tempo of operations in that area. And by our estimates, we have saved almost 520 lives and have been acknowledged and appreciated by various organizations, various countries, heads of states. You must have monitored a lot of Twitter, etc. I have got letters from my counterparts in various countries. IMO, International Maritime Organization, has acknowledged the role Indian Navy has played. We have ensured safe movement of more than 152 lakh metric tons of cargo, which is approximately valued at 6.5 billion US dollars. And therefore, safeguarding the international trade, which obviously includes which is to and fro from India. Let me highlight another dimension of the Navy's contribution, one that directly relates to economic value and national growth. You must have heard of this, but what if I tell you that every rupee invested in the maritime domain yields returns for far beyond its face value? And naval shipbuilding is one example in that. It has been articulated, not by me, but by government itself, that for every rupee spent in shipbuilding, 1.82 rupees circulates back into the economy. So it has got a multiplier effect. Also, for every worker which is engaged in a shipyard, it generates work for 6 more people outside in the ancillary industries, which includes MSMEs, startups, PSUs, BPSUs, etc., etc. So shipbuilding is one thing. Again, like I say that the government is taking it on a fast track. You must have read about various initiatives, the money which has been, funds which have been created, and obviously we have a Maritime Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal 2047, which are government initiatives, and shipbuilding is an important part of that. There is more happening as far as shipbuilding is concerned. Of course, warship building, but more so in the merchant ships. Just to give you an example of INS Vikrant, which is our pride. It is our first indigenously built aircraft carrier by Kochi Shipyard. Its construction engaged over 500 MSMEs. So it was not only Kochi Shipyard, there were 500 MSMEs which were engaged in that and generated employment for 12,000 people in ancillary industries. That is again beyond Kochi Shipyard. And directly involved 2,000 shipyard workers, but plus 12,000. So if I were to sound dramatic, I'll say one ship, thousands of livelihood. That is Vikrant. So ladies and gentlemen, if I may put it in this way, the Indian Navy functions much like a strategic enterprise, delivering security, stability, and value in support of national objectives. By this I am sure you must have got the drift. This wide spectrum of roles ultimately rests on our dedicated and spirited people. So that is how the people make, that is how I am now coming to the theme of the conclave. The men and women of the Indian Navy, both in uniform and not in uniform. We have civilians also, defense civilians, about 30,000 plus. I have no doubt in admitting that they are the Navy's most valuable asset and its most decisive capability. We may fight with ships, but we win with people. Therefore, people matter. And I am very happy that there is a CEO of People Matters. People's Matter. So, very nice. I didn't know this till now, so good to see you here. So having given you this broad overview of India's maritime landscape, importance of oceans in our country's future, and what Navy does, there are many more things which we do, but suffice it to say that the Navy protects, safeguards, promotes, pursues national maritime interests anytime, anywhere, anyhow. So coming to the leadership lessons, I'm sure you all will agree that leadership is the deciding factor. It's one single element which makes a difference in any organization. Whether it is a classroom, whether it is a small startup, government organization, or going up to a country, it is the leader who makes a difference. One person can make a lot of difference. So that's why even today in the 21st century, we are still talking and learning about leadership and trying to discuss and trying to acquire new facets of doing things differently. So we are certainly aware in the Navy that it is a leadership which matters, and we take great pride and lay a lot of emphasis on ensuring that leadership development takes place at various levels. It's not only at officer level, but even at the sailors level, because at some level, some point of time, even they are leaders. So therefore, Navy, facilitates grooming of such leaders from a very young age, and we have structures, syllabus, procedures, processes, so that a young leader, you must have heard of a movie called Ikkis. It is based on the lives and times of what sacrifices Second Lieutenant Arun Ramchandani made in 1971 war. At 21, you are a leader. You are leading people, and you're leading how your one decision can decide the life and death of people who are following you. So in the armed forces, it is not only the Navy or Army or Air Force. In the armed forces, and I'm sure even at many places, even the CAPFs, it is the leader's decision which matters in a split second, whether you will win or lose, whether you will live or die. I mean, again, I am going into a little bit of dramatics, but this is true, because sometimes you have to take a decision. There is nobody to help you, first of all. When the crisis comes, and all of you are leaders here, you would have realized that your followers actually freeze. They just freeze, because they are looking at you. Ab batao bhai, kya karna hai? Karna kya hai? And this all of us have experienced who have been in leadership roles, that everybody is looking at you, and your decision can then decide the trajectory in which that operation, for example, in military domain, or in your domain, the company or your own assets, which direction they will go. So that is the importance of a leader. I have learned. I have been fortunate to serve under some wonderful leaders in the military domain. Then when I became senior, I came to the ministry, and I have now interacted with a swath of leaders from various domains, whether it is the government, whether it is the industry, whether it is the political domain, international leaders, and one has seen, learned and absorbed various leadership lessons from them as to what works, what doesn't work. The caveat is that one has to be careful that just because it has worked for somebody else, it will work for you. Sometimes it may not. Therefore, one has to do cost-benefit analysis and do some kind of self-introspection, whether this particular trait will work on me or not. Does it go with my personality or not? So that is the only caveat which I want to give to younger people, that just because it has worked for somebody, it will work for you also. All the time, it may not happen. As I said, leadership is about people, and it is as much a science as an art. So certain aspects of leadership, go into the scientific domain, and you can actually war game. You can deduce some scientific and mathematical outputs out of that. But some are totally remains in the realms of art, and wherein you have to just 5 people will make 5 different views out of the same leader. So that is the art part of it, and that's why I say that it is as much a science as an art. It is also an affair of heart, as against the management, which is an affair of mind. So that is a little difference. It is not to say that as a leader you don't have to use your mind. You have to use your mind because God has given you mind, and therefore many times you have to think through the mind. But leadership per se remains an affair of heart, because compassion, empathy, etc., all those things, mind sometimes does not work in those directions. It does work sometimes in profit, loss, cost-benefit analysis, etc., numbers. But sometimes leadership goes beyond that, and the leader has to make an important decision. Again, alone, nobody will tell you when is it that when your heart should prevail, and when is it that when you go with your mind. So again, thousands of books are there, but all those books are only a help. One, the leader has to train himself or herself as to in which situation it is the mind which should be working. I listen to my mind and not to my heart, but at some point of time you will say, this is, I think my gut feeling is this, my heart says this, therefore I go with this. And that is how great leaders have worked, much against the logic, which is mind, much against the logic. They have gone with their guts, and they have been successful. I'm sure all of you have heard of Robin Sharma, who wrote The Monk Who Sold Ferrari, and also the 5 AM Club. I would recommend all young people to, young means, all those who are, one young person is sitting here, all of you are young. I think I must be one of the older people here. Must read the 5 AM Club. I think it's a fantastic book. I am not, batting for him. I don't get a penny by, promoting his book. But I founded an excellent book for youngsters to read, the 5 AM Club. And he says, he said, manage by mind, lead by heart. So there is somebody also thinks similarly what I am propagating. All of you who have followed the Gulf War one, and that time you must have heard of this gentleman called General Colin Powell. He was the Army Chief, US Army Chief at that point of time. Of course, later he became the Chairman Chief of Staff, and later also became the Secretary of State, that is equivalent to the Foreign Minister in the Republican administration. And many books have been written about him on his leadership styles, and personally for me he remains one of the leaders who actually inspires. To the uninitiated, he was offered by the Republican Party to run for the President of the US, and he said, no, this is not my job. My job was soldiering, and I've done my bit, and that is it. So, that is the kind of ethics and values he had, and I have got great regard from him. So he says that the plans don't accomplish work, goal charts on walls don't accomplish work, even talking papers and PERT charts don't accomplish work. It is the people who get things done. Needless to say that any amount of data and technology, and this I am saying now, AI and analytics cannot replace human ingenuity, potential and effort. This I am sure you will know more than me. because you are in the business of dealing with people in terms of output, जहाँ धन राशि का सवाल होता है, तो वहाँ पर इंजीनियरिटी जो होती है वो पीपल की होती है. टेक्नोलॉजी विल हेल्प यू टू अ सर्टेन एक्सटेंट, but it is, you will find people who rise, who will give you ideas, and therefore the profits, etc. I have also learned that one has to evolve the style and traits of leadership based on your growth in an organization, based on what job is you are doing, because just because something worked for you 10 years back or in a particular kind of a job, it will again hold you in good stead. It is no guarantee, and in fact it will not work. So every stage of your life, one has to keep changing your way of leading. If some of you have heard about the American author Marshall Goldsmith, I'm glad. Very good. And he wrote that book, What Got You Here May Not Get You There. He's talking not about military. He's talking about exactly the corporate world. And he said he has interviewed n number of CEOs and other people, and he helped them because they said that I have reached the stagnation and I don't know how to grow now from here. And then he went there and he did whatever he had to do. But I found great resonance in what he says, even for the military. So what got you here may not get you there is exactly saying that one has to change your leadership style based on whom you are leading, what is the environment, etc., etc. In Navy, for example, we say just because you have been a great executive officer is second in command of a ship, does not mean that the same leadership style will work when you become the commanding officer of the ship. Because the roles, the job, the responsibility and expectation from these two gentlemen, I have been fortunate to be both executive officer and a commanding officer of ships, are totally different, and therefore one requires a different kind of leadership and the other requires a different kind of leadership. So I'm just giving you an example at the technical level, but even as you grow, as Marshall Goldsmith says, one has to be careful what kind of leadership style will work now in the new environment. So self-audit is very important. One size doesn't fit all. So leadership, they say, is also not just about leading from the front. It's about fostering an environment where communication, risk-taking, delegation, and thinking ahead must thrive. So this is a sum of, I would say, leaders, what leaders must do, or good leaders must do. All four things. Communication is very important, especially in today's Gen Z generation, because if you don't communicate properly, something else will be understood. The Gen Z is very smart. They are more aware, more clutched in with what is happening, and therefore, if the organizational goals are not known to them, more likely than not, they will not be in sync with you. So when you pass an order as a leader, they may have their own connotation of your order. So it is very important to have clear-cut communication, both horizontal and vertical communication. And this is equally true for us in the Navy and in the Armed Forces. Of course, we are very proud that we have got something called as divisional system, which requires tweaking at periodic intervals. Is it perfect? I don't think so. There is a lot of work to be done, and therefore I keep emphasizing talk, communicate. The more you communicate with people, the better they will become, the better they will feel that they are part of that particular organization. So talking is important, apart from many other things which the books may say. So talking, listen, connect, understand, and thereafter take decision with all things taken into account, whether how will this decision affect the last person in that food chain, who is who could be your security personnel, who could be somebody standing on the door, who could be working just behind the flashlights. How does it affect that person? That you have to think through, and that you can only think through if you have the willingness to listen to people. Another important aspect of leadership is taking risks, because decision making inherently is about risk. I would say 90% time when you take a decision, there is a risk that your decision may fail. And you will never get all the facts, everything what is required to make you a foolproof, safe decision. That is no decision making. The fun is when you make decisions when everything is not available to you and you take a decision. Now you may say it is gambling. No, it is not gambling. There is difference between gambling and doing cost benefit analysis. If you feel that the thumb rule is that if there is a chance, 51% or more chance of your decision becoming successful, it is no more remains a gamble. You have considered everything, and with the inputs which are available to you, based on that, you have decided that there is more than 51% chance of this decision becoming successful. You go ahead, because not taking a decision is not an option. In fact, they say a decision which goes awry, which goes bad, is still better than not taking a decision and let your organization suffer because of your indecisiveness. So decision making is highly important. I am sure the Gen Z who are sitting here, they are in any organization when they are working, they want decisions. They बताओ क्या करना है और क्यों करना है. And so that is why, as Chief of Naval Staff, I have been saying this not only as Chief of Naval Staff but last 5-7 years. It is important to tell your people why we are doing what we are doing. Why we are doing what we are doing. That means you have now told them exactly the desired end state, the larger goal of the organization, and then you say, ab ye kariye aap. Then there is more, I would say, participation, ownership by each individual. Yeah, I understand why this particular organization is telling me to do certain things. Sometimes it may require working beyond the normal working hours. We say in the forge, burning the midnight oil. But then he or she will do it willingly because he or she knows the larger purpose of that particular endeavor. And no, there will be no cribs. Mostly there will be no cribs. You will have 1 or 2 people here and there, but larger organization will then own that decision making. ये करना ही है, ये whatever may be the inspiration, देश के लिए करना है, अपने प्रदेश के लिए करना है, अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए करना है. And if you are a good boss, they will say अपने बॉस के लिए करना है. So becoming a good boss is very important. Good boss doesn't mean that you have to be mollycoddling people, because my experience is that every follower respects a boss who is firm but who is fair, and that is important. They always like a boss who is firm. He is not that this also, that also. Once the decision is given, the boss says this is it. But there is element of heart there. Therefore, after the decision is given, the boss also thinks कि इसको मैंने बोला है कि रात को 10 बजे तक काम करना है, तो इसको डिनर भी खाना है, इसको कल मैं छुट्टी दे सकता हूँ या दे सकती हूँ कि नहीं. All those things come in. I don't have to tell you this. These are macro management of as a leader. I'm sure you people are aware more than me. I've also learned that delegating is an important part of leader, because if you don't delegate, you will micromanage, and therefore you will be doing somebody else's job. So then who is doing your job? Many leaders actually suffer from this because they do micromanagement and don't allow their teams to flourish to their level of competence, because they will also say अगर boss को ही सब कुछ करना है तो फिर it's okay, you do it. So delegation, the thumb rule is that if somebody can do, you may be brilliant, but if you think that somebody can do that particular job, at least as good as 70% of what you can do, it is better to delegate and then monitor thereafter. Because उसके बाद you can always say कि खुल के काम करो, बाकी तो मैं हूँ ना, मतलब you understand the drift. So whatever that can only come from a confident leader who knows his job, who knows his men and women of course, and their capability. That मैंने इसको काम तो दे दिया है, but मुझे पता है ये इतना ही कर पाएगा या कर पाएगी. I used to tell when I used to delegate, listen, I have told you to do this job. I'll tell you only in two circumstances. One, A, that I have done this. I have done this, so I have given to you that you can also do it. But there will be many occasions where I may not have done it because of my own inadequacies. But I feel that you have got the capability to do this, and that is why I have given you this job. The morale just goes up, the belief just goes up, that the boss thinks so high about me that he could not do it, but he feels that I can do it. And then of course you monitor. The job of the leader is to monitor, because the organization should not suffer because of delegation. If something were to go wrong, obviously the leader's job is to have broad shoulders and say, it is my responsibility, I delegated, things didn't work out, it's my problem. And the last thing about the leaders, I think thing is that in any organization, it is only the leader who is thinking ahead, whether it is in terms of productivity, whether it is in terms of technology, in terms of the atmosphere, the environment, what is happening. It is only the leader who is thinking about it. And the most important, I would say, job is every leader is to find time every day, if possible, and think as to what is coming ahead. And it is as much true for us in the armed forces, and I'm sure it is as much true for all of you. So I'm now left with, I think, 5-10 minutes. I would just go through certain leadership lessons, which I'm sure will find resonance in all of you who are sitting here. The lesson number one, which I have gleaned from my experience, is a leader must have a clear and consistent vision. It all starts with the vision of the leader, because what he thinks is what actually happens thereafter, or it's supposed to happen. Many times it does not happen, but unless you have a vision, the organization will then go here and there. So there is a joke, about one of the companies whose logo was keep walking. I will not name the company now. Keep walking. So somebody asks, ये walking वगैरह तो ठीक है, but जाना किथे है? So this जाना किथे is very important as part of clear and consistent vision, and that comes from the vision, because unless people know jana kithe hai, then it doesn't matter wherever you go, but you may not reach the destination, and you may not reach where your organization wants you to go. So the vision is very important, and that starts from the leader and leadership. So it is many times important to give that in writing. Ye hai, mera vision ye hai, and I'm sure most organizations do that. And keep repeating it, because once is not enough. We are all human beings, we are all kinds of human beings, we have got our own problems, and therefore you tell them once, वो इस कान से सुनकर उस कान से निकाल देता है. ये हमारे साथ सबके साथ हो चुका है, because when you're telling, you just don't know what frame of mind that particular individual is. So why is in a gathering of 100, 50 may hear, but they may not understand. 50 will certainly not listen to you, because it doesn't matter what you're talking. Their mind is somewhere else. So you have to keep repeating, and if you don't, somebody else on your behalf must repeat, and then you hope like hell that people have understood what you have said, and after some time, people will start taking, ये 5-6 बार बोल गया ये आदमी, इसको प्रॉब्लम क्या है इसको, but ये बोल रहा है 5-6 बार, तो कुछ तो सही होगा इसमें. And then they start believing in you, because they feel that consistently this whole same theme is coming from various levels of leadership. Therefore, there must be something truth in it. And then every person in the organization starts believing in you and starts thinking as you at a certain level. and may also outthink you at many times. There are bright people. Once they get the vision, they may add to it, and which is good for the organization. It's good for you. एक gentleman थे Stephen R. Covey. All of us, when we grew up, we read his books. I'm sure people of my generation certainly would have read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. He wrote many books, but this was his coming of age book, I would say. And he says that rather he urges leaders to begin with the end in mind. So first, it adds to that what I have said, begin with the end in mind, ki jana kithe hai, and therefore once that is clear, then rest is much easier. We in the Navy offer very clear illustrations of this principle, what I just enunciated. For example, now we are talking about the Atmanirbharta in a big way, which is important for our country. But long before the Atmanirbharta became a national imperative, we in the Navy have been now in a way practicing without maybe calling it in that manner for almost 7 decades now, 6-7 decades. And that is why today our, especially warships or submarines are all built in India. Right now we have got 51 ships on order, under construction. Every one of them, ships and submarines, all are being built in India. There is nothing which is going to be built abroad. So we are building now. We are the only non-P5 country. P5, you understand, the permanent member of UN Security Council. We are the only non-P5 country in the world which can design, build and operate an aircraft carrier and a SSBN. SSBN is a nuclear-powered, nuclear weapon carrying submarine. We are the only country apart from those 5. So it's a great capability for us as also for the country. How it happened? Because when India's first indigenous car, which was Ambassador, when Ambassador was rolling out in early 1960s, that is the time when we had set up the Warship Design Bureau, much ahead of its times, I suppose. I don't think anybody else has thought about it. And I'm sure Mr. Ramchandani from L&T knows about it. I'm sure some other dignitaries also know it, that we had set up that. And I'm grateful to my predecessors and people who thought ahead of its time. In fact, there are 3 DRDO labs which are named after Navy. They are Navy-centric. So that is the kind of thought process which happened by our predecessors, and that's why it is wider acceptance in the environment that the Navy is much ahead in terms of Atmanirbharta. We are also very proud to share with you that this Agniveer scheme which is there, again we took it as a national challenge. So out of almost 806 districts which are there in the country, we have Agniveers from 724 districts in our Navy today. So that is a microcosm of India. It helps us certainly to understand what is happening in different parts of the country, but more importantly, these Agniveers take the Navy to those districts whenever they go on leave, and that is the need of the hour. So it's kind of outreach for us without investing so much. Similarly, induction of women officers, we were the lead. Again, we have been doing this from early 90s. Today we have opened women for all branches, all cadres. We have gone slow in the submarine for obvious reasons. You understand, submarine is a very claustrophobic atmosphere. There are hardly any space. So, but it is a matter of time before we open the submarine arm also for submarines. We have got fighter pilots now. We have got helicopter pilots. We have all kinds of commanding officers of ships. So it is highly conceivable that 35 years from now, in your 135th SGCCI Convention HR Conclave, you will have a women admiral standing here and giving this talk. So may it happen. I'm sure it is a possibility. Large number of women officers are coming and joining us. The lesson number 2, which I want to enunciate, is the mantra of success is the collective purpose. So whilst I said that the leader alone makes a difference, but after that the execution, it is no individual can do anything. Leader has given a vision, but if people don't work as a collective, the organization will not go anywhere. That is why I have taken this phrase collective purpose. You know, like the vision sets the directive, but thereafter to actualize it, to make it happen, you require teamwork, you require people working collectively. And in every organization, there is a culture which forms the foundation of this collective purpose. Either it is there or it is not there. So my recommendation is that all leaders, especially young leaders who are attaining leadership positions, please look at your organization. Is there a culture of collective purpose or not? If not, immediate action is required. Because उसके बाद आप कुछ भी vision बना लीजिए, अगर people are not working as a team, you will hardly achieve what you set out to achieve. So you have heard of, I'm sure you must have heard of Peter Drucker, and he said very famously that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So you could strategize anything, but if there is no culture of teamwork, then you are not likely to go any far. And organizations perform best when actually leaders cultivate this culture. And that's why my recommendation, request is that all young leaders, when you attain leadership positions, look at this. Carry out the audit if required, without people coming to know, but you will get a sense of it. We in the Navy, I've been in the fleet staff. You know, if some people understand, when you are in the staff of the fleet commander and you jump ships, various ships, you are embarking in this ship today, day after tomorrow you are in some other ship, and within 4 hours, 5 hours, you come to know what is the pulse of the ship as an outsider, and you come to know इस ship में teamwork है कि नहीं है, इस ship में never say die attitude है कि नहीं है, इस ship में willingness to do anything what is required to meet the aims of the organization है कि नहीं है. That you can gain in 4-5 hours. And from body language of people, from the response to various situations, you come to know, and similarly I'm sure in any other organization. In the Navy we lay great emphasis on mission accomplishment. That is obviously because national security is involved, and that acts many times as a unifying tonic for us, because everybody believes we live in this constricted space. Once the ship sails, then there is no land, you can't talk to anybody. So we have got a little advantage because we can have captive people, 300 people, 400 people, for aircraft carriers, 2,000 people who have the same purpose, same mind, same vision, that is mission accomplishment, and that sometimes add as a, this culture of working together. I have talked about the clear communication. It is as important in our ships as anywhere else, and that is why I told you about importance of why we are doing what we are doing. You can write kitab on this, but suffice it to say that if it is not communicated properly, हम क्यों कर रहे हैं? You can be just assured that the younger people especially will understand your directive or vision differently. So it is important to quench that inquisitiveness in them, and उसके लिए बताना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम जो कर रहे हैं वो कर क्यों रहे हैं. और as simple as that, without sounding any, giving any grandstanding. The lesson number 3 is, decision making. I have already talked about it in my preface. It is a core leadership discipline. The best part about this is that it can be learned. It is not something that everybody is born with this ability to take decisions. All of us can learn. उसके लिए पढ़ाई करनी पड़ती है. I mean, books help. That's why again, Robin Sharma says, and he says that all readers may not be leaders, but all leaders are certainly readers. And that is the importance of book. There is historical example of that. Whether you take Rabindranath Tagore, whether you take Bhagat Singh, or any of our great leaders, all of them were readers, and they read n number of books. And so I would recommend all youngsters to please read books. You may read 10 pages a day, but in a year, the 10 pages translate into 13 to 15 books of your choice. So you can start small. 10 पेज पढ़ना कोई ज़्यादा काम नहीं है दिन में, but collectively, if you make it a habit, you are reading 15 books in a year. And that shapes your perspective, and that shapes your personality, and that shapes your decision making. So decision making, like I said, is an important element of leadership. All these things does help you. I have given you examples of how split-second decisions in armed forces can make a difference between victory and defeat, life and death. If you don't fire your missile, if you're delayed by 2 minutes, somebody else has already fired on you. That's the end of it. Then you can keep firing. When you're firing from the what we call Davies-Jones locker, going 500 meters below the sea, and that missile is not going anywhere. So that is the kind of training is required, and that requires continuous process, because you have to think about it. If plan A doesn't work, what is my plan B? What is my plan C? What is my plan D? And this plan B, C and D will have to be known to your team, because when you say plan B execute, if they don't know what is plan B, then all hell will break loose, and obviously nothing will happen. So you have to not only train yourself in taking decisions, but also tell if this plan doesn't work, what is plan B, C, D for the team, and then your team will respond effortlessly. Although, as Roger Federer says, effortlessness is a myth. So there is nothing called effortlessness. वो सब कुछ train किया हुआ है. If he hits a backhand shot, which is a thing of beauty, the best shot in tennis is Roger Federer hitting a backhand single hand. I don't think anybody else can do that before him, after him. It's not likely to happen. But he says that I have practiced for hours and hours and hours and hours. Nobody knows that. Somebody says that iska to backhand bahut effortlessness. So he says that effortlessness is a myth. And to add to that, I also sometimes say that perfection is also a mirage. That if you say that you can achieve certain things and it will be perfect, there is nothing called as perfection. It is just a mirage. Just like us human beings, none of us, at least suddenly not me, we are perfect. We have got our own idiosyncrasies, inadequacies, and therefore any system which is run by human beings cannot be perfect. So if you're looking for a perfect situation, perfect organization, perfect outcome, we may be missing woods for the trees, and therefore you're looking for something which is not possible. If we were perfect, then हम God, goddesses बन जाते, but हम human being है, इसीलिए क्योंकि हमारे में imperfection है. So if we understand that, then you will realize that sometimes even excellence is good, because as they say, if you chase perfection, you may catch excellence, and excellence is good enough for any organization. Lesson number 4 is willingness to learn. We are very proud in the Navy that we take pride that we are a learning organization, that we not only learn from our own experiences but also from other organizations, and at an individual level, one should always keep your mind, your eyes, your senses open, that you can learn from anybody. Scientifically, it has been proven that around every human being, there are 10,000 people who have got at least one quality which is worth imbibing in you. So if we keep our eyes and ears open, you can learn from anybody. Of course, out of those 10,000, 5,000 may have the same quality, but everybody has got one quality by which you can gain from it. How do you imbibe and put it in your personality which suits your personality? Because we don't want, you may have heard of role models. I took part recently in a role model series and I gave the same thing to those kids who were there. That role model doesn't mean that you become that person. Role model is that you learn from his good qualities and that try and imbibe in you, because we certainly as a society don't require robots, we don't require clones. The identity of individual is important because the organization gains only when there are different perspectives, different personalities. If everybody is thinking similarly, rest assured that nobody is thinking. So therefore, when you choose role models, when you see, wow, I want to become that. Don't try and become that person. Try and become something like him. And also be aware that certain qualities which are there in any individual, some of them may not gel with your personality. So usko thoda sa modify karna padta hai. That is what smartness is all about. I'm sure all of you are smart, you get the gist what I'm saying. There is another book which I recommend the youngsters to read. One of my favorite authors, Adam Grant. He's written a lot of books. He's written, one of the books is Think Again, The Power of Knowing What You Don't Know. It is a very instructive book. I would recommend all young people to read it, and in which he clearly articulates the importance of intellectual humility. The ability to accept that I don't know this. And therefore I need to do something more about it. I don't think there is anybody in this world who knows everything. The day one starts getting this feeling कि मुझे सब पता है, तो मैं हिंदी में बोलता हूँ कि आपका पतन शुरू हो चुका है उसके बाद. The process of learning must never stop, क्योंकि there is so much to learn and it is impossible, impractical, not done that you can learn everything. Even if you learn something, it is more likely that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you already forgotten about it. Therefore, there is need for refurbishment in your efforts. So think again about it, and you will gain from it. So in the Navy, what we have done is that so that the senior leadership, including the Chief of Naval Staff, gets inputs from anyone and everybody, because like they say that the great ideas come at 3 a.m. 3 बजे सुबह ही सबसे bright ideas आते हैं. It could be 4 a.m. for somebody, but wrong time पे idea आते हैं. And that time, if you don't write, you may forget about it. It happens to me all the time. So I used to carry a notebook and I used to write actually कि idea क्या है, and then you develop into that. So what we have done is that we have given this authority now to every sailor, every officer, that if he gets an idea, he can write directly to me, directly to Chief of Naval Staff. And since it is by electronic medium, it remains in the system, and that each idea is then examined at Naval Headquarters, and what is it, what we can implement, which is good, is implemented. If not, then that person is told why your idea cannot be implemented. So that is what we have done. Rest is of course up to you all. The last lesson I want to tell you is something called as the banyan tree principle. That is resilience through distributed strength. वो थोड़ा high फंडा है, but I will try and simplify it a little bit. I am sure आप सभी ने banyan tree देखी होगी, और वो हमारे, I think it's our national tree also. Why do you think it survives for centuries? And you will find when you see a banyan tree, कोई बोलेगा 700 साल पुरानी है, 600 साल पुरानी है, इतने साल पुरानी है. The answer lies not in its size alone, but in the way it grows and sustains itself over time. और उसमें क्या होता है उसमें? Like I said, banyan trees are national tree. It is symbol of our pride, heritage, etc., etc. So its remarkable strength doesn't come from it's only from its massive trunk size. there is more to it as we go down. In its roots, which are branched out from its branches. These roots, of course, take shape in the ground, become the supporting pillars. Please, lay focus on what the words I am using. Supporting pillars, and gradually share the weight of the entire, tree. And during inclement weather, during storms, the tree does not resist rigidly. कहते हैं ना कि अगर आप झुकोगे नहीं तो जब आंधी आएगी तो जान कष्ट है कि आप टूट भी सकते हो. तो उसमें फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी वाली बात आती है. It redistributes the load. So if some root is becoming weak, some other root will take weight at that point of time. And that is how the tree maintains its strength irrespective of whatever is happening above, and then it survives for a century. And that is where the resilience comes in human beings. This is again a quality which can be learned, which can be imbibed. Nobody is born resilient. We have got our own, I would say, points of breaking down, but every time, slowly, this point of breaking down can be taken up. And that comes with training, largely here. It is purely on individual as to what level of resilience you want to achieve. And you would see in all walks of life, whether it is sports, whether it is cinema, whether it is in governance, academics, wherever, people have failed, and then there's a movie called 12th Fail. It is based on an IPS officer. I know that gentleman, very good boy. I mean, and there are many other stories. वो तो filmmaker को मिल गया तो उन्होंने उसके ऊपर बना दी. But there are many such stories where people have failed and then not given up. So that kind of resilience which is required. Whichever organization has got people of that quality where they say we will not give up, irrespective of whatever the situation is, I think that organization is likely to flourish more than anybody else. I'm sure Ratan Tata, everybody respects. He once said, and I quote, "Be persistent and resilient in the face of challenges, for they are the building blocks of success." I mean, this is very simplified. We all know it, that if we don't give up and we continue working, there are greater chances of success than just quitting. We tell all these things in our divisional system. We also understand that a lot of people who come from not so privileged backgrounds have got their own issues back home. So we try and sort out that. Despite that, people do things which they're not supposed to do it, but it's a work in progress. And like I said, is it our division system perfect? No, it is not. But we are very proud of it that it has withstood the test of time over the last 7-8 decades. And we lay great emphasis on teamwork, as it should be. And we have found that half the problem is solved if you are in distress, and you share that with somebody else. Many times you will feel that what I am thinking कि बहुत बड़ा problem है, ये तो कुछ नहीं है, जो जिससे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ उसको तो और बड़ा problem है. And this guy is smiling, he is still smiling. So what I am craving about it. So talking is very important. Sharing your problems is important, especially young people. It is a perception. I don't think it is correct, but perception that young people give up very easily, and which may not be true. But if it is, then the first thing you can do is share your problems with somebody, and you will find that there are bigger problems with a lot of people, and still they are surviving, and survive you will. So there is no point doing something stupid or quitting. because if you continue to work, you will get your result, and most important thing in life is actually your happiness. मैं अपने दोस्तों को, जितने मेरे टीम वर्क हैं, सबको उनको बोलता हूँ कि आप बेवजह खुश रहिए, क्योंकि वजह ढूंढ के खुश होने में बहुत प्रॉब्लम होती है, क्योंकि वजह आप ढूंढेंगे. I give them a logic. I give them a logic in a way कि देखिए जिंदगी में what is it that you finally want to do? Be happy. आपका प्रमोशन हो गया, क्या होगा? बहुत खुश हुई, प्रमोशन हो गया मेरा. आपके बच्चे का एडमिशन किसी अच्छी यूनिवर्सिटी में हो गया, आपको क्या हो गया? बहुत खुशी हो गई. आपको कुछ भी हो गया, whatever happens at the end of it, any good things which happen, what do you desire? The desire end state is happiness. You will celebrate with your friends, very happy. So agar desired end state is becoming happy, why do we have to go through this long channel? Just go straight. So be happy without any reason. बेवजह खुश रहिए. And it is so infectious, just because you are happy for no reason. It is so infectious. Slowly you will find your peers, they will also get this jest. Your family members, they will start feeling happy. And my experience is a happy organization always produce better results than an organization which is not so happy. Let me put it that way. So बेवजह खुश रहिए. Only caution is जो लोग शादीशुदा हैं, ये खुशी थोड़ा धीरे धीरे करें. एकदम से खुश हो जाएंगे तो थोड़ा कष्ट हो सकता है इसमें, क्योंकि आपकी जो स्पाउसेस हैं वो बोलेंगे इसको क्या हो गया, एकदम से खुश हो गया तो थोड़ा सा उसमें आप स्क्रूटिनी में आ सकते हैं. लेकिन लाइटर वेन, बट you will find that you are happy, your kids are happy, your wife is happy, your spouse is happy, then your neighbor, वो बोलेगा ये खुश क्यों है यार, तो थोड़े दिन वो भी कष्ट में रहेगा थोड़े दिन में. But once he or she talks to you and you tell him कि मैं बेवजह खुश हूँ, aim is to be happy, then he also will change and you will make a difference in your sphere of influence. So बेवजह खुश रहिए. होलिस्टिक वेलनेस में हम बहुत नौसेना में बहुत ज़्यादा काम कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज वी डू बिलीव इन दिस होलिस्टिक वेलनेस. चाहे वो फिजिकल फिटनेस हो, मेंटल फिटनेस हो, स्पिरिचुअल फिटनेस हो, उसमें रेजिलियंस वाली बात हो. वी वांट आवर पीपल टू रिमेन हैप्पी, एंड देयरफॉर वी हैव टेकन दिस इन द नेवी होलिस्टिक वेलनेस. वी हैव ऑलरेडी हैड मेनी सेशंस ऑन दिस. 90 days challenge, 60 days challenge, 60 days challenge. So three of these navy wide challenges which we have already done it. It has made a difference, but again, like I said, it is work in progress. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, मैंने बहुत टाइम ले लिया आपका. जैसे जैसे भारत विकसित और समृद्ध भारत बनने की कोशिश कर रहा है, इसमें लीडर्स एंड लीडरशिप का हाथ सबसे ज़्यादा रहेगा. उसके साथ हमारी जो टीम है जो काम कर रही है, उनका काम रहेगा. और ये इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि हम इस चीज़ को हरदम अपने ध्यान में रखें कि हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं और क्यों जा रहे हैं. और देश की लेवल पे तो हमें पता है हमें कहाँ जा रहे हैं और क्यों जा रहे हैं, बट एट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लेवल ऑल्सो इफ वी नो वेयर आर वी गोइंग, इट बिकम्स मच मोर ईजियर फॉर द लीडर एंड द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टू मैनेज एंड देन cement the collective energy towards the larger goal of the organization. And if all the organizations in the country do well, the country will certainly do well without you knowing. So in a way, if you're working for your organization effectively, you're working for the country's rise. So thank you very much once again for your patient hearing. I would like to thank SGCCI and especially Mr. Nikhil Madrasi for inviting me. I had great visit to the wonderful city, and it has been a wonderful experience to share my thoughts with you. I hope it was worth the time which you have spent. If you didn't like it, the dustbins are placed outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Admiral sir. That was amazing and deeply insightful. What touched the most was the expression about culture of collective purpose. And because of strong leadership, our Bharat is at its all-time high and progressing to the higher next level already. And that's leadership with a long-lasting impact. We once again express our heartfelt thanks and gratitude for every bit of it, for every moment you have been here, sir. Thank you once again.
I welcome Dr. Chetan Shah, Chairman and Managing Director, Solex Energy Ltd on the dais. Admiral ji. HR कॉन्क्लेव है, HR वाले आए हैं, लीडरशिप पे बात है, तो चंद पंक्तियां आप HR वालों के लिए। किसी ने HR से पूछा क्या करते हो आप? HR का एक सुंदर सा जवाब, सुंदर सुर सजाने को साज बनाता हूँ, नौसिखे परिंदों को बाज बनाता हूँ, चुपचाप सुनता हूँ शिकायतें सबकी, तब दुनिया बदलने की आवाज बनाता हूँ। समंदर तो परखता है हौसले कश्तियों के, समंदर तो परखता है हौसले कश्तियों के, और मैं डूबती कश्तियों को जहाज बनाता हूँ। बनाए चाहे चांद पे कोई बुर्ज खलीफा, बनाए चाहे चांद पे कोई बुर्ज खलीफा, मैं तो कच्ची ईंटों से ताज बनाता हूँ।
Sustainability is no longer a CSR. It's a C-suite responsibility. Right, Vishal?
Yes.
May I now invite Shri Vijay Jariwala, Honorary Secretary, to introduce our guest of honor, Shri Arun Ramchandani, sir, Senior VP and Head, L&T Precision Engineering and Systems. Welcome, sir.
नमस्कार, माननीय मुख्य अतिथि श्री, आदरणीय विशेष अतिथिगण, सम्मानित वक्तागण,
Thank you, Admiral sir, for your valuable time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
सम्माननीय वक्तागण, प्रिय प्रतिनिधि, देवियों और सज्जनों, आज मुझे अत्यंत गर्व और हर्ष का अनुभव हो रहा है कि हमारे प्रतिष्ठित विशिष्ट अतिथि जो भारतीय इंजीनियरिंग, तकनीकी और राष्ट्र निर्माण के क्षेत्र में महान स्तंभ श्री अरुण रामचंदानी जी का परिचय मैं प्रस्तुत करने जा रहा हूँ। श्री अरुण रामचंदानी जी वर्तमान में लार्सन एंड टोब्रो लिमिटेड में सीनियर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट एवं हेड प्रोसीजन इंजीनियरिंग एंड सिस्टम इंडिपेंडेंट कंपनी के रूप में कार्यरत है। L&T जो इंजीनियरिंग एक्सीलेंसी और इनोवेशन का पर्याय है, उसके साथ उनका लगभग 4 दशकों का गौरवशाली जुड़ाव रहा है। उन्होंने साल 1984 में IIT दिल्ली से मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में बीटेक पूर्ण करने के पश्चात L&T में अपने करियर की शुरुआत की है। अपने दीर्घ और सफल करियर के दौरान उन्होंने तकनीकी प्रबंधन और वैश्विक नेतृत्व के क्षेत्र में अपने कौशल को निरंतर सशक्त किया है। इसके लिए उन्होंने ASCI हैदराबाद, मैनचेस्टर बिजनेस स्कूल, IIM अहमदाबाद तथा फ्रांस के इनसाइट जैसे विश्व प्रसिद्ध संस्थानों में उन्नत प्रशिक्षण कार्यक्रम पूरे किए, जो उनके आजीवन सीखने और वैश्विक श्रेष्ठ प्रथाओं के प्रति निर्माण समर्पण को दर्शाता है। एक तकनीकी विशेषज्ञ के रूप में करियर की शुरुआत से लेकर अनुसंधान एवं विकास R&D का नेतृत्व करने, रक्षा व्यवसाय इकाई का संचालन करने तथा L&T के एयर स्पेस एवं रक्षा व्यवसाय को विकसित कर आज के सशक्त प्रिसीजन इंजीनियरिंग एंड सिस्टम IC के रूप में स्थापित करने तक उनकी यात्रा प्रेरणादायी रही है। श्री रामचंदानी सर सिस्टम इंजीनियरिंग डिजाइन एंड सिमुलेशन में अपनी गहन विशेषता के लिए व्यापक रूप से सम्मानित है। रक्षा और एरोस्पेस जैसे महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्रों में उनके योगदान ने भारत की समृद्ध और तकनीकी आत्मनिर्भरता को सुदृढ़ करने में उल्लेखनीय भूमिका निभाई है। कॉरपोरेट नेतृत्व से परे वे भारत के रक्षा परिस्थितियों के तंत्र को आकार देने में भी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। वर्तमान में वे इंडियन स्पेस एसोसिएशन CII की नेशनल कमेटी ऑन डिफेंस के अध्यक्ष हैं और साथ ही सोसाइटी ऑफ इंडियन डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरर की कार्यकारी परिषद के सदस्य भी है। उनके असाधारण योगदान को व्यापक मान्यता प्राप्त हुई है। वे इंडियन नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग के फेलो है और इंडियन सोसाइटी ऑफ सिस्टम फॉर साइंस एंड इंजीनियरिंग से मानद फेलोशिप और इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग से प्रतिष्ठित एमिनेंट इंजीनियर से अवार्ड से सम्मानित हो चुके हैं। आज इस कॉन्क्लेव में प्लेनेट पॉजिटिव बिजनेस एक बेहतरीन भविष्य के लिए सतत कार्यस्थलों का निर्माण विषय पर अपना बहुमूल्य विचार साझा करेंगे। टेक्नोलॉजी की गहराई, रणनीतिक नेतृत्व और सतत विकास के प्रति उनकी प्रतिबद्धता, यह अनूठा संगम पीपल, प्लेनेट और पर्पस को एकीकृत करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। HR लीडर्स एवं संगठन के लिए ये काफी उपयोगी है। सदर्न गुजरात चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री की ओर से मैं सर आपको निमंत्रित करता हूं, आप आए और आपके प्रेरणादायी विचारों को हमारे साथ साझा करें। वेलकम सर।
So thank you very much, and after all these insightful talks from Lakshmi and the Chief of Naval Staff, I don't think there is anything on HR left for me to talk about. But let me just give a little different perspective. I'm going to talk about the journey towards a planet positive business. And as all of you know, sustainability is an important aspect of business. It's an important aspect of the world today. And there is a lot of focus on sustainability. And not being an HR professional myself, I'm going to attempt to talk about the evolving role of HR in shaping sustainable and future-ready organizations. A lot of what I will talk is from my experience and 41-year-long career and with L&T. And interestingly, the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Southern Gujarat said that they are 86 years old, and I would say that L&T today is 87 years old. So we've been around for a long time, and as Dr. Neerav said, there are not many countries. The average lifespan of a company is about 20 years. So to be around for 87 years is not a mean feat. It is a display of sustainability, of building a sustainable organization. And of course, I have spent 41 years of my life in L&T, which is about half the life of the company. And probably that these two things themselves are example of the kind of sustainability that we build in this organization. Of course, we are a very diversified organization. The major of our businesses are in the EPC or construction or the infrastructure sector. And this is a sector which is associated with waste, pollutants and all of that. And to bring a sustainability mindset into this kind of an organization is a challenge that we have taken up. Of course, besides the EPC segment, L&T also has an high-tech manufacturing vertical of which I am a part. We have, of course, Mr. Manish Gaur, the HR head of our heavy engineering, and the AM Naik Heavy Engineering Complex in Hazira is probably one of the largest heavy engineering facility in the world. All that heavy manufacturing happens right here, very close to where we are at Surat today. So L&T is not an organization not known to Surat, but it's probably interesting to know that this was an organization that was built to last by two European engineers who lost their way during the World War, settled down in India, adopted this country as their own. Mr. Larsen lived his whole life in India, and his last rites were done by our then chairman, Mr. M. Naik, at the crematorium of Chandanwadi, just like any other Hindu in Mumbai. And of course, Mr. Naik himself is the son of the soil of Gujarat. He was born in Kharel, a village boy, who then went on to become the chairman of L&T. And that just shows the kind of HR practices that we have, which enables somebody who just comes from humble backgrounds to come and lead this organization. It's not about the family, it's not about your pedigree, it's about your ability to rise within the organization. And of course, Mr. Naik went on to write his book, The Nationalist, which again underscores what L&T is all about. It's about building the nation. And that's an ethos and that's a purpose with which all of us work. So clearly, sustainability, has its advantages. In fact, it creates business advantages. And in a broad sense, it's relevant because it's relevant to the future of the planet. It's relevant to the society. Today, the world recognizes businesses that want to work in a sustainable way. And to that extent, I think it's important for all businesses to adopt sustainability. And this whole process of sustainability just can't be an idea of the boardroom. It has to percolate from the shop floor right up to the boardroom. The whole idea of building a sustainable organization, because like Neerav said, most companies fade away very quickly because they're not built on sustainable values. And Lakshmi talked about value versus velocity. So unless the roots are strong, the banyan tree that the Admiral talked about, at the root you have values. And then to build a sustainable organization, you need the people, you need the innovation, you need the ideas and products. And this whole idea about sustainability is really now no longer about compliance. It's about commitment. It's about commitment to it's not that I need an ESG rating or it's something that I need to do because it's fashionable to do, but it's all about moving from compliance to commitment, and you have to build that commitment within every employee of the organization. Today we are moving towards digital factories, smart factories, digital twins, We are moving towards circular economies, and all of these got to get embraced in the way an organization works. And in L&T, we've committed to be water neutral by 2035. We've also committed to be carbon neutral by 2040. We've got a roadmap in place. In fact, we are the first company to issue sustainability-linked bonds. And what that means is that we've raised 500 crores from the market at a coupon rate which is dependent on our sustainability performance. So we have key performance indicators for what we want to achieve year on year towards water neutrality, towards carbon neutrality, and if we don't achieve that, then the coupon rate of the bond goes up. So there's a penalty on that. And it's a commitment to the ESG, it's a commitment to sustainability. And interestingly, L&T's businesses, we've put a thrust on green businesses. Like I said, we are an infrastructure, but now we've diverted our focus towards the green aspects of the business. We are one of the largest renewable EPC contractors in the world, and we have a focus on building renewables. A lot of our processes are based on sustainable practices, whether it is in the domain of mobility, whether it's in the domain of energy, whether it's in the domain of water. We do a lot of work on water treatment. So today about 57% of our revenues come from green businesses. And that's the kind of transformation that an infrastructure company has made towards the green businesses. So there's a whole lot of statistics on the sustainability measures and the KPIs that we follow. And of course, I can't read it from this distance, but I hope the people in the audience can read it. And now coming to HR being a strategic partner for sustainable growth. Essentially, I think the people aspect of it, and in fact all the P's that we talked about, the people, the purpose, planet, and finally profits, all are important for a sustainable organization. The people aspect not only involves your people. A company like us has about 500,000 people working for it, in various forms, from engineers to workmen at construction sites to IT people working outside the country. And it's not only about these 500,000 people, but it's about the society around us that we impact, which is very relevant. The planet, I talked a lot about how we are greening our businesses and how we are growing. Purpose, I think, is a very important thing, and for us, we believe that we are nation builders. In the last 87 years, we have contributed to building India, but I think today we have an opportunity to build many more nations, and we are stepping out into the world to build other nations. And of course, like Neerav said, profit is not a bad word. As a company, we've delivered dividends from the first year that we were listed till today, and every year we've increased the dividend. So it's all about running a profitable, sustainable business which gives a positive feedback to the planet. So today it's not about neutrality or zero, but it's about a positive contribution, and paying back more than what you take from the planet is what is relevant. So HR has a role to empower, educate and embed sustainability into all that what we do, whether it's from development of our people, setting ESG goals for what we do and setting these goals for the people and empowering them to achieve all of this. So let me just talk about the 4 P's and starting with planet. And there is a lot that we are doing on waste management, on water neutrality, water conservation, on carbon neutrality, and a host of things in terms of planet. In terms of people, again, we do believe that to run a sustainable organization, it is extremely important to create an environment where our people can thrive, where the place is a great place to work, and we keep evaluating our entire environment to see the level of engagement that we have with the employees. A lot of our HR people spend a lot of time on employee engagement and employee involvement, and that's an important aspect of it. Purpose, I did talk about whether it is being builders to the nation, and the business that I run, we believe that we have an important role to play in the security of the nation. So we actually embody this whole concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and our job is to build security for India with Indian designs, with Indian products and with Indian manufacturing. And of course, at the end of the day, if you are looking for profits, you need talent, you need an environment where your people are trained, are skilled. That's going to be the differentiator which will enable you to earn profits in a very competitive world. And that is another large role which my friends from HR play. Of course, in L&T we believe that every person is an HR manager. Every person who works with another individual has an HR role to play, and that is the way we operate within the organization. So here are a few examples of what is our purpose. We built some of the largest, tallest structures in the country and many in the world. We've even built some of the holiest places in India, and there are some of these edifices that you see today. All of this makes us very proud to be an L&Tite, and I think that's the spirit which runs within the organization. Coming to our business, we built mobile artillery guns, we built air defense systems which were deployed during Operation Sindhu. We built warships. The Navy Chief just handed over INS Surat. Of course, we didn't build that warship, it was built in Mazgaon, but we built a lot of equipment. There were at least 12 equipment on that ship that was built in L&T. And of course, we also now are building the light tank. So since we are here in Surat, let me tell you about a product, a defense product that resonates very closely with this city of Surat, because this product was built here and you have a replica of it near the Surat station. How this all started, this is what is called a tracked artillery gun, and it's a mobile artillery gun. And if you recall, India got one of its largest artillery guns in the mid-80s, that was the Bofors gun. And unfortunately that gun got mired in a lot of controversy, not because it was not a good gun, but because there were some other allegations linked to the procurement of that gun. And because of that, since the mid 80s till 2010, India never bought another howitzer gun, largely because anybody thought if you buy a gun, it's highly controversial. And it was only in 2011 that the army started looking for a gun, and they went worldwide looking for a suitable gun that could, power up our artillery. We have a very large border, and artillery is a very important part of defense of those borders. And they found a few foreign parties, the Russians, the Koreans, the Germans, wanting to come and build that gun in India. They issued many requests for proposals, and every time something went wrong, it became a single party, or something went wrong, nobody wanted to take a risk. And that procurement kept getting delayed. And then we partnered with the Koreans, and we told them that here is an opportunity to bring this gun into India, and we have excellent manufacturing capabilities, and we can build this gun in India. And those guys said that, look, all that is good, but there is a problem. Your tender says that you have to fire Indian ammunition from the gun, and our gun can't fire Indian ammunition. So, Indian ammunition has some particular peculiarity which could not fit into their loading system, and it could not be rammed into the gun, and there were a few technical issues. And they said, look, our R&D has been working on this for a long time, but we feel it is too risky to try and participate in this program, because we are not sure if we can make this gun fire the Indian ammunition. And we told them that, look, don't worry about that. L&T is a company that has very smart engineers, and we can fix this. And I took a young engineer from Surat, and I went to Korea, and we said, okay, let us see your gun, and maybe we'll give you an idea of how we can fix it. And 2 days later, we had a presentation to their chief of R&D and their R&D team. And this young boy from Gujarat, he worked all day and night, and he made sketches and all that. And then we went and presented to the R&D, and we showed them our idea, and they said, wow, this looks like something that might work. So they said, okay, if you guys are so confident, then we are okay if you build this gun and you partner with us. But we will not be the prime bidders. So if you are willing to take the risk of being the prime bidder, we are fine to participate in this. And we said, okay, we have a lot of confidence in our engineering and manufacturing capabilities, and we'll be the prime bidder. And we bid for that, and we competed against the Russians and all that, and our gun won the trial, cleared the trials, we were awarded the contract. And in those days, we used to build our weapon systems in Talegaon, and we took Mr. Nayak there and said, look, we have this contract to build 100 guns in 42 months, and we need some test tracks, and we need a few capital investments. And he said, Talegaon is a small place, why don't you come to Hazira, and we can make a good factory there, and why don't you make a line to produce guns? Why are you thinking small and putting, just some test tracks and stuff? So we came to Hazira, and we built this factory. We got the contract, in 2017. In January of 2019, we built a wonderful armored system complex right here in Hazira. We had the Prime Minister inaugurate the complex. We built these 100 guns in 42 months during the COVID period. So think about the way the people had to work. Think about the way we had to set up this factory. And my friends here, Anand, Santosh, we got a lot of people from the local areas, from the local colleges, trained them to become experts in manufacturing these guns here. We sent some of them to Korea. We learned a lot of things online because those were the days of online operation. We got guns inspected online, and today these 100 guns are deployed with the Indian Army. And not only that, when we got these 100 guns deployed, the Indian Army said, look, we are facing threat from the Chinese in the mountain areas, and can we take these guns to the mountain areas? And we said, okay, we can do that. And we had to modify the entire power pack, put turbochargers and stuff. And now you see these guns have been deployed in the mountains of Leh. So that's a story which I think relates well with Surat, because all of it happened in the backyard here in Hazira with a lot of my HR people who created the environment for this kind of success to happen. And today the same team has built India's first light tank. This time there are no Koreans, it's all Indian design. We worked with DRDO and we built the first prototype in 2 years. So this is the power of the people, the power of youth, the power of giving purpose to youth, and that's what it is. So just to talk a little bit very quickly and to close fast, our HR has been focusing on capability building. We have across the company leadership development activities, skill centers, and all of that. A lot of capability programs, I won't talk about it. A lot of focus on diversity, equity and inclusion, because we do believe that it's only diverse organizations where people are not forced to think in one way that will grow and thrive. Here you see some of our women teams, whether it is some earth-moving equipment that is fully built and operated by women teams, or project sites which are fully handled by women. These are some of the initiatives that the organization takes. A big thrust on safety, because nothing on sustainability is possible without safety of the human being, and that is what we've been focusing on. A lot of people talked about culture, and we believe that it's important for us to define our culture. So we've defined core values. In fact, we've written down a culture charter which every new employee can see, and which is, which says that what is the culture that we want to adopt, whether it is integrity, accountability, inclusivity, or excellence. These are some of the core values that we want to build into our culture. And we believe that a business HR partnership which is focused on planet positive is the way for sustainable growth. And together, collaboratively between HR, the business, we believe that is the way forward to planet positive. So I'll close my talk here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we are indeed very proud to have you and L&T in our very own Surat, Hazira. Thank you so much.
HR metrics are changing. Today we don't just measure engagement, we measure meaning. May I invite CA Nitish Modi, Honorary Treasurer, to introduce our guest of honor, Shri Pushkaraj Bidwai, CEO People Matters.
Respected Chief Guest Admiral Dinesh K, who is at Accenture, the President of SGCCI, Mr. Nikhil Madrasi, IPP, Mr. Vijay Miwala, the dignitaries on the dais, the dignitaries of the dais, the panelist, group chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to one and all. It gives me an immense pleasure to give you a brief introduction of Mr. Pushkaraj Bidwai, today's guest of honor, who is going to give his valuable insights on the topic Profit with Purpose, redefining people's strategy for the future. Friends, Mr. Pushkar Bidwai stands out as a transformative leader in the digital media and HR technology space, currently at the helm of People's Matters as a Chief Executive Officer. With People Matters being Apex's foremost community and media platform for HR and talent leaders, Mr. Pushkar brings a deep-rooted understanding and innovative vision to his role, fueling the company's growth as a trusted resource across the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. Entrepreneur in his approach and marketer by heart, Mr. Pushkar is a seasoned business leader with a proven track record in consistently delivering results, developing high-performing teams and forming trusted relationships across the APEC region. Mr. Pushkar has a deep understanding of building B2B media and digital platform businesses. Friends, as a founding member, Mr. Pushkar has been instrumental in shaping People Matters from its inception, fostering a culture of entrepreneurial thinking and proactive solution building. Over his 14 years with the organization, he has led transformative initiatives, positioning People Matters as an indispensable partner to HR and business leaders, navigating an ever-evolving people and work landscape. In his role as CEO, Mr. Pushkar is steering People Matters into its next growth phase with a future-focused strategy that leverages technology, data, and artificial intelligence to enhance offerings and maintain People Matters industry action. Previously, as Chief Business Officer, Mr. Pushkar demonstrated an entrepreneurial mindset, championing People Matters entry into 6 APEC countries and leading to significant year-on-year growth. Before that, he co-founded and led sales and marketing for Kilotech. Friends, adding to this, Mr. Pushkar is also the host of the Human Scope podcast, where he speaks with diverse voices, including founders, CHROs, academics, creators, and emerging leaders to uncover human stories and insights on leadership, growth, and the future of work. Beyond work, friends, he is a keynote speaker, author, and guest faculty at MBA schools. He is an AMP alumnus of IIM Bangalore and holds an MBA in marketing along with a postgraduate diploma in international business operations. In his free time, friends, he practices organic farming also, enjoying cycling across countries, follows cricket passionately, and loves to travel as a backpacker. Friends, with this multiple facet personality, I introduce you Mr. Pushkaraj Bidwai ji. I request all of you to give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, dais is yours.
Thank you so much for a lovely introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I can't take this energy. This energy does not work with me. Let's try one more time, okay? Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, that's the energy. That's the energy we need in the room, right? We're going to have an interaction. I'm going to put out some data that we've done through research in People Matters. I'm going to share some perspectives. I want to learn some from you as well. That's the idea for today. Yeah? Let me start off with a story, but before that I would love to know, how many of you all are from the HR profession in this room? You can put your hand up. Lovely, lovely. Okay, how many are entrepreneurs, business leaders in the room? Okay, great. All right, students who are passionate about learning new stuff. Okay, super. Lovely. We have a great mix of audience. So, my story is about Sherpas. Sherpas is this community in the Himalayas who are guides. How many of you have heard about Sherpas? Okay. So when you are trekking in the Himalayas from, let's say you're doing the Everest camp, you go to the base camp, you go to the mid-tier, you want to go search Everest. Sherpas are the ones who are your guides. They are the ones who tell you when there is an avalanche up, where there are clear skies. When you are in uncharted territories, it's the Sherpa that lends you the helping hand. And these Sherpas over the years have been the community that have guided trekkers, mountaineers to search summits, to travel through areas where, the most difficult terrains are ahead of them. And many a times, they are the last hope for people who get left behind. And this community of Sherpas has led beautiful lessons for us and have championed as we search forward as part of our organizations as well. So People Matters, when we wanted to put out an industry of HR landscape research, we thought we'll call it the Sherpa, that we want to constantly, sort of drive that as a narrative forward. Edmund Hillary. Anyone resonates with the name Edmund Hillary? Okay? Can you speak out loud? First person to summit Mount Everest. Yeah? First person to summit Mount Everest. It was unbelievable in that time. And Edmund said in his quote that it is not the mountains, but we need to conquer ourselves. The battle is in the mind. But few people know that Edmund had a companion called as Tenzin Norgay, the Sherpa who was with Edmund when he was peaking the summit. Well, we still don't know who was the first person, were they together, or Edmund was first, or Tenzin was first. It doesn't matter. But what matters is, if you are going forward as in your organizations, we all need Sherpas in our lives. And it's our responsibility to become Sherpas for other people who are there in our organizations, in our lives as well. So the story of Sherpa is what is going to I'm going to sort of use that, and we're going to navigate through some data that we see as People Matters. People Matters is Asia Pacific's largest community and media platform for HR and talent leaders. We create a lot of content, research, conferences. Some of the biggest forums in this space across the region are owned and run by us, and we take great pride in creating more and more knowledge platforms. This research that I'm putting forward, it's one of our flagship researches. Just to give you a sense, close to about 1,200 organizations participated in this year's research. If the collective workforce managed by HR leaders of this is close to about 6 million workforce across India, Asia Pacific as a region. What I want to put out now is HR is no longer asking whether we should transform or not. It is asking how fast can we do it? What means do we have? We are not going to wait for business to tell us. We are going to take mandates in our own hands. That's the era that we are entering. And if you were to miss out everything else that I say today, I would love for you to carry back these 3 points, which I am putting right at the start. That the People Matter Sherpa research predicts that, 3 biggest shifts that are happening in the world of HR today in Asia. First is, I think we have extreme business growth environments driven by consumption patterns. So business growth will drive or thrive on investments and for foreign talent segmentations. So skills cluster is going to be extremely important. Second, change readiness equals AI readiness. We cannot wait for our organizations to be AI ready. And third, tech adoption is the new currency not implementation. And I'll talk about it more when I go forward on how we have traveled through the space of HR. But let's talk about business dynamics. What's disrupting this landscape? I want to give an example. Anyone heard of Slate Auto? S-L-A-T-E, Slate Auto. No? Okay. Slate Auto in the last 2 years has raised close to $700 million from people like Jeff Bezos. What Slate Auto is doing is they are giving you a car that has the most basic functionality, and over an app you can actually customize the kind of car you want. All other 200 features you can customize. I want this, I don't want this, I want this, I don't want this. And the car getting delivered to you just like an Amazon package. What it does is it completely changes the way the entire automobile industry might operate in the future. The ancillary, the component, the way sales happen, the way cars are sold, manufactured, painted, everything will change if this was to be the direction. Automobile will become soon a software business than a hardware business. These are realities of businesses that are changing. So, in the new 4.0 avatar that we are seeing on industries, and why there is so much emphasis on AI and tech, new tech, the business models themselves are changing. Imagine to be ready for this kind of an environment, what kind of workforce would we need? What kind of skill sets would we need? What kind of people we need to build? And it doesn't happen overnight, but business models are getting disrupted faster than they were ever done. And that, my friends, is the reason why a CHRO's role is becoming more and more critical, more and more important to plan what's ahead in the business, not just implement policies and stuff that is being given. And that's the level of disruption that we are talking about. Needless to say, tech advancements, AI, and I'll talk more about it. What's our readiness? What are we seeing in organizations and HR leadership? How prepared are we on AI? I'll get into that. But I think the whole disruptions around that, the labor market shifts that we are seeing, the third aspect of consumption pattern. In India especially, the amount of consumption that we are seeing is fostering growth. But can we leverage that to our advantage is the question. What are the top HR challenges we see happening in the industry? The first piece, and I think we've had speakers talk enough about it, I don't want to stress more, but people genuinely want to work for great leaders. And more workforce is getting younger, people genuinely want to work for inspiring leaders. So us as HR leaders, are we getting the best out of leaders? And I'm not just talking about the CEOs. I'm talking about every manager in our organization. Are we trying to work towards creating an environment that leaders are inspiring enough? There's so much work and science on leadership, yet we strive to get great leaders in our organizations. Second is talent excellence. How do I maintain a culture of performance? Extreme importance. Every CEO asks from a CHRO is, how do I create a better performing, engaged culture in my organization? How do I thrive on that? Third, emergence of AI and big tech. And then, of course, the whole aspect about total workforce planning, culture, these were the topics when you look at navigating challenges from an HR standpoint. I think without technology, talent fluidity, foreign capital, we are going to, that whole demand is going to sort of further push and push. But the reality is that, if we don't align ourselves on leadership, discipline, human depth and AI precision, we will miss the plot. That's reality. How is HR responding to all of this? And we've traveled a huge way, right? Right from early 1900s. So the paper-based performance management system came into place early 1900s. We navigated our way towards automated HRMS systems in 1950s. Go ahead, applicant tracking systems came into play, job boards came into play, even analytics, talent analytics for that matter is 2000s. I was having a conversation with a HR leader who's sort of set up a chatbot for HR shared services in their organization. Chatbots is 2010. We are in 2025. So the whole journey is sort of navigated. Even we've been talking about big data and AI, but Gen AI is 2023. We are entering into 26. And Lakshmi is talking about the whole agentic play coming in, and that's very real. That the amount of conversations that the agents would have between themselves and figure out how do we serve our customers, how do we serve our people. And if you don't have that plot, then you're missing out on big stuff that's happening in the world. So, and this agentic AI layer then moving into the collective AI, which integrates into different functions, to cognitive AI, which has intelligence and thinking layer, that is going to go much faster. The only thing that has changed is the pace at which things are moving. From 2023, where ChatGPT started becoming popular around the world, now today I don't think you need education on that, because each one of you is using AI in some way or the other. But how do you get that into your organizations, your processes, your way of doing business? If that attempt is not happening and our workforces are not designed for that, then we are definitely falling behind. We asked HR leaders, what's your effectiveness, what's your preparedness to address the top challenges that have come out, and these are the preparedness percentages that we got. And this is data, this is not us sort of prescribing something. But it averages anywhere between 32% to 36% on preparedness, on leadership development, talent excellence, culture, workforce planning. So there is, of course, a huge gap and under-preparedness that we are seeing. But where is that happening? Because majority of HR leaders said we are change ready. We embrace change. We want to drive things. We want to take things in our hand. The fallout or the gap is actually in change execution. So aspects around executing talent strategy are seeing biggest divides in businesses than actually embracing change. I think COVID has got us enough in our minds that we need to be change ready, and which is great. There is some silver lining on that as well. But how do we translate that into execution? That's where some of the biggest gaps that we are seeing as part of our HR journeys. 24% of HR leaders, 1 in 4, are trying to create a Gen AI use case. The challenge is the world is moving so fast that unless we increase that percentage, it's going to become very difficult. And the reasons why, what are the top barriers of not using Gen AI as a strategy? First is lack of internal expertise. Of course, we know huge skilling effort is needed. Second is there is no challenge. So, which is also a reflection that, are we willingly trying to drive that in our organizations? And there are other aspects around navigating systems and things around that. And this AI usage, I'm not talking about ChatGPT usage. I'm talking about AI usage as part of strategies in our workflows that we are building. This is a quick comparison, and you'll get access to all these slides. At the end of it, I'll show a QR code. You can scan it. You can get all this data and more. But we compared organizations that are progressive versus the laggards. And the most progressive organizations in India are acing change in workforce planning, business intelligence, and recruitment and onboarding. Add to that mixed compensation and benefits. That's where they're able to get the best talent to be with them. And they are outperforming the laggards by a huge percentage in these 4 areas. 86% of HR leaders said, we are change ready, we want to drive things. 29% said we are AI ready. And with all the tech and the knowledge that is available today, 62% of HR transformation projects are going to fail this year. So we have the tech, we have the knowledge, we have the willingness, but our transformation efforts are failing. That's a huge miss from a business standpoint. Let's look at the HR technology landscape, because without tech and transformation, you can't really make all your execution happen, because the gap is in execution, right? If there is enough tech and strategy available, execution starts becoming easier. While I would have argued that you need to have the right blueprint, you need to have the right playbook, but even if you have that, that's not the pain area that we are seeing in Indian organizations. We are seeing pain area in execution. We predict about 10 to 25% rise in HR technology buying that's going to happen in this industry, which is of course is a very healthy piece. But what are we buying and what that buying is going to result into are the areas where you need to take charge of. There's always a question of ROI that comes in, and I'll try and address that through some data as well, because business keeps asking ROI on HR spends, HR tech investments. Unless you do that, unless you drive a path for that, how is that going to help you? We are very lean on HR structures, guys. We don't have like huge teams serving organizations. HRS to FT ratios are pretty huge. So how do we do that execution is through tech. What are some of the biggest areas where tech investments are happening from organizations versus the vendor ecosystem? And some of it, you might see that here in as part of your workplaces as well, but the outside world is actually facing the heat as well. So largest amount of investments we are seeing is in talent development and upskilling, attracting the right people, and sort of creating an environment where they thrive. AI effectiveness, analytics, those are our three hot areas. Value realization is one of the biggest areas where organizations need to work, because business has been asking some pretty tough questions on HR investments. So justifying HR tech's ROI and value realization still remains one of the biggest areas of disconnect between business and what CHROs are answering. We actually laid out a graph on where HR technology solution providers are and where CHROs are, and there are a couple of areas where misalignment gets highlighted. I think we are extremely aligned on things around data, ability to measure business impact. The areas of cost optimization, change management, ease of use, those are areas where CHROs are underserved. And the interesting part, we talk about analytics. Again, second year in a row, talent analytics, deep talent analytics was not in the first 5 criteria of buying HR technology and transformation journeys, which again is a big area that we've been trying to work, educate. But unless we have hard data on people, marrying that to business outcomes is going to be extremely difficult. One piece we are seeing, and I want to call it out as well, is we've gone from an era of buying an end-to-end HR tech solution to hybrid, best of breed. You might have core running on some technology, you might buy individual solutions. So best of breed is the flavor that we are seeing rather than unified processes on a single platform, because innovation is happening much faster than what people would have predicted in the HR tech space. So, path forward. These are some of the gaps where we feel a lot of your focus needs to go. One is the whole AI readiness part of things. The second aspect is value realization gap. What we are investing, if we are investing $1, are we ensuring that there is $10 of value being created? And how do we make sure that business understands it? Third is effectiveness gap. HR's own effectiveness. Our own journey of learning through this, changing through this. And if the business is changing so fast, what is my ability to respond through a changing environment is where I would love for you all to invest time, invest in learning, invest on your own capabilities. And 3 imperatives I want to sort of leave out to you guys with: make leadership talent AI core to your conversations with your business leaders. Even if business does not understand, please get them in a room and talk about leadership talent and AI. That might just be the difference between future-proofing your workforce and your organizations. So extremely important. And if you're business leaders, please have this dialogue with your HR teams. Equip them to go and strive for that. Second is data fluidity. Do you have data on your systems? Data is the biggest piece that you can work on. Or are you still on Excel sheets trying to get data to talk to each other? Third, I think this whole shift of this aspect of tech development, outcome-focused approach. I think that entire piece needs a rethink, is what I feel. So those would be some of the imperatives I would love for you all to take back in your organization, builds on, because change is not optional. Change is real, change is today. Adapting to AI-led journeys is not optional. It is real, it is today. So I would love for you all to sort of go back and start building on that resilience around some of these aspects in your organizations. If you want to get want deeper insights on some of the stuff that I was talking about, that's the code. If you want to scan, get your copy, you can also write to me. I'll share some of my details later. But the team puts a lot of effort in sort of getting these insights across. I'll let it be for the next 10 seconds. You can also go to peoplematters.in and under the research section, this is listed. If you want cuts around India, if you want cuts around Southeast Asia separately, those are also available. These are our insights, our contribution to the community. So it's free of cost. There's no charge for downloading this. Feel free. And I want to leave you guys for some of the work. I talked about People Matters journey. What we are very proud and happy about is that, close to about 500,000 talent leaders consume People Matters every day across our platforms, channels that we own and run. Some of our researches get consumed at a very wide audience. Some of the biggest forums, conferences in this space are owned and run by us. The whole idea and the mission is that, we want to put talent at the center of business architecting, and can we enable talent leaders to take better talent decisions. That's where every single day everyone in People Matters wakes up and tries to drive that. That journey that started from India for us has grown across Southeast Asia, entering into Middle East, and our quest is, can we actually grow a B2B knowledge-centric brand from India that takes our way of nurturing talent, managing talent, insights to the world. That's the journey which People Matters is on and what we are sort of trying to drive. So again, happy to get into more dialogues. I had some little time I thought I should present some of those facts, what we are seeing in the market, what we are seeing in the industry. A lot of that might be conversation strikers for you with your business leaders, with your teams, to help them, enable them, drive some of that change. And I'm available another hour or two. If any one of you wants to have more conversations around this, more than happy. But thank you for inviting me here. Great to see all of you all were taking notes when some of the other speeches were happening. You were sincerely sort of looking at content that was being shared. So deep gratitude and my thanks to the Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry for having me here, for Nirav Bhai to be inviting me, and all of you all to spend some time. So cheers, have a great day.
Thank you very much for your insightful and extremely relevant. I would now request Shri Nikhil Bhai Madrasi to felicitate Dr. Chetan Shah, Chairman and Managing Director, Solex Energy Ltd. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए।
હું વચ્ચે 1 મિનિટ ખાલી લઈ લઉં. આપ સૌને આજે એક વિનંતી છે કે we want to strictly follow our schedule. So some changes we have discussed among us, and we will be having, instead of having 2 panel discussions, we will be having 1 panel discussion, and we want to curtail your time of 10 minutes break. I hope you all will cooperate for this. Thank you so very much. I hope એટલે મેં કહી દીધું તમને, જાણ કરી તમને.
Now I welcome Shri Atul Patel, Chairman Conclave 2025-26 SGCCI, to introduce our speaker, Dr. Chetan Shah.
મિત્રો નમસ્કાર. ચેમ્બરના આઇકોનિક પ્રમુખ નિખિલભાઈ મદ્રાસી અને ચેમ્બરના ઓફિસ બેરર તથા મંચસ્થ મહાનુભાવો અને ચેમ્બરના તમામ સભ્યોને આવકારું છું. હું અતુલ પટેલ આપ સૌની સામે એવા વ્યક્તિનો પરિચય કરાવવા ગૌરવ અનુભવું છું કે માત્ર એક સફળ ઉદ્યોગપતિ નથી, પરંતુ એક વિચાર, મૂલ્ય, દ્રષ્ટિ દ્વારા નવી પેઢીનું માર્ગદર્શન આપતા પ્રેરણાદાયક વ્યક્તિ છે. હું એવા વ્યક્તિની વાત કરું છું જે સુરતના 110 વર્ષથી વધુ જૂની, વિશ્વસનીય અને મૂલ્યવાન જાણીતી એવી વેપારી પરંપરાની ધરાવતી નામના નેમજી કુટુંબમાંથી આવે છે. તેવા જ ડૉક્ટર ચેતનભાઈ શાહ સાહેબની મૂલ્યવાન આધુનિક ટેકનોલોજી દ્રષ્ટિ જેમણે એક સાથે અપનાવી છે એવા ડૉક્ટર ચેતનભાઈ શાહ સાહેબ સોલેક્સ એનર્જી લિમિટેડ ચેરમેન અને મેનેજિંગ ડાયરેક્ટર છે. ગુજરાતને ટેકનોલોજી તથા રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી ક્રાંતિ અને એક શિલ્પકાર તરીકે ઓળખાય છે. ડૉક્ટર ચેતન શાહ સાહેબનો જન્મ 9 સપ્ટેમ્બર 1968ના રોજ થયો હતો. તેમનો અભ્યાસ બીકોમ અને LLB જેવા મજબૂત શૈક્ષણિક પાયાની તેમના ઉદ્યોગ, ટેકનોલોજી અને નેતૃત્વ ક્ષેત્રમાં પોતાની અલગ મજબૂત ઓળખ ઊભી કરી છે. SGCCI અને ગૌરવપૂર્ણ પ્રેરણાદાયક વર્ષ 2002 અને 3માં SGCCIના મંત્રીપદ તરીકે એમને સેવા આપી હતી. ત્યારબાદ 2008 અને 9માં SGCCIના સૌથી યુવા પ્રમુખ તરીકે સેવા આપી હતી. ચેમ્બરની નવી ઓળખ અને ઊંચાઈ સુધી લઈ જવા માટે નેક્સ્ટ જનરેશનને, યુવાનને, ઉદ્યોગકારોને ચેમ્બર સાથે જોડવા ઐતિહાસિક પગલું ભર્યું હતું. ટેકનોલોજીમાં ડૉક્ટર ચેતનભાઈ સાહેબ વિઝનરી લીડર તરીકે ઓળખ ઊભી કરે છે. સ્ટાર્ટઅપ કલ્ચર, ઇનોવેશન અને ડિજિટલના વિકાસ પ્રોત્સાહન આપી તેમને નવી પેઢીને આગળ લઈ જવા પ્રેરિત કરે છે. સોલેક્સ એનર્જીનો દ્રષ્ટિ, સાહસ અને કાર્યક્ષમતા ઉદાહરણ છે. રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીમાં એમની કંપનીમાં 70% વ્યક્તિઓને, કર્મચારી જે આદિવાસી અને મૂળ નિવાસીઓને એ લાભ અપાવે છે અને તેમને સમાવેશ, સંવેદનશીલ, માનવભર્યું નેતૃત્વ સ્પષ્ટ દર્શાવે છે. તેમને તાજેતરમાં ફ્રાન્સ કેન્ડિડ ઇન્ટરનેશનલ યુનિવર્સિટીમાં ઓનરરી ડોક્ટરેટ બિઝનેસ મેનેજમેન્ટે એમને પદવી એનાયત થઈ છે. તેવા જ ઉદ્યોગપતિ, ટેકનોલોજી, સામાજિક યોગદાન આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય ધરાવે છે. વધુમાં જો તમને માર્ગદર્શન આપણે ચેમ્બરની યુટ્યુબ ચેનલ છે તેમનો હમણાં જ બોડકાસ્ટ છે, એમનો વિડીયો હમણાં જ અપલોડ થયો છે. તો વધુ જાણકારી શાહ સાહેબનું તમે લેજો. શાહ સાહેબ પરંપરા, ટેકનોલોજી, સમાજના ત્રણેયને આગળ વધતું અને સોલેક્સ એનર્જીને વધારતું એવા ડૉક્ટર ચેતનભાઈ શાહને હું વિનંતી કરીશ કે તમે આવો મંચસ્થ પર. ઉઠો કે દિન હૈ બદલને વાલે, ઉઠો કે દિન હૈ બદલને વાલે, હર મંજિલ पे પહોંચेंगे. ડૉક્ટર ચેતનભાઈ શાહ. તાલીઓના ગરગરથી આપણે એમને વધાવીએ. વેલકમ.
So, my team has prepared some pointers for this conclave, but I think, I was just discussing with Munal Bhai, he wanted something differently, to be discussed here, and so he suggested to talk to me in Hindi also. सो आज जो यहाँ पे मेरा एक सम्मान हुआ, ये तो मेरा घर है, तो वैसे सम्मान की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है, लेकिन आज ऐसा लगा आज मेरी बर्थडे है, क्योंकि हर मैनेजिंग कमेटी के बर्थडे पे बहुत सारी गिफ्ट्स आती है घर पे, तो आज यहाँ पे बहुत सारी कुछ मोमेंटो दिया गया है, सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर दैट। एंड मेरे पास 10 मिनट का टाइम है, सो ये 10 मिनट के अंदर मैं 2 पहलुओं पे बात करूँगा आपसे। एक तो है कि हम क्या करते हैं एज अ सोलेक्स, हम क्या डिफरेंटली करना चाहते हैं और कितने सक्सेसफुल रहे हैं इसमें। दूसरी बात ये रही कि HR से मैंने यहाँ पे आया, मैंने एडमिरल त्रिपाठी को भी सुना, मैंने मैम की स्पीच मिस कर दी, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से उन्होंने एक टॉपिक छेड़ा था वैल्यू वर्सेस वेलोसिटी। सो ये सारी चीज़ें जो रियल लाइफ में कहाँ पे अफेक्ट करती है अपने को, तो वो मैं आपसे थोड़ा शेयर करूँगा मेरे एक्सपीरियंसेस। मैं ऐसा नहीं कहूँगा कि मेरी बात पसंद नहीं आए तो आप कचरे में डाल दें, लेकिन ये आप याद रखना कभी ना कभी ये आपको काम आएगी। सो मेरी थॉट प्रोसेस थोड़ी अलग है, माई एक्सपीरियंसेस से जो मैं आपसे बात करूँगा वो थोड़ा अलग है। हमारे पास जो चैलेंज जो मेरी इंडस्ट्री की, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी इंडस्ट्री की रही है, इनफैक्ट आई विश, मैं आते ही कहा कि मैं चाहता था कि एडमिरल त्रिपाठी रहे, मेरी बातों को भी सुने, तो शायद कुछ और जो उनकी बातों में और मेरी बातों में जो फ़र्क क्या है वो शायद इनको भी पता चले, आपको भी पता चले, बट एनी हाउ आई विल कवर दैट। हमारी इंडस्ट्री, रिन्यूएबल इंडस्ट्री, जो 2019 में मेरी कंपनी की बात करूं तो मेरी कंपनी की मार्केट कैपिटल थी, कैपिटलाइज में 20 करोड़ का, जो आज 2000 करोड़ का हो गया। अब उसमें 2 साल कोविड के हमने निकाल दिए, तो 3 साल के अंदर ये ग्रोथ है। दैट मीन्स कि ये 10,000% का ग्रोथ है 3 साल में। मैं इंडस्ट्री की बात करूं, इंडिया में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री की, 2019 में 6 गीगावाट की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैपेसिटी थी इंडिया की। 2 साल कोविड के निकाल दिए आपने, 20 और 21 निकाल दिए, 22, 23, 24, 25 अभी खत्म हो रहा है। 6 गीगावाट से 120 गीगावाट की कैपेसिटी हो गई 3 years। दैट मीन्स 2000% ग्रोथ इन द इंडस्ट्री। अभी हम जो बात करते हैं कि ऐसी ग्रोइंग, फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इंडस्ट्री में हम कैसे ये सिचुएशन हैंडल करते हैं, HR, अदर प्रोसेसेस, हमारे लिए क्या चैलेंजेस है, दैट्स वेरी यूनिक चैलेंजेस। आई वाज जस्ट शेयरिंग विद मृणाल भाई कि त्रिपाठी साहब की मैं बात सुन रहा था, तो इसमें एक चीज मुझे डिफरेंस लगा कि व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस दैट इन डिफेंस एंड सर्विसेज एंड हार्डकोर, आई मीन द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इंडस्ट्री, क्या फर्क है। एक बहुत बड़ा फर्क यह है कि डिफेंस के अंदर जो भी हमारे सोल्जर्स है, जो भी टीम है, इनको जो सिखाया जाता है, ट्रेनिंग दिया जाता है, वो ट्रेनिंग एक्सरसाइज करने का मौका बहुत कम लोगों को मिलता है। कॉम्बैट फाइटिंग कितने लोग कर पाते हैं? आज 1 लाख लोग जुड़ेंगे, सो परसेंटेज इज वेरी लो। दैट मीन्स जो आप ट्रेन किए गए हो, जिसके लिए आप ट्रेन किए हुए हो, वो एक्सरसाइज करना, और मैं चाहता हूं भगवान करे किसी को मौका नहीं मिले, जो कम परसेंटेज है वो भी नहीं मिलना चाहिए। सो इट्स अ टेक्स्ट बुक कल्चर। आपके पास टेक्स्ट बुक है, प्रोसेसेस डिफाइंड है, SOPs डिफाइंड है, डेविएशन का बहुत कम चांसेस है आपके पास, और उसमें चेंजेस भी बहुत सालों के बाद आता है। और जब इंडस्ट्री की बात करते हैं तो इंडस्ट्री में आज इतना ग्रोथ हम कर रहे हैं, जैसे मैंने कहा कि 10,000, ये इंडस्ट्री का ग्रोथ 2000% रहा है 3 साल के अंदर। हम जो सोचते हैं आज 3 दिन में वो रिडंडेंट हो जाता है, मतलब वो नलीफाई हो जाएगा वो चीज, थॉट प्रोसेस। दैट मीन्स हमारी जो भी थॉट प्रोसेस है, हम वो थॉट प्रोसेस के हिसाब से हम विजन बनाते हैं, हम SOPs बनाते हैं, अपना कल्चर बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं, वो कितना स्ट्रेचेबल रखोगे आप। रबर की भी एक लिमिट आ जाती है, वो रबर को आप कितना खींचोगे। दैट मीन्स यू कैन नॉट मेक अ स्केलेबल पॉलिसी फॉर सच इंडस्ट्री। एंड दिस इज नॉट रिलेटेड टू ओनली रिन्यूएबल, ये सभी इंडस्ट्री में जो ग्रोइंग इंडस्ट्री है सब में ये इश्यू है। यहाँ पर बता गया है कि मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल आर फ्रॉम द HR बैकग्राउंड, HR प्रोफेशनल्स है और स्टूडेंट्स है। तो ये जो चीज़ मैं कहा कि आपको हर पहलू को सही नज़र से देखना चाहिए। पहले तो आपको डीप डाइव करना है कि भाई एग्जैक्टली आप कहाँ पे कौन से माहौल में हो, आपकी चैलेंजेस क्या है। इनफैक्ट मैं काफ़ी सालों तक एज अ सॉफ्टवेयर कंसल्टेंट रहा हूँ फंक्शनल साइड पे, तो मेरी हैबिट रही है कि कोई भी इंडस्ट्री में जाता था तो उसका पेन एरियाज में जानता था। पहले पेन एरियाज जाना, सबसे ज़्यादा टाइम टू अंडरस्टैंड द पेन एरियाज मैंने निकाला और बाद में सॉल्यूशन की बात की। सो बेसिकली यहाँ पे जो वैल्यू वर्सेस वेलोसिटी की जो मैडम ने बात किया था, इसमें मैं ये समझता हूँ कि हमें जो वैल्यू क्रिएट करना है, स्टेबिलिटी क्रिएट करनी है, एक एक माहौल क्रिएट करना है, कीपिंग इन माइंड दैट वेलोसिटी, जो स्पीड है इंडस्ट्री की, जो चेंजेस है, जो डायनेमिज्म है इंडस्ट्री का, तो इट इज़ वेरी वेरी चैलेंजिंग एंड डिफिकल्ट टू मैनेज बोथ थिंग्स इन सिंक एंड टू ग्रो। सो सारी थॉट प्रोसेस जो मैं समझता हूँ कि एक हमारी जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए हम लोग जो काम करते हैं, जो चीज़ इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहते हैं, वो ग्रोथ के साथ सिंक होना चाहिए हमेशा, एंड काफ़ी डायनेमिज्म चाहिए इसके अंदर, काफ़ी डीप डाइव करना पड़ता है इसके अंदर। सो बेसिकली कैसे आप करोगे। AI की बात हो रही थी अभी बीच में, तो पिछले तकरीबन 6 महीने से मैं AI पे एवरी डे काम करता हूँ। और AI को क्या कहता हूँ, और कुछ नहीं कहता हूँ, आई एम जस्ट अपडेटिंग AI के मुझे आज क्या चैलेंजेस मैंने फेस किया और मैंने उसका क्या सॉल्यूशन निकाला, वेदर आई सक्सीडेड और फेल, 3 चीज अपडेट करता हूँ। सो बेसिकली व्हाट, उससे क्या हो रहा है, इट इज अ हेल्पिंग टूल। लेट AI वर्क फॉर अस, एंड उससे क्या हो रहा है कि जो इतना डायनेमिक चेंजेस आ रहा है, इनफैक्ट व्हेन आई वाज सिटिंग ऑन अ काउच, तो मुझे मैसेज आया अपनी इंडस्ट्री के कुछ लीडर्स से, मैं चेंज की जो बात कर रहा हूँ वो, कि कल तक जो मेरी एक इंडस्ट्री का जो ओवरऑल पॉलिसी था, सो आई जस्ट रिसीव्ड अ मैसेज के 5 तारीख को हम लोग मिल रहे हैं कुछ लीडिंग इंडस्ट्री स्टेक होल्डर्स, और वी आर चेंजिंग अवर पॉलिसी। जो पॉलिसी हमने 1.5 महीने पहले तय किया था इंडस्ट्री का, 1.5 month बिफोर वी डिसाइडेड कि हमें ये तरीके से आगे 2 साल करने हैं, 5th को वी आर चेंजिंग दैट। सो मेरी टीम से जो मैं बात करता हूं हमेशा कि हमारे पास क्या होना चाहिए, तो एक तो चीज है कि ये ऐसे माहौल के अंदर लीडरशिप इज समथिंग विच इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। लक्ष्मी जी से मैं अभी बात कर रहा था, शी वॉज आस्किंग कि भाई हु इज योर नेक्स्ट लीडरशिप टू रन सोलेक्स। सो मैं काफ़ी रतन टाटा जी से इन्फ्लुएंस हूँ, और कुछ सालों पहले गोविंद काका के घर पे मुझे उनसे मिलने का चांस मिला था, एंड वी वर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट द फैमिली रन बिजनेस। तो उनकी राय जानने की हमने कोशिश की थी कि फैमिली रन बिजनेस का सस्टेनेबिलिटी क्या होता है, मतलब कैसे हाउ द फैमिली रन बिजनेस कैन बी सस्टेनेबल। सो ही गेव एग्जांपल ऑफ फोर्ड, जो फोर्ड एम्पायर है इतना बड़ा हुआ है, बच्चे का टाइम आया तो बच्चे ने कहा आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन योर बिजनेस, आई एम अ वाइल्ड लाइफ फोटोग्राफर, आई लव दैट। सो सस्टेनेबल बिजनेस की बात थी। देन ही गेव अनफॉर्चुनेटली L&T से कोई है नहीं, बट देन ही गेव एग्जांपल ऑफ L&T कि आप L&T को समझ लो। इनफैक्ट ही एडमायर्ड कि भाई मैं खुद पर्सनली L&T को एडमायर करता हूँ कि कंपनी का मालिक कौन है किसी को पता नहीं है, देयर इज नो ऑनर, एंड दिस काइंड ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, दिस L&T is run by professionals, led by professionals and run by professionals। तो मैं काफ़ी सालों से L&T का बहुत ही मतलब ये फॉलोअर रहा हूँ, L&T को काफ़ी फॉलो करता हूँ, और मेरा जो ड्रीम है मैडम ये यही है कि माई कंपनी ऑल्सो शुड बी लेड बाय एंड रन बाय प्रोफेशनल्स। मेरा बेटा भी आएगा बिजनेस में तो ही विल कम एज अ प्रोफेशनल, नॉट एज अ फैमिली। So this is what the Solex is, and that is how the Indian enterprises, I want every enterprises to be built and grow. हमारे पास एक टाइम है, एक ऐसा मौका आया है पोस्ट कोविड से, जब कोविड हुआ है 2020 के अंदर, ये पेंडेमिक आया, आई वॉज डिस्कसिंग विथ माई टीम, तब तो कोई एक दूसरे को मिल नहीं सकते थे, तब मैं हमेशा अपनी टीम से बात करता था, एंड आई थिंक ये जो वीडियो कॉलिंग है, दैट इज द रिवॉल्यूशन। किसी को पता नहीं था, मैं एवरी 15 डेज इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल करता था, उससे पहले एवरी वीक मेरा डोमेस्टिक ट्रैवल होता था। माई वाइफ यूज टू कॉल मी विजिटिंग हस्बैंड, कि इतना ट्रैवल करता हूँ, और ये ऐसा था। कोविड में ये वीडियो कॉल का एक कल्चर एक्सेप्ट हुआ, जो था पहले से ही। चैम्बर में मैंने मेरे ख्याल से 2007 में वीडियो कॉलिंग का इंट्रोडक्शन किया था ये, बट देन एक्चुअल उसका यूज हुआ कोविड के टाइम में 2020 के अंदर, जो वहाँ पे लोग एक दूसरे के साथ इजीली कनेक्ट करने लगे। मेरी टीम से मैं क्या बात करता था कि आफ्टर कोविड, आफ्टर पेंडेमिक वर्ल्ड कैसा रहेगा, इसी पे हम लोग बातचीत करते थे एवरी डे 2 आवर्स। वहाँ पे मैं एक ही चीज करता रहता कि सी फॉर, एंड दिस इज द लेसन फॉर एवरीवन, दैट दिस इज द टाइम हैज गॉन फॉर द वर्टिकल ग्रोथ। कोई पर्सन अपने आप को कहता है कि मैं अभी एक अकाउंट मैनेजर हूँ, यहाँ से मैं CFO तक जाना है मुझे, दैट इज अ वर्टिकल ग्रोथ। वो समय चला गया है आपके लिए। इट इज अ टाइम टू बैलेंस विद द हॉरिजॉन्टल ग्रोथ एज वेल। आप कितने मल्टीटास्किंग हो रहे हो, कितना मल्टी टैलेंट है आपके अंदर, ये बहुत जरूरी है। तब मैं कह रहा था कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो है, ऑपरेटर है अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, ऑपरेटर्स से डेटा एंट्री ऑपरेटर्स थे, मैंने कहा कि ये रोबोट काम कर लेंगे, AI काम कर लेगा, सॉफ्टवेयर काम कर लेंगे, तो आपका क्या होगा। सो यू हैव टू डेवलप, आपका जो टैलेंट है वो 1 टैलेंट 2 टैलेंट। सो मेरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर हमेशा मैं प्रमोट करता हूँ लोगों को कि IT मैनेजर है वो मेरे पास आते हैं, सर मेरे पास स्पेयर टाइम है, मुझे सेल्स में भी थोड़ा काम करना है। सो दिस इज वॉट लाइक दिस अ टाइम फॉर एवरीवन कि आप Mural bhai, can I take 2-3 more minutes on this because 10 minutes is done. Yeah. So यहाँ पे ये वर्टिकल ग्रोथ और हॉरिजॉन्टल की ग्रोथ की बात है। टाइम बहुत कम है इसलिए मैं ज़्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जाऊँगा, लेकिन आप लोगों को इसमें सोचना चाहिए कि HR आज का जो टॉपिक है, इट इज़ नॉट रिलेटेड टू HR डिपार्टमेंट, इट इज़ अ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स। अपना मेरी फैक्ट्री पे सिक्योरिटी गार्ड है, ही इज़ ऑल्सो HR। मेरे फ्लोर पे जो काम कर रहे हैं लोग, वो भी HR। जैसे मेरे इंट्रोडक्शन में बताया गया था कि 70% जो मेरी वर्कफोर्स है, दे आर कमिंग फ्रॉम द ट्राइबल बेल्ट। बहुत मतलब यंग लड़के, माई एवरेज एज ऑफ माई कंपनी इज 23 ईयर्स। सो इतने यंग लड़कों के साथ में, दैट टू विथ ITI या डिप्लोमा किया हुआ बैकग्राउंड, ट्राइबल बेल्ट से आते हैं, वहाँ पे लोकल ITI होती है, वहाँ से इनको डेवलप करते हैं, इनको लेके आते हैं। बेसिकली सोलेक्स में हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि विद दिस यंग बॉयज, माई फैक्ट्री इज द हाईली रोबोटिक एंड हाईली ऑटोमेटेड फैसिलिटी, एंड विच इज डिजाइन बाय द ग्लोबल लीडर्स, जो बहुत पुराने एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं, एक्सपीरियंस कंपनीज है, इनके सपोर्ट के साथ ये डिज़ाइन किया गया है। सो बेसिकली दिस बॉयज आर, जो इनका टैलेंट है, हमने इनको सिर्फ मौका दिया, एक ट्रेनिंग दी, एंड देन दे आर मेकिंग फॉर द वर्ल्ड। इनफैक्ट ऐसा है कि सोलेक्स इज द ओनली कंपनी इन इंडिया जो चाइनीज कंपनी के लिए मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करता है। दैट मीन्स कि चाइना पूरे वर्ल्ड के लिए बनाता है, बट वी मैन्युफैक्चर फॉर चाइनीज, एंड दैट क्रेडिट गोज टू ओनली दिस ट्राइबल बॉयज। 70% दैट इज 1500 लड़के ऐसे हैं मेरे यहाँ, सिर्फ ITI या डिप्लोमा करके आए हैं, एंड द वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट क्वालिटी का जो मॉड्यूल है, बिकॉज एवरी मॉड्यूल हैज द हाईएस्ट क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स, इट रिक्वायर्स दैट, एंड दे आर प्रोसेसिंग दिस। सो बेसिकली इंडिया, जो जैसे मैंने आगे भी काफ़ी बार कहा था कि इंडिया इम्पॉसिबल नहीं रहा अभी। इंडिया में बहुत सारी पॉसिबिलिटीज़ है, एवरी लेवल पे पॉसिबिलिटीज़ है। वी हैव टू एक्सप्लोर दैट, वी हैव टू नर्चर दैट। मेरी टीम में मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि और रिवॉर्ड मिलता है जो रूल ब्रेकर है। आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर यू सेट अप रूल्स, डूज एंड डोंट्स होता है ना आपके यहाँ, हर जगह पे होता है कि आपको ये करना है, ये नहीं करना है। जब मेरा एक प्रोफेशनल कैरियर शुरू हो रहा था, 90 की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, तो आई हैड अ चांस टू मीट FC कोहली, ही वॉज फाउंडर ऑफ TCS। तो हमारा कुछ इंटरेक्शन हुआ था, मेरा स्पोर्ट्स बैकग्राउंड था, मैं नेशनल प्लेयर था, तो उनको काफ़ी इंटरेस्ट पड़ा मेरे में। और फिर देन आई वॉज सेंट टू देयर इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर इन हैदराबाद फॉर 15 डेज। और वहाँ पे मुझे 70% ऑफ टाइम मुझे डोंट सिखाया गया। आई वॉज नेवर एम्प्लॉयड बाई TCS, आई वॉज आउटसाइडर, बट यू नो एक मुझे फेवर मिला था ऐसा। 70% टाइम में मुझे डोंट सिखाया गया, डूज बहुत कम सिखाया गया, एंड देन अनलर्निंग सिखाया गया कि आपको जो आता है भूल जाओ, क्योंकि वर्ल्ड डिमांड समथिंग एल्स। सो बेसिकली मेरी टीम में मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि आप में जो एस्टैब्लिश रूल है उसको तोड़ने की वो नेक होनी चाहिए, वो तोड़ो, लेकिन सिर्फ तोड़ो मत, कम विद अ बेटर सॉल्यूशन, तब तोड़ो। सो दैट मीन्स कि यू आर गिविंग अ लिवरेज टू योर टीम टू लीड द इनिशिएटिव। आप कुछ भी नया करना चाहते हो तो आपको लीडर्स चाहिए। सो एज अ सोलेक्स हम लोग हमेशा ऐसा करते हैं कि हम हमारी टीम में से ही लीडर्स ढूंढते हैं। जो हिसाब से ग्रो हो रहा है इंडस्ट्री, इट इज़ वेरी इजी टू ब्रिंग लीडर्स, एक्सपीरियंस पीपल फ्रॉम आउटसाइड, डिप्लॉय देम एंड आस्क आवर टीम टू फॉलो लीडर्स। हमारा अप्रोच थोड़ा हमने अलग रखा है। हमने ऐसा किया है कि पहले एग्जिस्टिंग टीम को लीडर बनने का मौका दिया जाए। एक टाइम फ्रेम नक्की किया जाता है कि भाई आपको 6 महीना 8 महीना दिया गया है, यू हैव टू डिलीवर दिस। सपोर्ट दिया जाता है। कुछ लोग हैं, ऐसा जरूरी नहीं कि 100% लोग आएंगे, 40% लोग इसमें खरे उतरते हैं, 60% खरे नहीं उतरेंगे, इसमें नहीं कर पाएंगे वो। सो बेसिकली यू नो, जो मैं वर्टिकल ग्रोथ और हॉरिजॉन्टल ग्रोथ की बात कर रहा था, तो बेसिकली दे आर द बेस्ट लीडर्स। जो बाहर से आएगा उनको सिस्टम समझने में बहुत टाइम लगता है। आपके पास जो लीडर्स आप बना रहे हो, जिनको मौका दे रहे हो, इनके पास पूरी नॉलेज है, दे केम फ्रॉम द ग्रास रूट लेवल। तो आई थिंक दिस इज अनदर इनिशिएटिव दैट यू नो वी हम लोग लेते हैं। हम हमेशा कहते हैं कि वी डोंट मेक रॉकेट इन आवर फैक्ट्री। हम लोग वही सोलार पैनल बनाते हैं जो बाकी लोग बनाते हैं। हमारी सोलार पैनल और बाकी की सोलार पैनल में विजुअली कोई फर्क नहीं है। एक लेबल का फर्क होता है जिसमें मेरा नाम लिखा गया है, मेरी कंपनी का नाम लिखा गया है, बट जो वो सोलार पैनल बनाने के लिए जो प्रोसेस फॉलो की जाती है, जो क्वालिटी कंट्रोल फॉलो किया है, वो यूनिक है हमारे पास। तो वो चीज़ हम लोग हमेशा लोगों के साथ शेयर करते हैं। लीडरशिप का यही एक बहुत बड़ा ये होता है कि आप HR के अंदर या कोई भी लीडरशिप है हमारी टीम के अंदर, डिफरेंट टीम के अंदर, काफ़ी टाइम ऐसा कहते हैं कि मैं क्यों सिखाऊं उसको, मैं क्यों बताऊं उसको। बट इफ़ यू डोंट क्रिएट योर टीम, इफ़ यू डोंट, हम आपकी टीम को हम लोग ज़्यादा ताकत नहीं देंगे बाय द वे ऑफ नॉलेज एंड एक्सपीरियंसेस एंड पॉसिबिलिटीज़, मेरे ख्याल से आप सबसे वीक लीडर हो। तो ये बहुत सारी कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी है कि जो मैंने आपसे शेयर करने की कोशिश की, जहाँ पे जो बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट फैक्टर रहा है, दैट इज़ ग्रोइंग लीडर्स। वी डोंट ब्रिंग लीडर्स, वी ग्रो लीडर्स। दैट इज समथिंग विच इज अ लीडर, बिकॉज बहुत लिमिटेड लीडर्स है मार्केट के अंदर, एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं। आप कहाँ से एक दूसरे को खींचोगे? रादर देन व्हाई डोंट यू ग्रो लीडर्स विद इन योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, विद इन योर थॉट प्रोसेस। सो हमारा हमेशा ये रहता है कि फ्रॉम प्रेसिडेंट टू प्यून इन माई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, दे नोज कि ये साल में हमारा क्या टारगेट है, 5 साल में हम कहाँ जाना चाहते हैं, क्या टॉप लाइन हम करना चाहते हैं, कि क्या बॉटम लाइन हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, और कितना एक्सपांसन करना चाहते हैं। मेरी कंपनी में जो एक हाउसकीपिंग में भी जो लड़का होता है, इनको भी ये पता होता है। टू क्रिएट दैट अलाइनमेंट एंड सिंक एंड एटमॉस्फियर। आपको ये बहुत ये लगेगा कि ये क्या बात है, उसको जानने की क्या जरूरत नहीं, बट ये चीज़ इंटरेक्शन, कम्युनिकेशन इज समथिंग विच इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सो बहुत सारी बातें हम लोग कर पाएंगे और चांस हम लेंगे। बेसिकली जो मैंने कहा कि जो ग्रोथ के साथ में जो अलाइन होने की बात है, वहाँ पे ऑल HR लीडर्स शुड फोकस कि आपने जो हम लोग HR पॉलिसी बनाते हैं, हम लोग काफ़ी प्रोसेसेस बनाते हैं, हम SOPs बनाते हैं डिपार्टमेंट की, वो कितनी स्केलेबल है। और प्लान B जो त्रिपाठी साहब ने कहा कि व्हाट इफ दिस बिकम्स यूजलेस। आपके पास इसके बाद का क्या है, वो रेडी होना चाहिए। HR इज नॉट अ 9 to 6 जॉब। मेरे ख्याल से सबसे ज़्यादा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम करना है, लीडरशिप या मैनेजमेंट के से भी ज़्यादा वो HR टीम को काम करना है, बिकॉज सबसे ज़्यादा फर्स्ट थिंग जो आता है दैट इज HR इन मैनेजमेंट। सो HR इज कैनॉट बी ए स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर इन द बिजनेस, जो टाइटल है। HR इज अ पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ अ मैनेजमेंट ऑफ अ बिजनेस, कोर पार्ट ऑफ अ बिजनेस। सो वहाँ पे HR की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बहुत आती है। HR को सिर्फ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स पे काम नहीं करना है, HR को बिजनेस इंटेलिजेंस पे भी काम करना है, बिजनेस कहाँ जा रहा है, कैसे जा रहा है। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड कभी भी मौका मिला हम लोग आके और बात कर पाएंगे। बट एज आई सेड, जो प्रोसेसेस जो सर्विसेज में है, जो आपको सिखाया जाता है इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, ऐसा है कि आपको आप सीखते हो उससे पहले आपके पास रिजल्ट मांगा जाता है। एंड कुछ सेक्टर में ऐसा है कि आप जो सीखते हो आपको लाइफ टाइम में एक्सप्लोर करने का मौका नहीं मिलता है। सो दैट्स अ डिफरेंस दैट वी शुड बी एबल टू मेक इट एंड डिसाइड अवर फ्यूचर रोड मैप। थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड थैंक यू SGCCI। दिस इज अ 9th HR कॉन्क्लेव। सो 10th HR कॉन्क्लेव आई वुड लाइक टू सजेस्ट कि इतना जो 9 HR कॉन्क्लेव का जो समरी है, आपने जो इतना कंसेक्यूटिव 9 साल तक किया है, कुछ टेक अवे चाहिए, एक कॉल चाहिए कि भाई ये HR कॉन्क्लेव से ये कॉल है और ये अगले 2 साल में, 1 साल में, 2 साल में, 3 साल में हमें इंडस्ट्री को देना है, तभी जाके इसका रिजल्ट भी हमें मिलेगा। और नेक्स्ट उसके बाद वाले HR कॉन्क्लेव में उसका आउटकम भी प्रेजेंट किया जाएगा कि हमने ये इनिशिएटिव लिया था, तो दिस आउटकम। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू चेतन भाई, वेरी वेल सेड। एंड यस, चेतन भाई ने जैसे बताया उनकी फैक्ट्री के बारे में, वी आर द विटनेस ऑफ हिज फैक्ट्री। वी रिकॉग्नाइज द प्रेजेंस ऑफ विंग कमांडर श्री अभिषेक तिवारी, डिफेंस PRO गुजरात। Naukri.com सबने सुना होगा, monster.com सबने सुना होगा। सदर गुजरात चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री लेके आए हैं जॉब पोर्टल फॉर द साउथ गुजरात टू log in as an employer and as an employee on this job portal for faster hiring, local and skilled workforce and reduce dependency on intermediaries. A dedicated platform for employer also and for employee also. Moving ahead,
now invite Dr. Anil Salargi to give information about Golden Jubilee Awards and also present his vote of thanks subsequently.
Thank you. Friends, before we quickly slip into the very important panel discussion, I request you to please open up your kit wherein there is a brochure like this, which will be of interest to all of you, because all of you belong to some or the other organization. Chamber of Commerce has a SGCCI Golden Jubilee Memorial Trust established in 1990. Since last 35 years, this trust has been conferring awards for excellence. Various organizations, small or big, who have been doing exemplary work in this region have been awarded for their work in excellence in various categories like research and development, environment protection, productivity improvement, energy efficiency, NGOs, CSR activities, Best CEO Awards and Best Business Person Awards. I request you to consider applying for this award. There is no cost involved and there is a very nice looking, very flagship type of award ceremony wherein you will participate in that also. So I request all of you to please consider applying for this award. Moving ahead, as far as the vote of thanks is concerned, this is a very important task because we at Chamber of Commerce are extremely thankful specifically to a very eminent battery of speakers who have put in perspective the entire theme of our 9th HR Conclave, that is people, profit, planet and purpose. Chetan bhai talked about call to action or some takeaways or something that we would like to take further. There are many things, but at least one thing that comes to my mind from the talk of the first speaker, that is Lakshmi Ji, is that she talked about not about the ethics training, but the training in the context of this AI world, ethics training in the work, in the context of AI world. Ma'am, we are committed to ensure that we take this cause further, and with your help and support, we would like to take, we would like to ensure that we provide this training module to our people, to our companies, so that the training that is being given to their people is about transparency also. One thing is for sure, she talked about a very important takeaway. Speed without direction is useless. So if we take at least this home, which gels well with what Admiral said, is that kithe jana hai. So speed which is directionless is useless, but when it's given direction it becomes velocity. So she also talked very nicely about this. So many things we can take up, but we are extremely thankful to all the eminent speakers, and the sponsors are the backbone of our all activities, especially as far as this 9th HR Conclave is concerned. We have had support of People Matters, SRK, PNB, PP Savani University, Acuitas, Sohel and Company. We are thankful to all our sponsors. We are also thankful to various service providers. We are thankful to the entire HR committee for providing, for putting together this excellent 9th HR Conclave. We are thankful to press and media, who have always been very, very supportive of our activities and spreading to the people at large. Thank you very much, and we quickly slip into the panel discussion as per the instructions of MOC. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we are quickly moving to the panel discussion. इसमें आपको मजा आ जाएगी, आपके सवालों का जवाब भी मिल जाएगा। इस थॉट के साथ अगेन एक छोटी सी शायरी एचआर वालों के लिए। ना सिर्फ पॉलिसीज से कल्चर बनता है, ना ही सिर्फ नंबर से फ्यूचर सजता है। एचआर वही है जो इंसान को समझकर कंपनी के सपनों को जमीन देता है। आप तालियां बजा सकते हैं अगर समझ में आया तो। So good afternoon everyone. Again, this is Vishal Shah and my partner Yash Shukla.
Very good afternoon to all and one and all. This is Yash. So it's like a strategic breakout, जैसे IPL में होता है. I have replaced our co-colleague of HR committee. She might be having some breaks now. So moving forward, we'll be going for a panel discussion now. Vishal bhai, topic seems quite effective and quite need of the hour. The core balance, assigning 4 P's, that is people, profit, planet and purpose in real business decisions. Don't worry, it's not a yoga therapy. Though we all HR practitioners are always flexible. So, we are honored to have our very own Mr. Chirag Desai as a moderator. So, he has been practicing HR and he is a business consultant by profession. And his practical insights are very effective for the organization, and his leadership development programs are always enlightening to the organizations.
Now I would like to call all our panelists on the dais. Shri Manish Gaur, Vice President HR and Organizational Excellence, L&T Heavy Engineering IC. Manish ji. Shri Vishnuram Agarwal, Director Khazana Group, representing a strong legacy of manufacturing excellence, sustainability and people-centric growth as the Khazana Group proudly completes 30 years of service excellence. I request every panelist to come on the dais once I announce their name. Ms. Tara Upadhyay Yadav, Director HR and BO ISP Global Consulting Private Limited and UP Team. a global AEC design support firm with over a decade of experience in strategic HR and organizational development. She contributes actively to board level decisions, compliance and culture building. आज उनकी फर्स्ट मैरिज एनिवर्सरी है. I would like to call Shri Hemant Patel, Head HR Equitas Limited, previously known as AMI Organics and a respected member of SGCCI. He is MPhil in Labour Studies and Six Sigma Black Belt certified. Last but not the least, जिसको सब जानते हैं, Shri Sohel Sawani, Labour Law Advisor and Panel Member, very active member of SGCCI and our committee member, Labour Law Institute, New Delhi. श्री मनीष गौर, તમારી પોતાની આત્માઓ ટેબલ પર મૂકીને હાથથી તાળીઓ પાડશો તો સારું પડશે. થેન્ક યુ. श्री विष्णुराम अग्रवाल, श्री हेमंत पटेल, श्री सोहेल सवानी, So felicitation for our moderators also, Shri Chirag Desai and Shri Mrunal Shukla.
सामे विजय भाई सामे.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon everybody. हेलो, अभी तो आपकी बारी आ रही है, अभी तो थोड़ा एनर्जेटिक होइए। कब से एक तरफा सुन रहे थे, अब आपकी बारी है कि आप सवाल पूछ पाए। हेलो, एक जोरदार ताली का राउंड हो जाए प्लीज। ऐसे नहीं, खड़े हो प्लीज, रेज दैट योर प्लेस। आप ताली बजाते रहिए, मैं यहाँ से कह रहा हूँ म्यूजिक बजाए, देखते किसकी आवाज ज्यादा आती है। म्यूजिक, थोड़ा म्यूजिक, देखते किसकी आवाज ज्यादा आती है। अभी भी ताली सुनाई दे रही है, और थोड़ा जोर से करिए, हो जाएगा। ग्रेट ग्रेट, थैंक यू वेरी मच। वैसे इस वक्त पे जो कि प्योरली लंच का टाइम हो और पैनल डिस्कशन शुरू करना हो तो दिक्कत होती है, लेकिन मैं आपको ये डेफिनेटली कहूँगा कि हम वक्त पे यानी कि 2:30 पे पूरा फंक्शन खत्म करेंगे। सो प्लीज बेयर विद अस। तब तक आप इस हॉल में अपनी बैठक को जमाए रखिएगा, अपने सवाल तैयार रखिएगा। आप थोड़ी देर में हम क्वेश्चन आंसर का दौर भी शुरू करेंगे। सबसे पहले हम इसका थोड़ा कंटेक्स्ट सेट करें। आज का जो हमारा थीम है, जैसे कि आप यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं कि पीपल, प्रॉफिट, प्लेनेट एंड, अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं हम लोग तो साथ में परफॉर्मेंस और एआई की भी हम आज बात करने वाले हैं। तो इन चारों चीज़ों को समझने के लिए सबसे पहले, क्योंकि सोहेल भाई जो है वो लेबर लॉ इंडस्ट्री से है, तो मैं सबसे पहले पीपल के बारे में कुछ कंटेक्स्ट सेट करने के लिए हम सबको 2-2 मिनट का वक्त देंगे ताकि वो इस सब्जेक्ट का कंटेक्स्ट सेट कर सके। तो सबसे पहले सोहेल भाई, people is your main area to set the context.
See, India एक largest population in the world है और भारत देश में सोशल सिक्योरिटी आज की डेट में 6 से 8 करोड़ लोग तक पहुंचती है, जो PF ESI के थ्रू। इसे सोशल सिक्योरिटी कोड में 50 करोड़ तक के लोगों को यानी हाफ पॉपुलेशन ऑफ द नेशन को कवर किया जा रहा है सोशल सिक्योरिटी के मार्फत। तो ये डेफिनेटली जो थीम है वो लेबर कोड के साथ, सोशल सिक्योरिटी कोड के साथ और जितने वेलफेयर और कल्चरल एक्टिविटीज़ जो कॉर्पोरेट्स में हो रही है वो सारी की सारी कहीं ना कहीं इसे मैंडेटरी और एक एडवाइजरी के तौर पे चारों कोड में लिया गया है। सो ये आज का जो हमारा थीम है पीपल, पर्पस, प्लेनेट, तो ऑब्वियसली सोशल सिक्योरिटी होगी तो ओल्ड एज पेंशन मिलेगा, मेडिकल मिलेगा, फैमिली कवर्ड होगी, हमें जो है वो मैरिज करना आसान होगा बच्चों का। इनके अलावा हमारी एक वेलनेस और वेलबींग भी जो है वो क्रिएट होगी। सो दिस इज ऑल अबाउट द सोशल सिक्योरिटी कोड फॉर द हाफ पॉपुलेशन ऑफ अवर नेशन।
ओके फाइन, बढ़िया, थैंक यू वेरी मच सोहेल जी। और प्रॉफिट की जब बात होगी तो एक बिजनेसमैन से ज़्यादा इसे कौन समझ पाएगा। बहुत ऑब्वियस, तो आई विल रिक्वेस्ट श्री विष्णुनाम अग्रवाल जी टू सेट द कंटेक्स्ट ऑन profit, that how it is going to impact on especially role of HR into creating the profit.
प्रॉफिट एक ऐसा मैटर है, मैं खजाना ग्रुप से विष्णु अग्रवाल बोल रहा हूँ। मेन प्रॉफिट एक ऐसा मैटर है जो हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को कंपलसरी चाहिए, उसके बिना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चला नहीं पाएगा वो। तो एज ए ओनर एंटरप्रेन्योर उनका फोकस रहता है कि प्रॉफिट कैसे है, मगर 22 वर्षा में उसका जो मैं गिनती करूँ उसका जो कस्टमरिज्म होता है, हमेशा सबके कन्फ्यूजन है कि कस्टमर हमको प्रॉफिट देता है। नो डाउट इट इज़ ए ट्रू। बाकी मेरा कहना है इंटरनल कस्टमर जो आपके टीम मेंबर्स हैं वो सबसे बड़ा प्रॉफिट आपको देता है, क्योंकि आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तब तक नहीं चल पाती है जब तक इंटरनल कस्टमर, मतलब आपका जो एम्प्लॉयज़ है, आपका जो टीम है, वो यदि आपको ठीक तरह से सपोर्ट नहीं करता है तो आपका प्रॉफिट कभी भी नहीं आएगा लॉन्ग टर्म के अंदर। क्योंकि कस्टमर कंप्लेन आता है तो आपको संभालने के लिए वो सारा टीम है, आपका डिलीवर्ड करने के लिए टीम है। तो सबसे बड़ा प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी का जो गेम कहाँ आता है वो सबसे बड़ा डिपेंड करता है जो HR का टीम है। तो HR जो काम करते हैं अपना टीम के साथ, और जो टीम पूरा अपने आप रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी काम करती है वो पूरा डिपेंड उसी के ऊपर करता है।
बहुत बढ़िया बात बताई कि सेल्स से तो प्रॉफिट बनता है, लेकिन जब हम कॉस्ट की बात करते हैं, व्हेन वी को पुट दैट कॉस्ट, तो वहाँ कॉस्ट से हम कैसे प्रॉफिट बना सकते हैं, वो एचआर वहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट सेट कर सकता है। तो ये कहा ना मैंने कि ये बात बिजनेसमैन के दिमाग में बहुत अच्छे से सेट होती है। अब बात करते हैं प्लेनेट की। जैसे सुबह से हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी आने वाले समय में एनवायरनमेंट रिलेटेड हमारी है, प्लेनेट की है। तो उसके लिए जो ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर से हमारे बीच मौजूद है L&T से उन्हें मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा मनीष को कि आप थोड़ा सा कंटेक्ट सेट करें प्लेनेट के बारे में।
Thank you. First of all, thank you SGCCI for having me here today. So if we have to look at all the 4 P's, first thing I want to compliment, the acronym is very apt actually, and as management team members or as a management subject, we all love acronyms. So that fits very well, and it defines what are the important areas that we need to look at in terms of business today. So dating back, I will talk to you about when I was just about getting into my MBA. So at that point of time, there was a group discussion in a premier institute before I actually joined the institute. So the topic was objective of business is profit. So this is how the businesses have actually started. Profit was the main criteria, and everybody only talked about profits at that point of time whenever they got into a smaller business or a larger business or whatever. People came next. That is when actually we started talking about people as the assets. And we started talking about that it is not only the building or the material or the machinery that makes business, but it is the people who are running those businesses. Those are the most important things, and that is what we need to endure and encourage and build so that the organizations can grow. Then came that it is not only the profits, not only those people, we need to look further, and we started defining vision of the organization and started to actually see where we want to go. But then came also the next one, which is how you will go there, and that is also one of the P's here today, which my colleague will take at the moment. And then we landed up into a scenario that the World Trade opened 1991, and that is when business went global. And when the business went global, then we had to challenge ourselves with all those playing fields which all other countries were also doing so. So at that point of time, a lot of knowledge came into the country, a lot of companies came to the country, and we started almost producing everything. But in the process, what has happened is that we have gone ahead also to play with the climate. And this climate has become a big concern for all of us everywhere. There have been now global meets on the sustainability factor, looking at how we have been damaging the earth or damaging the environment. And one of the live examples comes from what we see of Delhi today. So these kind of things happening all around. It is important that we become more responsible and look after the same and try to work around having a sustainable way, not only for us but also for the generations which will come in future. And largely so, and understanding the need for it, there is an enforcement that has happened globally now. And in Europe last year when the convention happened, at that point of time it was decided that sustainability will be an important factor for trading. And as of today now, if you want to export something from India to any other countries, then from the initial stage when the countries would not accept asbestos in the packaging, today the scenario is that they won't accept your equipment or your products until you are sustainably compliant. So it is not only that we have a responsibility towards the society, but also that doing business without being there is becoming difficult. So therefore it is important that this is a subject which is looked at more carefully, and HR puts itself together to see that the team members in the organization are well educated on this subject and are able to take the organization forward.
थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड प्लीज से कि अगर हाँ तालियां बजाइए जोर से बजाइए इस वेरी वेल सेड क्योंकि अगर हमें आने वाले समय में अगर ग्लोबली जाना है यहाँ की ट्रेड और इंडस्ट्रीज को लेके जाना है तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज गोइंग टू बी प्लेइंग अ वेरी ह्यूज रोल एंड वहाँ पे एचआर का एक बहुत बड़ा रोल और जिम्मेदारी आने वाली है इस बात को हम समझ सकते हैं. Then I would like to ask Daraji ki what can be the purposeful HR in the organization? You talk about the purpose.
Thank you, Chiraji, for giving me this big acronym to talk about. So, first of all, I'm from outsourcing industry, and now we are moving towards the consulting industry. So, it's a transition that my company is facing right now. So, the purpose is somewhere it is changing, that why we started and now where we are going. So I can see in the entire room that very less people may be fortunate enough to decide the purpose about the business. Like most of the time the business owner, the founder and the trustees and all, they are having that thought in their mind that okay, the main purpose is to build a company, to bring profits, to grow it further and have a brand name. There may be multiple purposes for a business, but as an HR, I'm not sure that I won't talk big things, but I don't know if we have that power to define the purpose, but yes, we surely have the power to continue, and we have power to influence our business leaders that what if they can change the business purpose towards the betterment of the society, the betterment of the governance, for the economy. And as a HR person, as you asked, so every day there is a cognitive dissonance in our mind, every day there is a dilemma, and if at all we are working with a very strict or very toxic culture, sometimes it's not in your hand that you can move forward, move around. You can take a decision at a time to step forward from your career, but everyone is not fortunate enough. So at that time, your influence is the matter, that how you navigate through those emotional roller coaster that's going on in your mind. Every one of us, I'm sure, go through that emotional roller coaster, especially when you are in HR field, that your value system and the company's value system, they keep on having a hidden conflict. So at that time, being vocal really helps. That's what helped me, that continuous enforcement of your thoughts, and it should not be diluting the profit purpose for sure. So profits is the first purpose of any business unless you're working in a non-profit business. So as an HR person, we should have that articulating characteristic in us, that how do we define our thoughts to the business leader in a way that your major stakeholders, that are employees and then government. HR is not only there for the business leader, we are also there for, we are facing the government as well. So I think the purpose should be broad in sense, where HR person who is taking the decision every day, they are not facing a pressure to continue it with conflicting their own value system. So better you move out from the company that is not serving it, or you make it possible that they are believing in your thought process as well. So HR, it's a very tough task, guys. I know every day to convince a lot of people. But yeah, it's the thing that we have chosen as a career, so we must face it. Thanks.
बहुत फेस कर रहे हैं HR वाले, क्योंकि इनको सब लेवल के पर्पस को बैलेंस करके चलना है। मैनेजमेंट का पर्पस, एम्प्लॉय का पर्पस, उनका खुद का पर्पस, और इन सबको बैलेंस करके उनको चलना पड़ रहा है। इट इज़ वेरी डिफिकल्ट। और उसमें जिस तरह से आज ये जो सब्जेक्ट्स लिए गए थे और ये जो पैनल डिस्कशन का जो टॉपिक दिया गया था, वही है कि इसको बैलेंस कैसे किया जाए, हाउ टू बैलेंस ऑल दिस फोर। यानी अगर हम बात करते हैं लोगों को कैसे संभाला जाए, प्रॉफिट को कैसे मैनेज किया जाए, हमारी जो प्लैनेट की जो बात है, सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात है, उसको कैसे मैनेज किया जाए, और पर्पस के साथ ग्रोथ कैसे किया जाए, और उसमें बीच में आता है AI। अब जितने भी लोग आए बोल के गए कि अभी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का ज़माना है, HR वाले वैसे ही डरे हुए हैं। हमारा क्या होगा आगे चल के पता नहीं है, क्योंकि बहुत सारी भूमिका, मैडम ने जैसे बताया कि अराउंड 74% 2024-25 में अगर AI ने काम करना शुरू कर दिया है तो हमारे लिए क्या होगा। तो हमारे साथ मौजूद है हेमंत भाई की, जो बहुत सालों से HR के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। तो मैं उनसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि व्हाट विल बी द पावर बाय पीपल एंड व्हाट विल बी द डिफरेंस बिटवीन पावर बाय AI।
Hello. Thank you. See, first of all, I'll tell you that AI is no longer of future, because AI is already part of our day-to-day requirements or activity. So AI, that brings efficiency, that brings accuracy, which helps to understand the data analytics. Whereas people brings, empathy, emotions, that trust. So the combination of that AI with, the people, that understanding, that makes a difference that how an HR can utilize the AI. So I would say it is not AI versus people, but it considered as a AI with the people. That would be the right thing.
वेरी गुड, थैंक यू। मतलब इनका जो कहना है कि हमें AI को इस तरह से अडॉप्ट करना है कि वो हमारी एक स्ट्रेंथ बन जाए, और उसके माध्यम से हम आने वाले समय में किस तरह से AI को एज अ टूल यूटिलाइज करके हम अपनी प्रोडक्टिविटी और जो ये चारों एरिया है उसको हम किस तरह से बैलेंस कर सकें। दोस्तों, मैं यहाँ मॉडरेटर के तौर पे हूँ, लेकिन मैंने एक भी सवाल प्रिपेयर नहीं किया, इसलिए आप प्रिपेयर करना। आप लोग सवाल तैयार कीजिए, क्योंकि सवाल मैं पूछने वाला हूँ इन लोगों से, लेकिन वो सवाल आपके होंगे। और जब तक आपके सवाल आने शुरू होते हैं, मैं पूछना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि सबसे ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर से हमारे बीच मनीष जी है, तो मैं उनसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि ये जो चारों एरिया है, उन्होंने अच्छा कंटेक्ट सेट किया है, लेकिन ये जो चारों एरिया है उसमें सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज आता है उसे बैलेंस करने का। बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि हम लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन को मैनेज करने जाते हैं तो प्रॉफिट पे इम्पैक्ट आता है, बहुत बार प्रॉफिट पे इम्पैक्ट लेने जाते हैं, उसको संभालने जाते हैं, देन कहीं पर्पस से डेविएट हो जाते हैं। देन हाउ एज अ ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर, हाउ डू यू बैलेंस दिस?
There is no straight line rules actually how you want to balance it, but it is a mix of lot of set of activities that we need to do. And if I am talking about something today, so that does not mean that is a rightful solution available and that you should use it. Please adapt it as per as applicability at your own place. So like I told you that objective of business is profit. That has always been the prime. If that is not achieved, business cannot be sustained. If business cannot be sustained, the life cycle goes away. So profit becomes very important. Now while you are trying to achieve those profits, who are the people who are doing it? So it becomes important. So that is the people or the talents that you have in your organization, they are trying to do it. They are doing it for you. Now, it is important that you have those talents with you and you develop them so that they remain with you. The matter of people has not remained so easy, with the Generation Z completely disrupting the way the things have been in the past. And I was recently studying that the attrition rate for Generation Z in the first year is 33%, in the second year is 26%. It is just because that they are looking at things differently from what we have been looking at it in the legacy. So definitely we will have to address this. So therefore, looking at people, your talent, your pipeline, which will actually take you forward in the long term, that has become very, very important. And we cannot just ask them to go by the rule book and the way we have been managing discipline within the organization to ensure that there is fairness and equality all the time in the organization. So perhaps that may not be the way. Again, what has changed is, earlier we simply talked about having people or talents in the organization, but now we are also talking about diversity in the organization. We are also talking about equal opportunity for all type of people in the organization. We are talking about employee engagement. So a lot of things have become very dynamic now. So people management that way is complex, and as a HR person you have to keep an eye on all of them and at the same time balance that out so that it contributes towards the goals of the organization.
थैंक यू। जैसे इन्होंने बताया कि अब एचआर का रोल इस तरह से चेंज होगा कि वी हैव टू कीप आइज ऑन एवरीथिंग। हम चारों एरिया पे हमारी नज़र रखते हुए हमें एचआर की स्ट्रेटेजीज और पॉलिसीज़ पे काम करना होगा, जैसे इन्होंने बताया, क्योंकि एक ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर एक डिफरेंटली काम करता है और वहीं पे अगर एमएसएमई की बात करें या सेमी ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर की बात करें तो उनका काम करने का तरीका और अप्रोच अलग होता है। आप में से किसी के भी पास सवाल हो तो अपना हाथ एक बार खड़ा कीजिएगा, सो आई कैन पास ऑन द माइक टू यू। हमारे माइक वहाँ पे घूम रहे हैं तो आपको जिसको भी सवाल पूछना है अपना हाथ खड़ा कीजिएगा, वी विल गिव यू द चांस। आते हैं कि एक एमएसएमई सेगमेंट, सर आप प्राइवेट और एमएसएमई सेगमेंट्स है, वहाँ पे पूरा एक तरीका बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट का अलग होता है। अभी भी अगर हम साउथ गुजरात की एमएसएमई की बात करें तो अभी भी एचआर को एक एक्सपेंस के तरह लिया जाता है, जो कि एक इन्वेस्टमेंट या एसेट हो सकती है, बट स्टिल दिस माइंडसेट इज देयर। तो अंडर दिस सिचुएशन ऑफ कोर्स वी आर फोकस ऑन प्रॉफिट, एज यू टोल्ड कि सब प्रॉफिट के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं। तो एमएसएमई में अगर हमें इसको बैलेंस करना है, स्पेशली व्हेन एआई इज कमिंग, तो ये माहौल में हाउ यू एज अ ओनर ऑफ एमएसएमई लुक एट इट?
इसके अंदर सबसे बड़ा जो टफ है, जो मैं पर्टिकुलर सूरत की एमएसएमई की बात करूँ, यहाँ सबसे बड़ा पीपल डिपेंडेंट वर्क है। जो वर्क है एमएसएमई में मोस्टली पीपल काम कर रहा है, एआई उसके साथ यूज़ कर रहा है। जैसे हेमंत साहब ने बताया जी, हम लोगों ने एचआर को एआई को एप्लीकेशन के साथ काम करके हम काम कर सकते हैं, उसको प्रॉफिटेबली में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं। मगर हमारा जो पीपल लोगों का काम है, मेन पीपल्स की जो एक्टिविटीज़ है, वो जब तक समर्पित बिजनेस की तरफ नहीं होगा तब तक बिजनेस कभी भी डेवलप नहीं हो सकता है। क्योंकि एक ओनर खाली एक ऑर्डर कर सकता है, वो अपना बैलेंस शीट बना सकता है, प्रॉफिट का रेशियो सेट कर सकता है, और सेट करके टीम को देता है नीचे, टीम उस पर वर्क करती है। तो टीम जब तक वर्क करके उसको पूरा नहीं करके देगी, कभी भी उस ओनर के पास प्रॉफिट नहीं आएगा। तो प्रॉफिट नहीं आएगा ओनर के पास तो वो सस्टेन नहीं कर पाएगा, तो ऑलरेडी टीम भी नीचे चली जाएगी, फिर उसको नया ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ढूंढना पड़ेगा। तो एचआर का लिए बहुत बड़ा रोल हो जाता है, वो अपने टीम को, उस कंपनी का जो ओनर है उसका विजन क्या है, दोनों के साथ एक ब्रिज का रोल तैयार करता है वो, और ब्रिज का रोल तैयार करके इस काम को आगे जा सकता है।
थैंक यू। यानी अगर हम एमएसएमई के साथ जुड़े हुए जितने भी एचआर प्रोफेशनल्स यहाँ पे या एचआर एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं, अगर हम एमएसएमई के साथ जुड़े हैं तो वहाँ का, जैसे उन्होंने बताया कि वहाँ आवर मेजर रोल इज़ टू बिकम अ ब्रिज बिटवीन मैनेजमेंट एज वेल एज एम्प्लॉय ऑफ द कंपनी। और यहाँ पे जब बात कर रहे हैं साउथ गुजरात की और एमएसएमई की बात कर रहे हैं, तो बिकॉज इट इज़ वेरी स्टिल इट इज़ अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर, तो यहाँ पे लेबर लॉस रिलेटेड बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस आते हैं। सोहित जी, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि आप इतने सालों से इस सेक्टर में हैं, लेबर लॉस के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, then what are the things you want to convey to the participant of this HR conclave कि लेबर लॉस को अगर हमें इम्प्लीमेंट करना है तो किस तरह से उस पर गौर करना चाहिए एज ए एचआर प्रोफेशनल? क्योंकि जैसे बात हुई कि पर्पज़ अलग अलग होते हैं, ओनर पर्पज़ इज़ डिफरेंट टू सेव द कॉस्ट। बहुत सारी कंपनीज लेबर लॉस के कानून से डरती हैं, उनमें जाना नहीं चाहती है, तो उस माहौल में किस तरह से एचआर को बिहेव करना चाहिए, एचआर की प्राइम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या बनती है?
थैंक यू। सो आज की जो थीम है 4 P पे,
सो मैं 4C जो कोड ऑन लेबर, वेजेस और सोशल सिक्योरिटी OSH कोड, इन सबको कंप्राइज करके आज की थीम में सेट करूँगा कि MSMEs में और हम आमतौर पे हमारे सोशल नेटवर्क्स में डोनेशंस बहुत देते हैं, तो क्यों ना हम ये डोनेशन चैरिटी बिगिंस फ्रॉम होम करें, क्यों ना हम हमारे एम्प्लॉयज़ का वेलफेयर करें। और ये चारों कोड को जो यूनिफाइड और सिंप्लीफाइड किया गया, और इसमें पर्पज़ यही है कि मैक्सिमम लोगों को इन तक जोड़ा जाए, चाहे वो होम बेस्ड वर्कर हो, चाहे वो टेम्पो वाला हो, रिक्शा वाला हो। और इसमें आने के लिए जितनी MSMEs आज तक किसी भी वजह से छूटी हुई थी, उन सब के लिए भी गवर्नमेंट ने ESMS प्री स्कीम निकाली है, जो दिसंबर 31 को ख़त्म हो रही है, और इट मे बी एक्सटेंड फॉर अ मंथ और 3। और उसी तरह से EPF में भी डिक्लेरेशन स्कीम अनाउंसमेंट हुई है, जो अप्रैल 2026 तक रहेगी। सो PF और ESIC का जो मेजर चैलेंज MSMEs को लग रहा है, वो चैलेंज ऑलरेडी खत्म हो चुका है, क्योंकि बैक पीरियड की कोई लायबिलिटी इन दोनों स्कीम की वजह से हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज पे आने वाली नहीं है। थर्ड बात आती है जहाँ पे प्रॉफिट की। प्रॉफिट में हम ये बात करते हैं कि एम्प्लॉय का डिडक्शन नहीं होने के लिए तैयार होता है, ना एम्प्लॉयर कंट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए तैयार होता है। तो वहाँ पे प्रधानमंत्री विकसित भारत कल्याण योजना, रोजगार योजना जो है वो अनाउंस की गई है। वो MSMEs को 4 साल तक के लिए बेनिफिट देगी, वहीं एम्प्लॉय को भी 1 साल तक के लिए बेनिफिट और इंसेंटिवाइज करेगी। तो ये बहुत ही अच्छे एफर्ट्स भारत सरकार की ओर से हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा MSMEs, कॉर्पोरेट्स ये जो नए चारों कोड के अंदर में ढले। और इसी तरह से जब हम कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे हमारे एम्प्लॉयज़ के लिए, उनके वेलफेयर के लिए, उनके भविष्य के लिए, उनके परिवार के लिए, तो डेफिनेटली एक हम अच्छा प्लेनेट बना पाएंगे, अच्छा हिंदुस्तान बना पाएंगे। तो मेरी यहाँ से सबको गुजारिश है कि बिल्कुल डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। कोड में बेशक कुछ क्लैरिटी की ज़रूरत है वेज डेफिनेशन को लेके, और वेज डेफिनेशन की वजह से कहीं कंट्रीब्यूशंस बढ़ रहा है, कहीं रेमिटेंस बढ़ रहा है, कहीं कम भी हो रहा है, कहीं बेनिफिट्स भी कम हो रहे हैं। लेकिन डेफिनेटली इसका जो स्पिरिट है वो बहुत क्लियर है कि हम बेटरमेंट लाएं, खुशियाँ लाएं। हम जो ILO के साथ, पूरे वर्ल्ड के साथ जो हम काम कर रहे हैं, इतना इंडिया में जो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आ रहा है, तो हम हमारी MSMEs को, जो हमारी कमर है, रीढ़ की हड्डी है, उनको हम मजबूत करें इन सारे कंप्लायंसेस की वजह से, लॉ की वजह से। और इतनी जागरूकता AI के ज़माने में आ चुकी है कि जो MSME कैसे भी करके आज तक बचता आ रहा था, वो अभी बिल्कुल मुश्किल लग रहा है। आने वाले 6 महीने, साल भर में अगर आप कंप्लायंस में नहीं आते हैं तो डेफिनेटली आपको कंसिक्वेंसेस बियर करनी पड़ेगी। इसलिए कंप्लायंस इस बर्डनफुल ना समझे, ये एक वेलफेयर एक्टिविटी है, ये प्लेनेट की ओर हमारी मॉरल ड्यूटी है, हमारे सोसाइटी की ओर हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। और आज सुबह से मैं ये सुन रहा हूँ, जो हम हमारी ये HR की बात कर रहे हैं, तो HR ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेफिनेटली वो एक दूसरे ह्यूमन के लिए सोचेगा। और कंप्लायंस में आपको आना है, और बिल्कुल भी कंप्लायंस का कोई खौफ ना रखें, बहुत ही इजी कर दिया जा रहा है इसे। तो इसे समझने की कोशिश करें और इसे इम्प्लीमेंट करें अपनी इंडस्ट्रीज में।
थैंक यू। बहुत अच्छी बात बताई है कि इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि एज ए HR प्रोफेशनल हमें ये समझने की ज़रूरत है कि कॉम्प्लायंसेस क्या है और कितनी आसानी से हम उसे अपने बिजनेस में इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं। मैं हेमंत भाई से पूछना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि ये बात निकल रही है और बात चल रही है कि क्योंकि आप एक MSME सेगमेंट में काम कर चुके हैं, अभी सेमी ऑर्गेनाइज स्ट्रक्चर में आप काम कर रहे हैं। In spite of being in MSME, you have worked under very structured HR practices. तो ये जो इन्होंने भी बताया कि compliances को implement करना और follow करना, और अभी आने वाले समय में टेक्नोलॉजी उसमें बहुत सहयोग दे रही है। So how you have managed this, especially by keeping all this balance in the HR, कि जो एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को बैलेंस करके भी चलते हैं और compliances को भी मैनेज करके चलते हैं। हेलो ऑडियंस, एक आध क्वेश्चन रेडी है? हाँ जी, आता हूँ आपके पास, आते हैं इनके जवाब के बाद आपके पास आते हैं।
Hello. Yeah, as I say that, the compliances, the many people, early that think we just fear about that what will happen. So nowadays, scenario has been completely changed. It is not like auditing from other way. It is a, that's supporting the people. for planet, for the growth. There's so many social securities are there. And that what AI can do this, the AI can give that, the certain reminders, certain, what you need to do for compliances. There are so many softwares available nowadays. So that AI make the sustainable practice for the compliances. Now that AI also give that, certainly recently has changed that ESIC, and earlier it was something gross and now change also. That AI have very major role when you have a certain database available and you could put on everything on the AI. That's give that immediately solution. Earlier you used to work for 30 days, 15 days to take decision. Now the AI can give that analytics and data. And those, based on that data, you can take a decision and you can make it a sustainable practice. That is not for only the one part of that, but if you have entire things or put everything on the AI-based systems, the compliances, that works make easy and better way of that thing.
Right, thank you. So आने वाले टाइम में AI हमें यूजफुल हो सकता है इसे बैलेंस करने में और मैनेज करने में। वहाँ से हमारा कोई सवाल था, प्लीज।
Hello. My question to the panel is, how can HR genuinely build a people-first culture and accountability at the same time when promoters or top leadership resist feedback, systems or self-correction without HR being symbolic or powerless?
किससे सवाल है या ओवरऑल एक सवाल है? Any specific person you want to ask or it's open question? Anyone can answer. बढ़िया. I would request you to answer this.
Hi, what's your name, dear? Kishan. Haji. So, yes, it is. I'm sure you are the ambassador of half of the room. It's a question of half of the room that, especially in the early career when you're just entering the field and there is a huge age gap between you and your promoters as well. This is the thing it happens. Second thing is like when your promoters are just driven by like उनका घर चलना चाहिए, उतना उनका business point of view हो. But when you can show them the bigger picture, so HR is the base for training and development. HR is the base for, you can see that how you can create the brand image by using all your HR functions like employee engagement and compliance and also internal trainings, recruitment, hiring best people who can be ambassador for your growth. So if even your promoter have 5% feeling of creating the brand, you can show them that how non-complying to all that you are proposing to. Like for example, you are proposing a training and development program for your leadership, or you are proposing automation in your system, but they are opposing it. It may be, I'm just supposing it, it may be like whatever they are opposing, that they are not understanding your way of thinking, then you can show them fear, that what are the stake, what is at the stake. So if you can show that if we are non-compliant, even your brand is at the stake. So you must need to keep on nudging them by either you show them the profit, that if our people are trained, they will multiply our performance, they will multiply the quality outputs, and our brand will be growing, flourishing. Either you can show them the fear, or there is another way is to show them the competition. That comparison is also a very strong motivation tool, that you can show that, see, our competitors are doing this and we are falling behind. If they are really caring about their own business, they will take at least one step out of your proposal. Like you have proposed 5 things, they will at least not now, but after 1 month, 2 months, if they are not having ego issue, then I'm sure that they will also think about it, that yes, I have to run my business, I have to run my family. If it is a small business, they always think about family. If it's a big business, they think about sustaining in the competition and giving it forward to the next generation. So it is a very powerful position. As you are saying, it's powerless, but it all depends on you, how how it's all about your art, that how you have the relationship with your promoters. And I have seen a lot of companies and a lot of promoters, they have turned around by listening to their this C-suite, or even the small executive person can also impact the bigger business results. So जैसे चाणक्य आपको पता होगा, so he gave us 4 pillars of business management as Shandam Dandaved. You can study more about it later, but if you apply even one of them while dealing with your promoters, I'm sure you will get at least 20% of result for sure.
मतलब बहुत एक्सप्लेन करके उन्होंने बहुत सिंपल बात बताई है कि या तो अपनी कुर्सी बचाइए या कंपनी को बचाइए। एचआर नॉर्मली अपनी कुर्सी बचाने के लिए जो मैनेजमेंट कहता है वो करता जाता है, कंपनी में एम्प्लॉय को नुकसान हो सकता है। तो इन्होंने मुझे बताया कि भाई हमें सबको बैलेंस करना और इतना बोल्ड एचआर को बनना पड़ेगा कि वो कंपनी का फ़ायदा लॉन्ग रन में किससे है वो मैनेजमेंट के सामने प्रेजेंट कर सके। वी नीड टू इम्बाइब दैट स्किल, दैट हाउ टू ब्रिंग दिस टू द नॉलेज ऑफ द मैनेजमेंट। यस, अनदर क्वेश्चन वाज फ्रॉम हियर, कहीं से एक सवाल था। यस, ऑन है, थोड़ा नजदीक रख के बोलिए, हो जाएगा, माइक ऑन है।
आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन। आजकल सुनने में आ रहा है कि लोगों का छटनी हो रहा है, बहुत ये वर्ड बहुत पॉपुलर हो चुका है कंपनियों में। तो HR हैविंग ए 4 पिलर, तो आई वांट टू आस्क कि ये कौन सा 4th पिलर जो है एम्प्लॉय के पे कॉस्ट रिडक्शन या कॉस्ट पैसे उनकी जो भी बेनिफिट है उसके ऊपर अटैक होता है। तो व्हाट आर द मेजर आउटकम ये आया हुआ है कि इसके ऊपर ही HR ज़्यादातर एक्शन लेता है। व्हाट इज द मेन कॉस्ट ऑफ दिस?
इनका सवाल मतलब ये पूछना चाहते हैं कि आज जिस तरह से ग्लोबल कंपनीज जिस तरह से एम्प्लॉयमेंट कम कर रही है प्रॉफिट इम्पैक्ट बढ़ाने के लिए, तो व्हाट इज़ द रीज़न। मैं इनके सवाल में थोड़ा सा और कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऐड कर लूँ। एक साइड ये जैसे बोल रहे हैं कि जॉब कट रही है, दूसरी साइड यहाँ MSME के हमारे ओनर्स है, बहुत सारे लोग MSME से बैठे हुए हैं, वो एक सवाल ये करेंगे कि हमको सही बंदे नहीं मिल रहे हैं। तो जहाँ पे एक तरीका ये है कि बड़ी MNCs या कॉर्पोरेट या ग्लोबल कंपनीज एम्प्लॉयमेंट को कम कर रही है और वहीं दूसरी साइड MSME को अच्छे बंदे नहीं मिल रहे हैं। तो आपका सवाल मैं ले लेता हूँ, लेकिन सबसे पहले मैं MSME ओनर से पूछना चाहूँगा कि इसमें कितना सत्य है कि अच्छे बंदे हमें नहीं मिल रहे जो हम कहते हैं। व्हाट इज द ट्रूथ बिहाइंड इट?
इसके अंदर दोनों वाइस वर्सा है। जो बंदे मिलते हैं उनका एक्सपेक्टेशंस लेवल्स बहुत हाई होता है एज पर ओनर को लगता है मेरी बिजनेस में ये एक अमाउंट फिट होती है, इसके ऊपर उसका भी एक बैलेंस शीट पे कॉस्टिंग कटिंग होती है, वो फिक्स करके चलता है। हम एक बार 5% मार्जिन में काम कर रहे हैं, 4% मार्जिन में काम कर रहे हैं, तो मेरा टीम वर्क का इतना एक परसेंटेज जो लेस करके अपना प्रॉफिट को गिनता है। मगर जब वो सामने वाला बंदा आता है उसको हर साल में या हर 6 महीने में इंक्रीमेंट का प्रॉब्लम रहता है और वो दूसरी कंपनीज के अंदर जाने की कोशिश करता है तभी। मगर मैं आज के तारीख में बता सकता हूँ, सूरत में स्पेशली, मैं बाकी की तो बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, सूरत में लोगों की कमी है। हर बोर्ड के फैक्ट्री के बाहर आपको बोर्ड देखेगा, कारीगर चाहिए, वर्कर चाहिए, प्लस बढ़िया ट्रेंड आदमी चाहिए। हर MSME ओनर, मैं SGCCI में हम लोगों का एक काफ़ी बार बात हो चुका है कि हम मोस्टली MSME लोग अपना ट्रेंड पर्सन मिलना मुश्किल हो रहा है उनको, और वो आदमी मिलते नहीं है। तो कंडीशन उनके जगह तो सही है, उनका एक्सपेक्टेशंस लेवल क्या है और उनका स्किल कितना है वो एक HR डिसाइड कर पाता है और टीम के साथ कंपनी टू कंपनी वेरी करता है।
थैंक यू। नाउ कमिंग टू यू सर, MNCs आप चला रहे हैं, तो जिस तरह से पीरियोडिकली कभी कभी बड़ी कंपनियां जब एम्प्लॉयमेंट कम करती है, तो व्हाट इज़ द रीज़न बिहाइंड इट कि क्यों वो बल्क में एम्प्लॉय को कम करते हैं?
मोस्टली कंपनीज उस समय ही रिडक्शन पे जाते हैं रिसोर्सेज पे जब कि ऑर्डर पोजीशन कंपनी की अच्छी ना हो और ये क्लियर विजिबिलिटी हो कि अगले 1 साल में शायद नहीं आएगा। अगर ये ऑर्डर पोजीशन कभी कंपनी में कम होती है, तो अगर ये लगता है कि 5-6 महीने में ये सिचुएशन से निकल जाएंगे तो कंपनी रिसोर्सेज कम नहीं करती. दैट इज वन. देन पार्ट 2, नाउ रिसोर्सेज कम कर रहे हैं तो उसमें भी पेरिफेरल रिसोर्सेज को कंपनी मोस्टली कम करती है. जो पेरिफेरल रिसोर्सेज जो डायरेक्टली बिजनेस पे इम्पैक्ट नहीं करते, तो उनको पहले टच करती है कंपनी, उसके बाद ही कोर स्किल लेवल्स में जाती है. स्किल अवेलेबिलिटी का मार्केट में इशू है. इट इज़ नॉट ओनली फॉर MSME बट ऑल्सो फॉर लार्जर कंपनीज ऑल्सो. और एक्सपेक्टेशंस लोगों की हाई है, मैं फुल्ली एग्री करता हूँ मिस्टर अग्रवाल से भी. ये एक्सपेक्टेशंस लोगों की बहुत हाई होती है और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जब तक आप अपना स्किल नहीं डिस्प्ले करते तब तक मोस्टली ये सिनेरियो होता है कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आपकी तब तक सुनता नहीं. तब तक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ये मान के चलता है कि आप लर्निंग फेज में हैं तो बेटर है कि आप पहले लर्न कर लीजिए. वेराज जो न्यू ज्वाइनी है वो सोचता है कि मैं डे 1 से मुझे मिलना चाहिए. सो यहाँ पे एक क्लियर एक्सपेक्टेशन गैप होता है, जो मैं अभी थोड़ी देर समय पहले जनरेशन C के बारे में बात कर रहा था, तो इस तरह के सिनेरियो आते हैं. दूसरा, पास्ट में ये होता था कि हम लोग जब भी न्यू ज्वाइनी को अगर हम लोग फ्लोट करने के लिए पानी में छोड़ देते हैं तो पर्सन यूज टू फ्लो बाय हिमसेल्फ और हरसेल्फ. Nowadays that expectation has changed. They want that they should be handheld, they should be told, they should be communicated how it has to be done. So that is why important ये हो गया कि in the initial stages, in the first 2-3 years, ट्रेनिंग पे उस समय काफ़ी फोकस होना जरूरी है. और सिमिलरली जो सीनियर मैनेजर्स हैं उनको भी ये बताना बहुत ज़रूरी हो गया है कि आपने जैसे पहले किया वैसा अब संभव नहीं है. अब शायद आपको सबको साथ में लेके चलना पड़ेगा. दिस इज द थिंग दैट इज हैपनिंग.
मतलब आपके जो सवाल है उसके जवाब में मैं कहूँगा कि एम्प्लॉयमेंट कम नहीं हो रहा है, लेकिन वो चेंज हो रहा है. मतलब एज एन एम्प्लॉय, एज अ कैंडिडेट, वी ऑल्सो नीड टू एब्जॉर्ब दिस चेंज. हम यहाँ पे काउंटर क्वेश्चन नहीं लेंगे. वी विल नॉट गो इन डिबेट, वी विल नॉट गो फॉर काउंटर क्वेश्चन. बट इससे एक बात समझ में आ रही है हमें कि जिस तरह से ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में बदलाव आ रहे हैं, मार्केट सीनरियो चेंज हो रहा है, वोका वर्ड की बात हम कर रहे हैं, जिस तरह का चेंज आ रहा है उसी स्पीड के साथ नई जनरेशन के लोगों को भी बदलना होगा. देन ओनली दिस विल बी कोप अप और दिस विल बी मैच. जैसे इन्होंने कहा तो एक बात बाहर निकल के आ रही है कि हमारा जो गैप है वो एम्प्लॉयर और एम्प्लॉय के बीच का नहीं है. वो हम बात करें तो वो एकेडमिक नॉलेज और स्किल का गैप है, और वो एक्सपेक्टेशंस या बिजनेस प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी को मैनेज नहीं कर पा रहा है. इस वजह से ये चैलेंज आता रहा है. और ऑफ कोर्स आपका एक सवाल होगा कि भाई AI के आने की वजह से बहुत सारे लोगों की जॉब चली गई या टेक्नोलॉजी की वजह से चली गई है. देन इट्स अ सॉल्यूशन कि हमें एज एन एम्प्लॉय हमारे जो बंदे हैं उन्हें उसके साथ तालमेल बिठाना होगा. जैसे हेमंत जी ने बहुत अच्छा कहा कि AI कैन बी अ सपोर्टिंग टूल, और हमारी टीम को ये सीखना होगा कि हम AI का इस्तेमाल कैसे कर सकते हैं. एडवांस एक्सेल अगर हम बात करते हैं तो एक्सेल को यूज़ करना वो हमारे एम्प्लॉय को आना चाहिए. आई गिव यू वेरी स्मॉल एग्जाम्पल. जब मैंने अपनी करियर की शुरुआत की थी और एडवर्टाइजमेंट दे रहे थे, तब अखबार में पढ़ते थे कि टाइप राइटिंग आता हो तो उनको प्रेफरेंस दिया जाएगा. फिर 2-4 साल बाद वो एड में चेंज आ गया, लिखने लगे कि टाइपिंग इज मस्ट. फिर थोड़े सालों बाद ये आने लगा कि कंप्यूटर नॉलेज अगर होगा तो उन्हें मौका दिया जाएगा. अब ये हो गया कि कंप्यूटर नॉलेज इज मस्ट, अगर कंप्यूटर चलाना नहीं आता तो अप्लाई मत करो. अब ये आ रहा है कि एडवांस एक्सेल और पावर BI आना चाहिए, अगर वो नहीं आ रहा तो अप्लाई मत करो. यानी ये इंडिकेट कर रहा है कि टाइम टू टाइम ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल नीड्स आर चेंजिंग, और लोग इस तरह से एडॉप्ट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. उसकी वजह से ये आप जो सिनेरियो क्रिएट हो रहा है वो हो सकता है. दिस इज व्हाट वी कैन कंक्लूड ऑन दिस क्वेश्चन. एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? और एक सवाल जवाब से. यस.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर. My name is Vidhi Dobaria and right now I am pursuing MBA from Sasik College, and my question is to you is that whenever we give employees any work, एंड वो सामने से हमको ऐसा जवाब देते हैं कि मैं क्यों करूं, और व्हेनेवर वो काम बिगाड़ देते हैं तो हम उनसे पूछते हैं ऐसा आपने क्यों किया, तो वो हमें अननेसेसरी एटीट्यूड दिखाते हैं और ऐसा बोलते हैं कि इतने काम में इतना ही मिलेगा। तो हाउ टू डील विद देयर अननेसेसरी एटीट्यूड टू इंक्रीज देयर प्रोडक्टिविटी?
अगला पैसा में कुछ काम है। फाइन, इसका जवाब देने के लिए मैं मृणाल भाई को बुलाऊंगा। इनका भी सवाल, आपका भी सवाल है। यस, क्वेश्चन। ये बहुत कॉमन आजकल देखने को मिल रहा है, स्पेशली इन स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज। ये बहुत कॉमन एटीट्यूड देखने को मिल रहा है एंड इट इज़ अ वेरी वैलिड क्वेश्चन कि जिस तरह से आज का जवाब ही हमें मिलता है जब हम काम देते हैं और सामने ये उत्तर मिलता है। मैं हेमंत भाई से पूछना चाहूँगा, हेमंत भाई आपने सालों HR में काम किया है, आपने लेबर स्टडीज़ पे एमफिल किया हुआ है, देन हाउ यू लुक एट दिस सिचुएशन?
Hello. Yeah, I have a simple thing like that मैम asked that हम क्यों करें? एक simple आप सबको पता है that HR is a crucial role. Before just saying what about HR, but I just one of the मुन्ना भाई MBBS that वो चलता है और वो जो है वो मैं क्यों करूँ, वो that वो थप्पड़ मारता है and that he just helps and that he हाँ ठीक है चलो वहाँ से. So that HR is a role that create the purpose. The HR is the very critical things. Now make the purpose of working. That understand that human mentalities. That why, what they can contribute. Even the small peon, or even the housekeeping person, or any of the person. Until unless you will not understand the person and make the purpose of working together, you will get same attitude, same issue all together. So now the HR role is the how you change the transformations of the people, the how you change the culture.
Thank you, good, very good. मैं सिर्फ ये सवाल पूछ लूँ वापस कि ये बंदे को सिलेक्ट किसने किया था?
That's the actually right answer.
ये एटीट्यूड वाले बंदे को सिलेक्ट किसने किया था? So you will get the answer. Anyway, ये सवाल जब निकला है तो एक रिवर्स क्वेश्चन हम पूछ लेते हैं कि लेबर को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट के कॉम्प्लायंसेस बहुत सारे हैं, रूल्स बहुत सारे, लेकिन अगर ऐसे बंदे सिस्टम में आ जाए तो ओनर के लिए कॉम्प्लायंसेस में क्या है कि वो लेबर के सामने क्या कर सकते हैं?
सिर्फ आपको सिलेक्टिव बनना होगा कि आपको किसे आपकी जो एस्टेब्लिशमेंट का विज़न है उससे अलाइन कौन बंदा हो रहा है, किसको रखना है। और आज एडमिरल त्रिपाठी साहब ने हमें बहुत अच्छा लेसन दिया कि आपको बात करनी होगी अपने एम्प्लॉइज से, आपका विज़न बताना होगा। चेतन शाह साहब ने भी बताया। तो अगर कंप्लायंस के बारे में अगर बात करें, लॉ के बारे में बात करें तो डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शंस हैं। आपको उनको आपके एम्प्लॉय को सारे रूल्स एंड गवर्निंग जो लॉ है वो पहले से बहुत क्लियरली आपको समझाना होगा इंडक्शन ट्रेनिंग में ही। और जब भी ऐसी कोई बात आती है जहाँ पे वो मिस अप्रोप्रिएट करे या अपने सुपीरियर का कहना ना माने तो डेफिनेटली आप उन्हें चार्जशीट दे सकते हैं, वार्निंग्स दे सकते हैं, आप उन्हें शोकोस दे सकते हैं। उनसे उनको एक अपना जो तरीका है और अपनी जो सिस्टम है वो समझा के आप उनको लाइन पे ला सकते हैं। अदरवाइज आपको सिलेक्टिव बनना होगा, जिसे आपके अलाइन के साथ, गोल के साथ काम करना है, वो बंदा आपके साथ रहेगा।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। एंड एज आई टोल्ड कि 2:30 में हम इसको ख़त्म करेंगे, तो लास्ट शो स्टॉपर क्वेश्चन मृणाल भाई की ओर से।
શોભનભાઈ તમને પ્રશ્ન પૂછવો છે કે હમણાં આપણો નવો લેબર રૂલ આવ્યો ને એમાં થોડી ફ્લેક્સિબિલિટીની પણ વાત થઈ કે કેટલા કલાક વીકમાં કામ કરવું જોઈએ, થોડી ગેરસમજ પણ થઈ છે, તો એના પર જરા પ્રકાશ પાડો અને પછી તમે આમાં જોડાયો ધારાબેન કે વર્ક લાઈફ બેલેન્સ એમાં કંઈ ફાયદો થશે આનાથી?
सो अभी रिसेंटली पिछले सप्ताह में ही महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट के बाद गुजरात गवर्नमेंट ने एक शॉप एंड एस्टेब्लिशमेंट में अमेंडमेंट किया है। वो खास करके मॉल और हमारी ब्रांड जितनी भी हैं, कैफ़ेज़ हैं, हमारे जो हमें हमारी कंट्रीज़ में, हमारी सिटीज़ में उस तरह के रेस्टोरेंट्स कल्चर लाना है और एक एंटरटेनमेंट और जो रिक्रिएशनल माहौल बनाना है, तो उसके लिए डेफिनेटली लंबे आवर्स तक एम्प्लॉयज़ को हमें रिटेन करना होगा। 8 घंटे का जो हमारा अभी तक का वर्किंग आवर्स सिस्टम है वो उसी की जगह पे है, लेकिन साथ में 4 डेज वर्क कल्चर आ चुका है। मतलब अगर आप 12 घंटे काम कराएं अपनी यूनिट में और 48 घंटे 4 दिन में आप ख़त्म कर लें, तो 3 दिन का उसे वीकली ऑफ या उसे रेस्ट देना है। उसी तरह से ओवर टाइम आवर्स को गुजरात स्टेट ने 144 क्वार्टरली आवर्स कर दिया, यानी 144 घंटे तक आप क्वार्टरली उनको अपने यहाँ बियॉन्ड 8 आवर्स आप काम पे रख सकते हैं। वहीं कोड ऑन ऑक्यूपेशनल सेफ्टी एंड हेल्थ में 125 आवर्स क्वार्टरली है। और फिलहाल लास्ट जो गुजरात फैक्ट्रीज रूल्स भी अमेंड हुआ था, उसमें भी 125 घंटे क्वार्टरली अलाउड किया गया था ओवर टाइम को लेके। सो डेफिनेटली ओवर टाइम का जो पेमेंट है वो डबल रेट ऑफ ऑर्डिनरी वेज आपको देना है। और ये रूल से जो हमारे जितने भी छोटे छोटे ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज और शोरूम और रेस्टोरेंट्स कैफ़े हैं, उनमें एक बूम होगा, उनमें जान आएगी और एम्प्लॉय को भी जो है वो ज़्यादा टेक होम मिलेगा, क्योंकि वो 8 घंटे से बियॉन्ड काम करेगा। और डेफिनेटली 8 घंटे की जो मिनिमम वेज है उससे अभी के दौर में सर्वाइवल मुश्किल है। तो ये पूरा का पूरा एक समन्वय है, सारी चीज़ों को एम्प्लॉयर दोनों के पर्सपेक्टिव से देखते हुए ये एक वेलकम चेंज जो है वो लॉ में किया गया।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। और ये जो आवर्स बढ़े हैं उससे हाउ इट विल इम्पैक्ट ऑन वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस? शॉर्टली यू रिप्लाई, वी विल टेक वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम यू सर।
So yes, as Sohail bhai mentioned, it's a very, I would say that it's welcoming from all the employees first, and employers के लिए ये थोड़ा सा challenge है। अभी तक जैसे काम करते आए हैं, उनकी प्रोडक्शन सिस्टम्स उस हिसाब से सेट होती है, जहाँ पे उनके बैचेस जो होते हैं वो उनके वर्किंग आवर्स के हिसाब से सेट होते हैं। मेरी इंडस्ट्री की बात करें तो हम सर्विस इंडस्ट्री है, हमारा आर्ली बेस पे चर्निंग होता है, हम एवरी मिनट काउंट्स एज वी विल एवरी मिनट। सो यहाँ पे चैलेंजेस आ सकते हैं, कंपनी का प्रॉफिट भी कहीं ना कहीं इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। बट यस, वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस इसमें एम्प्लॉयज़ के ऊपर है। मैंने देखा है कहीं कहीं तो कि वर्क के ऊपर भी बहुत लाइफ एंजॉय करते ही है सब, तो वो वहाँ पे HR का जो मेन पॉइंट होगा कि हाउ डू यू मैक्सिमाइज द कैपेसिटी एंड एफिशिएंसी। सो यू नीड टू ब्रिंग ऑन अ लॉट ऑफ इनिशिएटिव्स, इंसेंटिव बेस्ड इनिशिएटिव्स, जहाँ पे आप जो भी एफिशिएंट होगा, जितने कम टाइम के अंदर भी वो लोग सेम बिजनेस रिजल्ट या ज़्यादा बिजनेस रिजल्ट, ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट को वो कंट्रीब्यूट कर पाए, तो इट विल बी अ विन विन फॉर बोथ। एंड ओनली नोट दैट now gone are the days when we have a small cabin and we sit in it and just understand our payroll and compliance and all. We must need to understand the balance sheet as well, and the impact of our every hiring and every exit on the balance sheet. So work life balance तो होने ही वाला है मृणाल सर, इसमें सब हैप्पी रहेंगे। पर कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि पूरा दिन थोड़ा सा टाइम पास में चला गया, फिर इवनिंग में दे फेस अ लॉट ऑफ स्ट्रेस, फिर वो लेट होता है, फिर वो ओवर टाइम बोलो या जो भी बोलो, बट दे आर नॉट मैनेजिंग द टाइम एफिशिएंटली, एंड देन एट द एंड ऑफ द डे दे से बहुत स्ट्रेस है, बहुत प्रेशर है, रोज़ लेट हो जाता है। तो गवर्नमेंट भी कुछ नहीं कर सकती इसमें और एम्प्लॉयर भी कुछ नहीं कर सकते until let your employee is motivated to finish the work on time।
वैसे भी आजकल मोबाइल ने वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस वाला मामला तो ठिकाने लगा दिया है। यस, लास्ट क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम यू सर।
जय हिंद, मेरा नाम अमिका मांडे तिवारी है, डिफेंस ब्यूरो गुजरात है। मेरा सवाल बहुत ही पॉइंटेड है, बट इसके पहले एक 30 सेकेंड में लूँगा, रीज़न चाहिए। 2016 में एक केदार पांडी में बहुत ही भयावह दुर्घटना हुई थी, और उस समय कलकत्ता से कुछ 7-8 बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट एंड देयर फैमिलीज दे वर देयर एंड दे वर स्टक फॉर 3 days। One of them happens to be very good friend of my father, and मैं उनके बच्चे जैसा था। So I get a call from my father कि ऐसा ऐसा है, and they are totally frightened। Anyway, my squadron was deployed to rescue them। I made certain arrangements and they were airlifted। बात खत्म हो गई। 2021 में ऐसा ही बंगाल चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री का एक सेमिनार था वहाँ पे, और वहाँ पे वो सारे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट अलॉन्ग विद देयर टॉप एचआर एंड जितने भी हूज एंड हूज हो सकते हैं, ऐसा ही सेटिंग था। और वो जो सवाल मैंने उस दिन पूछा था, वो आज सवाल मैं यहाँ फिर से दोहराना चाहता हूँ कि मैं नाम नहीं ले सकता हूँ लोगों, बिकॉज दे आर वेरी, मैंने पूछा था कि उस दिन जो बंदा आया था हेलीकॉप्टर से आपको रेस्क्यू करने, उस टाइम आप उसको ना जानते थे, ना कुछ, ना आपने उसकी कॉम्पिटेंस देखी, ना आपने उसका कोई सर्टिफिकेट मांगा, एमबीए पास है कि नहीं है, स्पेशलाइजेशन सर्टिफिकेशन पीएमबी फलाना ठिकाना है कि नहीं है, कुछ नहीं। इट वॉज ट्रस्ट कि ये बंदा मेरे लिए उपयुक्त है। लेकिन वही बंदा when he lands up post 16, 17, 18, 20, 25, 30 years of his service, the kind of silos, the kind of image people form, and they I have seen a lot of improvement in the past at least 8-9 years in this sector, but the kind of ex-service and engagement in terms of different ranks, different specialization, different variety of people they have, they come from their present. So DEI में वो जो फैक्टर है उनका अभी हम लोग HR पर्सपेक्टिव में कहाँ तक इवॉल्व हो पाए हैं, एंड फ्रॉम बिजनेसमैन पर्सपेक्टिव, बिकॉज आई सी लॉट ऑफ वैरायटी ऑफ पीपल आउट देयर, हाउ वेल डू यू विश टू एंगेज विद देम, बिकॉज देयर आर सो मेनी ग्रे एरियाज इन देयर, दे कैन नॉट क्वान्टिफाई, वो क्वान्टिफाई नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन वो एक साथ इतने सारे स्किल सेट्स ले आते हैं राउंड्स पे, एंड आई एम श्योर in the past 5-8 years जो भी बड़ी कंपनियां, especially L&T, Tata, Godrej and all those who are in defense, along with other people also, they have been very good in having. I want this thing to be on a very largest perspective. So what is your take for people, those who are engaging in HR practices? Because I am sure everybody is from the same field here. Thanks.
Yes.
Okay, there are no set rules on that, but considering that instance that happened, if that instance we are aware, we definitely acknowledge it, and not only acknowledge it, we bend the rules there. We definitely bend the rules there. We understand the skill that person has, that the support that person has provided during that contingency situation, and mostly we will try to accommodate that. Companies have their policies, companies have their eligibility criteria, companies have the experience level that they need for that particular position. But where you have seen a display of some excellent performance from a certain person at a certain time, then it is possible we do look at it. It is just not ignored. It is not like in an IT organization where resumes are coming and you are just checking on the resumes through keywords. It is not that. It is much more than that. And here actually there is an understanding at the senior most levels in the organizations that this kind of a trait has to be acknowledged, and that is how we try to support. So, instance you mentioned about Kedarnath, I was also involved in one of such instances. Again, family from Bengal, 12 members of the family stuck in the Kedarnath tragedy, and they did not have anything to eat for 2 days, and they were stuck up in a hotel in which there was no power, no ATMs were working, so they didn't have money, and I had to get them picked up from there, and I was on a holiday. And at that point of time, I used SOS International, and SOS International connected with the army, and army did the takeoff of these people from that place, brought them to Delhi, and then thereafter I managed other things. So thank you for that actually, and raising that question.
It's a good question, and this answer, HR has to perform a very significant role in balancing all these areas, cope up with HI. Sorry, 2 मिनट के लिए रुक जाइए पीछे, लंच को मिलेगा, डोंट वरी। आप रश करोगे तो भी लंच मिलेगा, आराम से जाएंगे तो भी लंच मिलेगा। तो इसे कंक्लूड करते हुए कि एआई के साथ हमें कोप अप करना है और इन चारों चीज़ों को बैलेंस करते हुए चलना है। वी वुड लाइक टू थैंक ऑल द पैनलिस्ट ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ SGCCI एंड HR and Skill Development Committee. Thank you very much for being part of this panel and giving your insights and input on this very important topic and the title of this program. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, and over to Motion.
Thank you. We request Pranava and Niravan to come on the stage to felicitate Wing Commander Shri Abhishek Tiwari ji from Defence Pro Gujarat. Abhishek ji.
Thank you so much to give me this opportunity. I know that we all are human. Are you there? All the humans are there? Hello? Yes, and we need a resources और resources तैयार है साइड पे. I know कि आप लोग थैंक्स सुनने के लिए भी नहीं रुकेंगे because of अभी जिस रिसोर्स की रिक्वायरमेंट है उसकी डिमांड भी बहुत ज़्यादा है. बट हम बिल्कुल उन चीज़ों को नहीं भूलेंगे जिनकी वजह से ये इवेंट सक्सेसफुल हो पाया. First of all, I thanks to SGCCI, the South Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industries, जिन्होंने ये प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया जहाँ पे हम बहुत सारी चीज़ें सीख सकते हैं, आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और अपने आप को डेवलप कर सकते हैं. And office barriers, निखिल सर, अशोक सर, विजय सर, बिजल सर एंड नितेश सर, जिनकी गाइडेंस के अंदर ये इवेंट और बहुत सारे ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स क्रिएट हुए और कंटिन्यू हो रहे हैं. साथ ही आई रिक्वेस्ट I thanks to all the our chief guest of honor, our speakers and supporters, जिनके सपोर्ट की वजह से ये इवेंट कंप्लीट हो पाया. एंड यहाँ पे उपस्थित सभी टेक्निकल टीम्स, कैमरामैन, साउंड पर्सन, द बैक मैनेजमेंट, इच एंड एवरी, एंड यस आपकी साइड से मैं फूड मैनेजमेंट टीम को भी थैंक्स कह देता हूँ ताकि आपको अच्छा और गरम गरम खाना मिले. सो थैंक यू सो मच वंस अगेन. थैंक यू सो मच. बाय बाय.
Our university students, please proceed on the stage for photograph. And Pipi Savani.